Chapter 347. After calculating the time and plan for their journey, Zhou Jie accompanied Kakashi to play some video games. However, he soon realized that he was no match for Kakashi and lost interest in the game. Instead, he decided to enter the Six Paths Pagoda to further strengthen and improve his current strength. Jocko, AI. Don't go, Jocko. Play with me one more time. I'll let you in once, no, twice. AI, 3 times. Jocko. Kakashi tried his best to persuade Zhou Jie to stay and play with him, but Zhou Jie still chose to enter the Six Paths realm without hesitation. Entering the Six Paths world this time, Zhou Jie was quite excited. After all, he was now an Imperial Emperor, and his strength was vastly different from before. Putting everything else aside, he would be able to learn more powerful secret arts from the sacred ground. By then, he would be able to soar into the sky and become much stronger than he was now. Appearing in the familiar space of the Six Paths realm, Zhou Jie glanced at the direction of the precious Bao Pavilion. After thinking for a moment, he suppressed the urge to go and retrieve the treasures there. Instead, he decided to look for Zhou Tianwu to understand his current situation so that he could go to the precious Bao Pavilion and choose the treasures that were suitable for him. Zhou Jie entered the 3rd level of the Six Paths Pagoda, and Zhou Tianwu soon appeared. However, when he saw Zhou Jie, he was not as excited as Zhou Jie expected. Instead, he looked at Zhou Jie with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Your Highness. You have successfully entered the Imperial Emperor level. From now on, Your Highness can choose to learn new secret arts from the sacred ground." Regarding this, Zhou Jie was still quite excited, so he replied, "Yes, but I want to go to the Treasure Pavilion to choose a weapon that suits me. I wonder if Senior Sky Martial Emperor has any suggestions?" Zhou Tianwu pondered for a moment before replying, "Your Highness can now choose a treasure on the 2nd floor of the Treasure Pavilion. If I remember correctly, Zhou Hongyu's Great Desolation 8 Slashes is still there. This weapon is a dual saber that can be split or combined, which is very suitable for Your Highness." It was Zhou Hongyu's weapon before he refined his Life Divine weapon and had quite a reputation. Back then, Zhou Hongyu was the strongest person under the Transcendent Realm in the Zhou Holy Land. Even in the entire Central Universe, there were few existences below the Transcendent Realm who could compare to him. Unfortunately, before he could become a Transcendent, the Holy Land was attacked and destroyed, and he fell. Hearing this, Zhou Jie could not help but sigh. Now that he had become an Imperial Emperor, he had a deeper understanding of how terrifying a Universe Emperor Realm powerhouse was. To be able to destroy a planet with a snap of their fingers was an understatement. To be able to claim the title of the strongest in the Universe Emperor Realm, such an existence's status was probably not inferior to a Transcendent, but he was gone just like that. Zhou Tianwu saw Zhou Jie's silence and knew what he was thinking, so he said indifferently, "All life is the same. When we cultivators reach a certain level of strength, we are prepared to die at any time. Your Highness is still young, but you will understand it in the future. All right, Your Highness can go to the Treasure Pavilion to get the Great Desolation 8 Slashes. I will let Your Highness choose a new secret technique after that." "All right, then this junior will take his leave." Zhou Jie nodded and took the initiative to leave the Six Paths Pagoda. Zhou Jie used the extraordinary order again and summoned the Treasure Pavilion. He entered it and went straight to the 2nd floor. According to Zhou Tianwu's description, Zhou Jie quickly found the Great Desolation 8 Slashes. It was a pair of scimitars that emitted a reddish-yellow glow. The backs of the scimitars were thick and heavy, while the bodies were long and narrow. They were enveloped by a halo of law and were quietly floating there. The halo of law did not have the function of preventing external intrusion. It only restricted the treasures within. Thus, Zhou Jie easily walked into it, and his perception seeped into the Great Desolation 8 Slashes. In that instant, Zhou Jie felt as if he had been hit by an object flying at high speed. His whole body tightened as he endured a huge pressure. Fortunately, after a few seconds, this uncomfortable feeling receded like the tide, and Zhou Jie's consciousness was brought to an extremely dark and terrifying space. Then, Zhou Jie heard a roar. The dark space in front of him twisted and quickly turned into a monster without a fixed body. It tried to devour him. Zhou Jie knew that this was a simple test for the treasure to recognize its master. Back then, when Zhou Jie came to the treasure pavilion as an overlord, even if he knew about the Great Desolation 8 slashes, he did not have the ability to make it recognize him as its master. However, now that he had become an Imperial Emperor, the Great Desolation 8 slashes was also an Imperial Emperor weapon. Although its strength was close to some Imperial Universe weapons, Zhou Jie could still easily obtain it. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie came out of the treasure pavilion with a heart full of joy. He felt like a poor man who had won a lottery worth hundreds of millions. The joy in his heart could not be concealed. As for why Zhou Jie was so happy, it was naturally because he had obtained the Great Desolation 8 slashes. From this, it could be seen how useful it was to Zhou Jie. When he returned to the third floor of the Six Paths Pagoda, Zhou Jie was surprised to find that the six pagoda masters were all there. It seemed like they had been waiting for him for a long time. In response, Zhou Jie quickly greeted them. Then Zhou Tianwu said, "Your Highness, we hope that you can follow each of us and raise the Six Paths Pagoda to the Imperial Emperor level. At the same time, you can also choose a path to start cultivating a new secret technique. What do you think, Your Highness?" Zhou Jie thought that he had plenty of time now. Naturally, he agreed and said bluntly, "I want to learn a new secret technique from Senior Tianwu. Is that possible?" In response, the six pagoda masters looked at each other and laughed. While Zhou Jie was surprised by this, Zhou Tianwu nodded with a smile and said, "Of course, I just made a bet with them that Your Highness would definitely learn from me first." Sure enough, it came true. When Zhou Jie heard this, he immediately understood why the six pagoda masters had such a reaction. It turned out that he did not wait for the other five pagoda masters to say anything and directly chose Zhou Tianwu. Okay, then we'll go first." After Zhou Jie made his choice, Zhou Longwei took the lead and said before disappearing. The other four pagoda masters also left one after another. When Zhou Jie saw this, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. However, Zhou Tianwu was in a good mood and said with a smile, "Your Highness, then let's start." So in the next few months, Zhou Jie followed Zhou Tianwu and quickly cultivated the final technique of the everlasting Sane Hands, Limitless Tao, to the grand completion stage. After reaching the grand completion stage of the everlasting Sane Hands, Zhou Jie felt as if he had been reborn. When he waved his hands, he unconsciously felt as if he could overturn mountains and seas. This feeling was really exhilarating. Zhou Jie's strength had also improved significantly because of this. After that, Zhou Tianwu let Zhou Jie choose a new secret technique. "Your Highness, there are only two secret techniques left that I recommend Your Highness to cultivate. They are the 18 Staining Falls and Annihilation. Compared to these two secret techniques, all the other Holy Land secret techniques are nothing more than fancy tricks. These two secret techniques can only be cultivated at the Imperial Emperor realm and can be cultivated until the Transcendent realm. Although there is a limit to these two secret techniques, the power and effect of these two secret techniques are different due to their different foundations. However, these two secret techniques are extremely difficult to cultivate. Your Highness must be mentally prepared. It's best to choose one of them and try to cultivate it first." After listening to Zhou Tianwu's words, Zhou Jie thought for a moment and then asked, "Senior Tianwu, what is the biggest difference between these two secret techniques?" In response, Zhou Tianwu replied, "It's very simple. The former focuses on defense and counterattack, while the latter completely replaces defense with offense." Zhou Jie nodded after hearing this. Then, according to his cautious character, he chose the Stained Clothes 18 Falls. "Then I choose to cultivate the Stained Clothes 18 Falls. I wonder if Senior can demonstrate it for me?" Zhou Jie asked after making his choice. "Okay." Zhou Tianwu nodded with a faint smile. Then he said to Zhou Jie, "Hit me." Zhou Jie was stunned by this. After he reacted, he nodded. His expression suddenly became serious. Then, he gathered his strength for 2 seconds and suddenly launched an attack at Zhou Tianwu. A simple punch straight at Zhou Tianwu's chest. The next second, pong, Zhou Jie was sent flying a few hundred meters away. What happened? When Zhou Jie reacted, he found that he had been sent flying. He could not help but fall into a daze. That's right, a daze. Zhou Jie was completely stunned. What just happened? He did not know. Zhou Jie only remembered that he had punched Zhou Tianwu. Then, a terrifying force swept into his body from the point of impact, causing him to be unprepared. At that moment, his mind was knocked out. When he reacted, he was already a few hundred meters away, and his whole body was numb. At this time, Zhou Tianwu flashed in front of Zhou Jie and asked him how was it. However, Zhou Jie still hadn't come back to his senses. He only felt that it was too magical just now. He didn't even have time to realize it before he was inexplicably sent flying. This made him feel shocked and speechless for a moment. Therefore, after being asked by Zhou Tianwu, Zhou Jie paused for about 2 seconds before nodding and saying sincerely, "Amazing, too amazing. It really deserves the name 18 Staining Falls." So that's how it is. Unexpectedly, after Zhou Tianwu heard Zhou Jie's evaluation, he smiled faintly and said, "Your Highness, it is indeed called 18 Staining Falls, but what I used just now can only be considered one fall." One fall. Hearing this, Zhou Jie was suddenly really dumbfounded. He never thought that such a terrifying technique just now was only the tip of the iceberg. January 18th? Zhou Tianwu continued at this time. Of course, one fall is just a metaphor. The reason why 18 Staining Falls is called 18 Falls is because the original creator's strength was limited. He could only use 18 forces. The real 18 Staining Falls has no limit. The higher the cultivator's foundation, the higher the upper limit of the power that can be used. Hearing this, Zhou Jie could not help but nod to express his understanding. At the same time, he was also very interested in 18 Staining Falls. He could not wait to learn it. Therefore, Zhou Jie immediately said, "Senior Tianwu, please start teaching me this secret technique." Chapter 348. Unexpectedly, Zhou Tianwu said at this moment, "Your Highness, before you practice the 18 Staining Falls, I suggest that you go to Zhou Xiadi and practice the stellar transformations to the advanced level. It will be easier to get started this way." When Zhou Jie heard this, he thought about it and agreed. After all, the 6 paths complemented each other and were indispensable. A strong body was indeed a great help for practicing a secret technique like the 18 Staining Falls. It could even be said to be laying the foundation. Therefore, Zhou Jie decided to improve the other 5 paths first before coming back to practice the 18 Staining Falls. Zhou Tianwu also expressed his support, and Zhou Jie took the lead to go to the Divine Body Path Pagoda. After 16 years, Zhou Jie finally succeeded in practicing the stellar transformations to the advanced level under Zhou Xiadi's guidance, which was the 9th transformation of the stellar transformations. The stellar transformations. Originally, Zhou Jie thought that it took a lot of time, but Zhou Xiadi generously praised Zhou Jie, saying that Zhou Jie's divine body foundation was very good, and his talent and endurance in this aspect were also very outstanding. He was really a monster to be able to improve the stellar transformations from the 6th transformation to the 9th transformation in just 16 years. After leaving the Divine Body Path Pagoda, Zhou Jie naturally went to the Divine Soul Path Pagoda. Under Zhou Jihuan's guidance, Zhou Jie studied and refined the Heart Force secret technique. It took him more than 70 years to make great progress and obtain Zhou Jihuan's approval to go to the Divine Might Path Pagoda. Zhou Jie thought that since he had spent so much time practicing the Divine Soul Path, he would spend even more time practicing the Divine Might Path. However, he never thought that he had overestimated himself. After practicing with Zhou Longwei for only 7 years, Zhou Jie could not bear it anymore. However, Zhou Longwei told Zhou Jie that this was because Zhou Jie had put too much pressure on himself. The Divine Might Path Pagoda was the most difficult the most boring, and the most painful path, so it was not suitable for too long of a high-intensity cultivation. In the end, Zhou Jie only practiced with Zhou Longwei for 7 years. He did not even feel that he had cultivated anything, but he was persuaded by Zhou Longwei and was forced to go to the Divine Escape Path Pagoda. However, because Zhou Jie broke through to the Emperor stage using the law of thunder and lightning, his attainment in the law of thunder and lightning was relatively high. The 3000 lightning haste belonged to the thunder and lightning secret technique, and its difficulty was indeed a little simpler than the other 5 paths. Therefore, not long after Zhou Jie broke through to the Emperor stage, he naturally cultivated the 3000 lightning haste to the advanced stage, which was enough for him to use it in the initial stage of the Emperor stage. Therefore, Zhou Jie only spent a little more than a month under Zhou Guo's guidance to resolve the small flaws in his movement technique. After that, he went to the final divine escape path. When it came to the divine technique Dao, Zhou Jie had always been mainly cultivating in the Dao of formations. His foundation in the Dao of formations in the past wasn't bad at all. However, if it was at the level of an imperial monarch now, then Zhou Jie's attainments in the Dao of formations were useless to him. It was practically useless in battle, and the amplification it provided when used to sense and investigate was extremely limited. In this way, instead of setting up a detection formation, it was better to travel a little more by himself. Because of this, Zhou Jie also specially taught Zhou Jie a new set of formations, the ancient lightning mark formation. It was called a set of formations because this formation was actually formed by the combination of 4 major formations. The 4 major formations had the main effects of sealing, gathering, attacking, and defending respectively. The combined power and effect of the ancient lightning mark formation was not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. The strength of the formation was imaginable. Zhou Jie also spent a lot of effort on the formation. His foundation in formations was not low, so he learned it very quickly. In less than 20 years, he had learned the 4 major formations that formed the ancient lightning mark formation. However, he also knew that learning the formation was only the beginning of using the formation. To really use a formation freely, it required a long time of deduction and improvement of the formation. Therefore, after Zhou Jie learned the 4 major formations, he still did not have the ability to construct the ancient lightning mark formation. It was even quite difficult for him to construct a single one of the 4 major formations. For this, he still needed a long time of deduction and practice. Of course, all of this would take a long time, and Zhou Jie didn't need to practice with Zhou Moji. So, after grasping the basics of the 4 array formations, he bid farewell and returned to the level of the Divine Martial Pagoda, where he began to formally practice the staining clothes 18 falls with Zhou Tianwu. Zhou Tianwu first told Zhou Jie that the founder of the 18 staining falls was actually a Star Lord cultivator. However, this person later cultivated to the universe Emperor realm. Before he died, he passed this secret technique to his friend, who was also the founder of the Zhou Holy Land. Therefore, the 18 staining falls became a powerful secret technique unique to the Zhou Holy Land. It was precisely because the founder of the staining clothes 18 falls had been created when he was a Star Lord that its cultivation system was initially very complete, but it was also extremely complicated. Later on, the Zhou Holy Land's divine ancestor, the founder, had simplified it, greatly increasing the difficulty of mastering it. However, once one had mastered it, they would be able to instantly become invincible among those of the same level. Then, they began to officially practice it. Zhou Tianwu told Zhou Jie that because of the increased difficulty of learning it and the fact that the initial practice of the 18 staining falls started from the reaction of physical strength from being beaten, it also required a special beating. When Zhou Jie heard this, he was more or less speechless. However, since he had decided to learn it, he could not back down easily. Therefore, he did not ask how to beat and directly said, "Okay, then senior, please do it." Zhou Tianwu was very satisfied with Zhou Jie's straightforwardness. He nodded and said, Okay, later, I will inject inner strength into your body and attack every inch of your body. Your body will naturally react. What you need to do is to remember all the reactions of your body when the inner strength attacks your body. When your body is able to counter the external force in a way that your soul power can control, then your Highness 18 staining falls will be considered to have learned the basics. When Zhou Jie heard Zhou Tianwu's words, he could not help but be shocked. However, the arrow was already on the bow, and he could not care too much. He immediately nodded and asked Zhou Tianwu to start. As soon as Zhou Jie finished speaking, Zhou Tianwu directly tapped Zhou Jie's forehead across the air. At that time, Zhou Jie was not completely prepared. He felt a surge of energy enter his forehead and instantly attacked his entire body. He quickly followed Zhou Tianwu's instructions and tried to use his soul power to sense it. In the end, he realized that his perception of his body's reaction was a mess. This feeling was like an ordinary person doing a knee-jerk reflex. He tried hard to sense the force on his knee during the knee-jerk reflex, but when his consciousness focused on that spot, the knee-jerk reflex disappeared. This was a reaction that the body could make in an unconscious state. Once the consciousness was involved, it would instead interfere with the body's reaction, making it very difficult to make the body's reaction as usual. This was one of the biggest difficulties to overcome in the early stages of cultivating the staining clothes 18 falls. It was unimaginably difficult for any cultivation genius. Therefore, the cultivation of the staining clothes 18 falls was extremely difficult. When Zhou Jie realized this point, he could not help but frown. At this moment, Zhou Tianwu said, "Relax, I know that this step is very difficult. Try to sense it from apart. After hundreds of millions of times of practice, it will eventually become a habit. I'm helping your Highness practice this now." If it were an outsider practicing the staining clothes 18 falls, even if I told them the cultivation method, it would still be tens of times harder for them to cultivate than for your Highness. When Zhou Jie heard this, he also felt that Zhou Tianwu was right. He might feel that it was extremely difficult, but in fact, he was already walking on the simplest and most practical cultivation path. If he were to practice it himself, the difficulty would be unimaginable. This was because if he were to exert force on himself, it would be very difficult to use a suitable force to make his body react on its own without affecting his perception. On the Kaji, Kakashi felt like he was going to rot. When Zhou Jie entered the Six Paths world, he played around by himself for a few months. In the end, he was so bored that he entered the hibernation state to replenish his energy. But who knew that when he woke up 300 years later, Zhou Jie was still not out. Thus, after a few days of playing around by himself, Kakashi entered the hibernation state again. This time it was 200 years. But when he woke up, Zhou Jie was still not out. 500 years, Brother Jie still hasn't come out. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, rolling back and forth on the spot while shouting. But coincidentally, after 2 minutes of lying on the ground, the void beside Kakashi suddenly twisted and Zhou Jie appeared. As soon as Zhou Jie appeared in the ship, Kakashi could feel the extremely terrifying pressure on him, causing the ship to automatically sound the alarm. Warning, warning, the pressure in the ship's cabin is too high. There are stairs in the ship. Please leave immediately. This was the first time the Kaji issued such an alarm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jie also realized that he did not control his aura properly. He immediately retracted his aura, and the alarm was deactivated. Holy shit, Jocko, you scare me to death. Why is there so much pressure when you just came back? Kakashi sat up from the ground and said in shock. Upon seeing this, Zhou Jie also explained, "I'm sorry, Kakashi. After entering the Six Paths realm, my body's strength has changed too much. And after cultivating the staining clothes 18 falls, I can't control the power in my body properly." Upon hearing Zhou Jie's explanation, Kakashi was surprised and he asked, "Divine martial art, staining clothes 18 falls. Jocko, you started to learn this? Oh, you know about it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jie was surprised. At the same time, he was also proud of himself. He did not expect Kakashi to have such a big reaction. It seemed like the staining clothes 18 falls was indeed extraordinary. How can I not know about it? This is the divine martial art of the Holy Land. Jocko, do you know what the divine martial art is? It's one of the most powerful martial arts in the Holy Land. Kakashi immediately said, appearing very excited. Upon hearing this, Jia nodded. He was no longer surprised and only said, well, let's not worry about this for now. The most important thing now is to hurry on with our journey. Chapter 349. Upon hearing this, Kakashi could not help but ask with a bitter expression, no way, Jocko, you're in a hurry? Jia ignored Kakashi's question and asked, are there any purple crystals left? I think so. I'll go take a look. As Kakashi spoke, he walked to the energy control room at the back of the spaceship. He had built a simple machine as a tool to add purple crystals. According to the spaceship's flight program, the nearly 20 purple crystals should have been used up. However, upon seeing this, Jia stopped Kakashi and said, all right, there's no need to look. I'm in a hurry. I'll have to trouble you to return to the ring first. Thus, Kakashi was finally sent back to the ring by Jia. Then, Jia put away Cage and flew alone in the void of the universe, rushing in the general direction of the Imperial Blood Realm. After becoming an Imperial Emperor, generally, Imperial Emperors who had a certain level of research on traveling would enter the shallow space by sensing the simple laws of space, which was another layer of space below the surface of space. This was also the layer of space that spaceships entered when flying at superluminal speed. It was generally called the dark space layer or the superluminal layer. The flow of time inside was different from the outside world, so one could enter at a speed far faster than the speed of light. The stronger one was, the more propulsion they could obtain and the faster their speed would be. With Jia's current strength, his fastest flying speed was slightly faster than Cage's full speed. Of course, it was impossible for Jia to maintain such a speed all the time. In fact, every time he traveled in the superluminal zone for a period of time, he would consume a lot of energy. He had no choice but to exit and rest for a period of time before he could continue to enter the superluminal zone. Jia could be said to be extremely patient. He traveled, rested. This cycle took more than 1,000 years before he finally arrived at the Ghost Stratum star field. The Imperial Blood Realm was right next to it, bordering 2 other star fields. Jia had traveled in the Ghost Stratum star field for a few years, trying to understand the local situation of the Imperial Blood Realm. However, he found that he had overestimated the suzerain-level cultivators. He had found 4 suzerain-level cultivators in the Ghost Stratum star field, and the strongest one was a 6th-layer suzerain-level cultivator. However, they had not even heard of the Imperial Blood Realm. Later, when he thought about it carefully, it made sense. Generally, when a suzerain-level cultivator reached the peak of the 6th-layer domain, they would often stay in their home star field for a long time, or even never leave their home star field. Therefore, it was normal that they did not know anything about anything outside of their home star field. In this way, if Jia wanted to know more about the Imperial Blood Realm, he had to find the Ghost Stratum star field's Imperial Emperor-level cultivators. However, Jia possessed the mysterious treasure map, and he was afraid that the other Imperial monarchs would find out about it. So, he wasn't willing to ask the other Imperial monarchs, and he replenished himself before heading to the Imperial Blood region by himself. More than a year later, Jia flew in the void of the universe and saw the so-called Imperial Blood Realm in the distance. It was a cosmic landmass that looked like a broken stone plate from countless light years away. For some reason, the surface of the landmass had a nebula-like atmosphere, and countless stars floated above the landmass. They were all very close to the landmass. Except for a very small number of stars, they were all within 1 light-year of the landmass. After Jia passed through the superluminal layer a few more times, he finally arrived above the landmass of the Imperial Blood Realm. When he sensed the landmass of the Imperial Blood Realm at a close distance, he finally realized how huge it was. As far as his eyes could see, there were boundless mountains and rivers, hazy lakes and seas. The mountains were connected to the seas, and the seas were connected to the mountains. There was no end in sight. Moreover, Zhou Jie was surprised to find that the mountains, rivers, and seas below were especially huge. The mountains were generally tens of thousands of meters tall, and a river was about 1,000 meters in diameter. The seas were even more terrifying. There was no end to it. However, Zhou Jie did not lament for long. Soon, he flew to the ground. Feeling the changes in gravity and air around him, he could not help but feel that the environment of the Imperial Blood Realm was very suitable for the survival of ordinary creatures. Zhou Jie first landed at the foot of a mountain. In front of him was a mountain stream. After admiring the scenery in front of him for a while, he thought about his next step. With a thought, his perception spread out and quickly covered a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. However, with such a vast range of perception, Zhou Jie was only able to sense a certain level of fluctuation. The aura exuded by some experts was enough to reach this level. Zhou Jie was only able to sense this small portion of existences. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Jie frowned. Although he had found the target he was looking for, he found that there were only 3 such targets in a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. This made him a little speechless. After all, the standard of his perception was not high. It was enough for him to sense around the Lord level. In the end, Zhou Jie randomly chose a target and hurried over. In less than 3 breaths of time, Zhou Jie descended above an ancient country's capital. Zhou Jie first randomly chose a person in the capital and learned the language of the capital through reading his memory. Not only that, but he also learned about this ancient country and some information about the Imperial Blood Realm nearby. In this person's memory, the ancient country he was in was called the Solitary Empire. It was founded by a powerful expert called Emperor Duguhan Xiao. Apart from this, he also knew that there were other powerful ancient countries and factions in the distance, but he did not know what they were exactly. According to Zhou Jie's perception, Emperor Duguhan Xiao was in a secret room in the imperial palace of the capital. He was cultivating with a treasure. Without saying anything, Zhou Jie directly entered the palace where Han Yixiao was and directly asked him to come out of the underground secret room. When Han Yixiao heard Zhou Jie's voice transmission, he was naturally shocked. After coming back to his senses, he immediately came out of the secret room. Seeing Zhou Jie, Han Yixiao was clearly stunned. This was because he immediately sensed Zhou Jie, but he found that there was nothing where Zhou Jie was standing. This made him realize that Zhou Jie's strength had far surpassed his. "Senior, may I know why you are looking for this junior?" Han Yixiao asked Zhou Jie very respectfully. Zhou Jie directly asked, "Who is the strongest person you know? Do you know where he is?" Han Yixiao could not help but be stunned by Zhou Jie's sudden question. However, in the next second, he reacted and hurriedly replied, "Oh, this junior's knowledge is limited. If you want to talk about the strongest person, this junior knows that it is the Emperor of Han Lu Shi, who is the ruler of the Great Han territory." When Zhou Jie heard this, he could not help but ask again, "You mean that your empire belongs to the Great Han territory?" "Ah, yes." When Han Yixiao heard this, he felt that Zhou Jie seemed to know nothing about geography and could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. Zhou Jie did not care about Han Yixiao's feelings. He immediately asked, "Where is this Lu Shi? Do you have a map to where he is?" Han Yixiao was stunned again by this question, but he immediately replied, "There is a map. Senior, please wait for a moment. I will go get it for you." After a while, Han Yixiao returned to the underground secret room to retrieve a dark yellow parchment and handed it to Zhou Jie. After reading it, Zhou Jie could not help but nod. He then returned the parchment to Han Yixiao and said, "Thank you," before instantly disappearing. According to the map in his mind, Zhou Jie spent 4 hours rushing and finally arrived at his destination a million li away, Hanzhong's Heavenly Pillar City. Looking from afar, Hanzhong's Heavenly Pillar City was extremely vast and majestic. In the center of the city was a golden pillar that reached up to the sky. The visual impact was extremely strong, and the name, Heavenly Pillar, could be said to be true to its name. Zhou Jie had already sensed the so-called Emperor of Hanzhong, Lu Shi. In Hanzhong's Heavenly Pillar City, there were dozens of existences that had reached Han Yixiao's level of cultivation. However, one of them was especially strong. He was at the level of a 6th-layer domain master, and there was no doubt that it was Lu Shi. When Zhou Jie arrived at the inner city of Hanzhong's Heavenly Pillar City, he discovered that there were some extraordinary formations. If he was still at the level of a lord, he would have to be wary of them. However, there was no need for that now. Without activating the formations above Heavenly Pillar City, Zhou Jie silently snuck into the palace hall where Lu Shi was. At that time, Lu Shi was watching the sword fight between two young men. Of course, Zhou Jie was not in the mood to care about this. After hiding in the hall, he sent a message to Lu Shi to the back hall. Lu Shi's expression changed, and he immediately stopped the fight between the two young men. Qing Shu, Jinyu, I have a friend here. Let's call it a day. You two go back. I will teach you when I have time. Hearing this, the two young men immediately withdrew their swords and retreated. Lu Shi followed Zhou Jie's message and came to the back hall of the palace. Zhou Jie had already sat down at the tea table in the center of the back hall. He was pouring tea for himself. Sensing Lu Shi's arrival, he said without raising his head, "You are Lu Shi, right? Sit." Hearing this, Lu Shi was quite shocked. However, on the surface, he forced himself to be calm and walked towards Zhou Jie. He replied, "Yes. May I ask who you are?" "I'm just a passerby. I'm here to ask you about the situation of the Emperor Bloodfield," Zhou Jie said, still not raising his head to look at Lu Shi. When Lu Shi heard this, he suddenly understood. He knew that Zhou Jie might have come from the outside world. After all, he had lived for a long time and had seen too many people. He happened to meet a cultivator from the outside world before, and he even had a good relationship with him. But later, that person disappeared without a trace, and he had never appeared again. Therefore, Lu Shi thought for a while and said to Zhou Jie, "I see. Senior, you should be from the outside world, right? Because only people from the outside world call this place Emperor Bloodfield." Hearing this, Zhou Jie finally looked at Lu Shi and nodded. "Yes, I'm from the outside world. It seems that you know a lot. Tell me about it." Chapter 350. Since Zhou Jie spoke so bluntly, Lu Shi also said, "Okay, then this junior will tell senior what I know about this world. However, I've only heard about some of it. I think some of it is credible, but there are some that this junior doesn't know whether it's true or not. There's no harm in saying it. I'll verify it myself." Zhou Jie replied indifferently when he heard this. After hearing Zhou Jie's words, Lu Shi said tirelessly, "According to what you said, our world is called the Emperor Blood Realm. In fact, I can understand this name, because it is said that this world is mainly made up of Jiutian Shidi, and all of this was caused by a terrifying battle in ancient times." When Zhou Jie heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised, because what Lu Shi said was directly related to the origin of the Emperor Blood Realm. This was much more than what Zhou Jie expected Lu Shi to know. Zhou Jie was not only surprised by this, but also by the ancient war and Jiutian Shidi that Lu Shi mentioned. Lu Shi had already continued. It is said that a long time ago, this world was a complete world, but for some reason, a group of extremely terrifying experts caused a great war in this world. In the end, this world was shattered and turned into the current Jiutian Shidi, which is what you call the Emperor Blood Realm now. The so-called Jiutian Shidi is said to be the main part of the original world after it was shattered. Jiutian refers to the 9 huge stars, and Shidi refers to the continent where you and I are. However, to be precise, the continent we are on cannot be considered Shidi, but the other continents outside of Shidi. It is also the leftover material of Jiutian Shidi after the original world was shattered. When Zhou Jie heard this, he finally realized the vastness of the Emperor Blood Realm. Back then, he had only seen the general shape of the Emperor Blood Realm from who knows how many light years away. When he had arrived at the edge of the Emperor Blood Realm, it was actually a small piece of debris after the plate was broken. However, at that time, he was close, and the debris was also extremely large, causing him to think that he had arrived on a larger piece of plate that he had seen from afar. Zhou Jie's reaction only lasted for a moment, and Lu Shi continued. I am ashamed to say that although I am the emperor of this Edge continent and almost have no opponents in the entire Edge continent, after I went to Juqian City, I found that I was nothing there at all. Only someone as strong as you can dominate Juqian City. Moreover, the continent I went to, one of the so-called City, was much more chaotic than my Edge continent. It could be said that there were thousands of races and thousands of sects competing for supremacy. It was completely based on strength. The competition between different races was extremely cruel. In some barbaric races, there was almost no sympathy to speak of. I deeply understand this. Speaking of this, Lu Shi seemed to have thought of something and sighed with emotion. He even shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Zhou Jie could not help but sigh. Even as an expert, many things in the past were unbearable to recall. When he recalled it, he could not help but sigh. However, Lu Shi noticed a slight change in Zhou Jie's expression. He thought that he had said too much and made Zhou Jie unhappy. So he immediately said, Sorry, I misspoke. Continue to tell me about the situation of the Emperor Blood Realm. Zhou Jie didn't think much of it. He nodded his head and said, Okay, go on. Then, Lu Shi told Zhou Jie a lot of his knowledge. After listening, Zhou Jie could not help but deepen his understanding of the Juqian City of the Emperor Blood Realm. Although this understanding was limited by Lu Shi's experience and was only superficial, for an outsider like Zhou Jie, he was still completely satisfied. After understanding the general situation of the Emperor Blood Realm that Lu Shi knew, Zhou Jie nodded with satisfaction, and then he asked, Do you have any doubts about your cultivation now? Lu Shi was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that Zhou Jie was prepared to guide him in his cultivation, so he immediately spoke of all his doubts about his current cultivation. After Zhou Jie finished listening to Lu Shi's questions, he couldn't help but nod in his heart. He felt that Lu Shi really deserved to be an existence that could dominate this entire continent. Even though Lu Shi hadn't attained the Imperial Monarch realm, Lu Shi had his own understanding and grasp of the laws, and Lu Shi was practically only a step away from the Imperial Monarch realm and becoming an Imperial Monarch. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Jie was unable to answer and guide Lu Shi's cultivation difficulties. Therefore, after answering the questions that he could answer, Zhou Jie gave some suggestions on cultivation for the other questions that were difficult to guide. It could be said that he had done his best. Lu Shi was very pleased with this, and he actually wanted to kneel down and thank Zhou Jie on the spot. However, Zhou Jie stopped him with a faint smile, and then he turned into a bolt of lightning and left. After having a better understanding of the Emperor Bloodfield, Zhou Jie went to one of the closest 10 lands, planning to further search for the area that the treasure map pointed to. After Kakashi's translation and annotation of the treasure map, Zhou Jie could already understand it completely. However, after learning from Lu Shi, Zhou Jie found that although the area drawn on the treasure map should not be small, it could not be smaller than the entire Emperor Bloodfield. After all, Lu Shi's Edge continent was millions of kilometers in diameter, and the size of the 10 lands was even more unimaginable. The area drawn on the treasure map was not even the size of an ancient country. Searching for it was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Therefore, Zhou Jie did not think of asking Lu Shi about some of the places on the treasure map. After all, if he knew, it would be no different from seeing ghosts. Zhou Jie did not even think that he would know. After leaving the Edge continent, where Lu Shi was, Zhou Jie entered a white void. If the 10 lands of the Emperor Bloodfield were still compared to a broken plate, this place was equivalent to the gap between the pieces of the plate. Inside, Zhou Jie could not help but agree with Lu Shi. The Emperor Bloodfield used to be a complete world a long time ago, with a special world law. However, now that it had been broken into such a state, The original world law had been weakened a lot, but it still maintained the current state of the Emperor blood field to a certain extent, preventing it from completely collapsing. There was an invisible force in this white void that was maintaining it, which made it difficult for those below the level of Lord to stay in this void for a long time. Zhou Jie spent half a day traveling through the white void unhurriedly and finally arrived at the continent that Lu Shi had told him about, one of the 10 lands. The universal energy here is clearly higher than the continent where Lu Shi was. Zhou Jie thought to himself as soon as he arrived at the continent of the 10 lands. Then, as usual, he began to travel in a straight line in one direction. Along the way, he looked for more powerful existences to ask about his final destination, the area indicated on the treasure map. Zhou Jie flew for more than half an hour before he found a suitable Lord-level human cultivator to ask. Previously, he had found a non-human Lord-level cultivator, but it seemed that he was in seclusion, so Zhou Jie did not disturb him. Zhou Jie asked the Lord-tier human cultivator about a location on the treasure map. Unsurprisingly, the other party knew nothing about it. Hence, Zhou Jie changed the topic and asked him about the strongest person on this side. In the end, Zhou Jie found out from this human cultivator that the strongest expert in the vicinity was a Xeno race expert called the Crimson Devil King, but he wasn't at the Imperial Monarch realm. Zhou Jie asked the human cultivator if he knew the location of an Imperial Monarch realm expert, and the human cultivator directly replied that he didn't know. According to the direction the human cultivator pointed, Zhou Jie rushed to the territory of the Crimson Demon King. Not long after, Zhou Jie appeared in the depths of a black mountain range. The Crimson Demon King was in a cave in the middle of the mountain range, and it was having sex. However, Zhou Jie had lived for so long that he was not embarrassed. He immediately flew down and prepared to enter the cave where the Crimson Demon King was. However, just as Zhou Jie entered the cave, the Crimson Demon King in the cave had just finished its sex. Then it actually bit off the head of the foreign race woman in its arms and started to chew it. Zhou Jie sensed this scene, and his pupils involuntarily shrank. He quickly appeared in front of the Crimson Demon King, and immediately noticed that there were a large number of bones piled up on both sides of the cave. The majority of them were foreign race bones, but there were also many human bones, and they were all female. Zhou Jie's sudden appearance gave the Crimson Demon King a fright, but it could not sense Zhou Jie's aura. The Crimson Demon King immediately realized something and hurriedly swallowed the head in its mouth, threw the corpse in its arms to the side, and quickly stood up and bowed. This junior is the third disciple of the Azura Demon Emperor. May I ask what Senior wants? Zhou Jie's eyes were originally flashing with anger, and he was about to explode in the next second. But when he heard this, he suddenly suppressed it and asked, "Where is the Azura Demon Emperor? Do you have a map?" The Crimson Demon King was stunned when it heard this, and for a moment, it actually did not know how to answer. However, when Zhou Jie saw this, he suddenly released the pressure of his Imperial Lord realm domain, causing the hesitating Crimson Demon King's expression to instantly change, and he hurriedly answered, "Yes, there is a map. May I ask why Senior is looking for my master? Do you want me to contact him in advance?" Give me the map." Before he got the map, Zhou Jie restrained himself from flaring up, and even reluctantly responded with an "in." When the Crimson Demon King saw this, it felt a little bad in its heart, but in front of an Imperial Lord realm powerhouse, how could it dare to be rash? In the end, the Crimson Demon King obediently gave a map to Zhou Jie. After Zhou Jie looked at it, his eyes flashed, showing his satisfaction with the map. Then Zhou Jie raised his head, looked coldly at the Crimson Demon King, and said indifferently, "You can die now." "What?" The Crimson Demon King was shocked when it heard this, and hurriedly wanted to make a move. But what kind of strength did Zhou Jie have? After the Crimson Demon King reacted, its figure could not even move a meter before its soul was directly shattered, and it died on the ground. Chapter 351. After insta-killing the Crimson Demon King, Zhou Jie scanned the vicinity of his lair with a thought and killed a few of his subordinates who were equally tyrannical and bloodthirsty. However, Zhou Jie also knew that he could not eliminate all evil here, so after shaking his head slightly, he flashed away. Flying in the air, Zhou Jie took out the map he got from the Crimson Demon King and looked at it carefully. In the end, he decided to go to the Purgatory Heaven and Earth, where the Azura Demon Emperor was. Purgatory Heaven and Earth. Sounds like a place that shouldn't exist, Zhou Jie thought as he sped up toward the Purgatory Heaven and Earth. About 3 days later, Zhou Jie arrived at the so-called Purgatory Heaven and Earth. This was an extremely barren and dark area. As far as the eye could see, it was all dark and cold rocky land and mountain ranges. There was not a single blade of grass growing, and there were no living creatures. Zhou Jie found that this place was affected by a kind of power of law, and it was also filled with a cold aura that could cause people to have violent desires. It was a smell, but it didn't have a taste, but it was something else that couldn't be described. It was mainly affected by the power of law, so Zhou Jie could only describe it by feeling. Of course, this cold aura didn't have any effect on Zhou Jie, so Zhou Jie didn't pay much attention to it. He frowned and continued to fly forward at a low altitude. A few minutes later, Zhou Jie's perception found that there was an intricate group of buildings and a large number of living creatures underground in this area. Zhou Jie was surprised by this, so he went to investigate. The entrance to the underground space was located at a huge formation plate engraved on the ground. By slightly activating this formation plate, it would activate the simple formation setup and automatically open the passage to the underground. Out of curiosity, coupled with the strong isolation of perception on the surface of the ground, Zhou Jie opened the formation plate on the surface of the ground with a thought. A pitch-black hole appeared, and below it was a flight of stone stairs that led straight to the depths of the ground. Then Zhou Jie flashed into it, and the formation plate on the ground automatically closed. Zhou Jie followed the stone stairs to the bottom of the road. In front of him was a semicircular passage with a diameter of 6 to 7 meters. At the end of the passage was a bright exit, but the light was red. Zhou Jie stepped out of the tunnel that was more than 10 meters long and officially entered the underground world. Zhou Jie walked out of the passage and saw a dark circular platform. The front part of the platform was connected to 3 straight floating paths, all the way to a huge black city more than 100 meters away. Zhou Jie didn't think too much about it. He took a step forward and teleported to the sky above the city on the opposite side. He then looked down. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but as soon as he did, Zhou Jie's pupils shrank. In the huge city, licentious and cruel things were happening everywhere. In some places, there were even alien races killing people, but the alien races seemed to be enjoying it. After killing, they laughed heartily and even asked for rewards from the surrounding onlookers. The scene was happy and harmonious. In the eyes of the human race, all this was the ugliest side of human nature. But in this alien city, it was completely exposed and even became a normal thing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zhou Jie would have never imagined it, let alone understand it. Soon, Zhou Jie noticed an extraordinarily huge building in the center of the city. Its shape was similar to the Colosseum in ancient Rome. Zhou Jie just released his perception and sensed the situation inside. He found that it was an arena called the Shura Arena. In the Shura Arena, a bloody and cruel slaughtering competition was going on. According to the rules, in every batch of competitors, only the last one who slaughtered until the end would be able to survive, the rest would naturally die, and obtain the qualifications for the final test. Those who passed the test would be able to obtain the title of King of Slaughtering and become a figure standing at the peak of this underground world. Zhou Jie knew that this kind of situation had been going on in this city for a long time. Therefore, although he wanted to take action to change everything, he held back in the end. As the saying went, treating the symptoms but not the root cause, it was all in vain. In this underground world, most of the creatures were cruel and heartless. Unless he basically wiped out all the creatures in this underground world, Zhou Jie didn't know what to do. In this way, he decided to consider solving this problem from the source. Therefore, Zhou Jie left the underground space as if he had never been here. But his heart was burning with anger, causing his eyes to brighten and take people's souls. Zhou Jie's angry state was the same as before. There was no obvious anger on his face, but it was extremely cold and calm. After leaving the underground world, Zhou Jie's target was naturally the Azura Demon Emperor. If possible, Zhou Jie even wanted to kill him very much. He didn't believe that the creatures in Purgatory World were bloodthirsty, cruel, and heartless, and had nothing to do with the Azura Demon Emperor. On the contrary, Zhou Jie felt that there must be a great connection. The Purgatory World was extremely wide. On the way to find the Azura Demon Emperor, Zhou Jie actually discovered a few more underground spaces. At first, Zhou Jie still resisted, but later on, he really couldn't resist and went to another underground space to take a look. In the end, he discovered that there was also a killing arena inside, and it was no different from the first one. In other words, those underground spaces that Zhou Jie discovered on the way were very likely similar, or even exactly the same. In this way, Zhou Jie really couldn't imagine some things, and also completely understood why this area was called Purgatory World. It turned out that it was really like Purgatory. In the depths of the center of Purgatory World, there was a huge stone palace. It was completely black and extremely gloomy. In the depths of the palace's main hall, there was a throne pieced together by countless skeletons. Below the throne was a high platform piled up by countless skeletons. The ground in front of the platform was paved with a road carpet piled up by countless skeletons, and it led all the way to the palace gate 200 meters away. At this moment, an extremely handsome young man was sitting on the throne of skeletons. His face was extremely delicate, his ears were pointed, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing one side of his sharp teeth. He was wearing a well-ironed black outfit that was a bit like a suit, making him look like a vampire count, noble and elegant. On both sides of the young man's throne of skeletons, there was a beautiful human woman with a hot figure, but wearing revealing clothes waiting for his orders. The young man was holding a bronze wine cup, and from time to time, he would sip the scarlet liquid in the cup. He looked at the row of creatures kneeling on the skeleton carpet below with a fake smile on his face. Some of these creatures were humans, some are from other races, and there were even rare cosmic creatures. For example, there was a stone life form, which was generally a life form that was specially produced in the universe and didn't belong to any race. This young man was naturally the Azura Demon Emperor. At this moment, after he scanned and carefully sensed the row of creatures below the platform for a while, he said with a smile, "Yes, you were able to obtain the title of King of Slaughter in your respective cities, which already shows your talent. However, my requirements are very high, and I also like people with luck, so..." At this point, the Azura Demon Emperor unhurriedly took a sip of the liquid in the cup in his hand before continuing, "Among the 20 of you, only one will be able to survive. The one who survives will be put in an important position by me. The rest of you who die will be useless trash." After saying this, the Azura Demon Emperor drank the liquid in his cup in one gulp, and the smile on his face became even brighter. However, he said, "Don't just stand there, let's begin." Although the Azura Demon Emperor didn't specify when to begin, his meaning was very clear. The hands of each of these 20 kings of slaughter were stained with immeasurable amounts of blood, and their hearts had long been consumed by the thought of slaughter. Therefore, as soon as the Azura Demon Emperor's last sentence fell, these 20 kings of slaughter all moved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first reaction of these 20 creatures wasn't to attack any one of them. Instead, they all simultaneously distanced themselves from the others. After distancing themselves from each other, the 20 creatures fell into a stalemate for a few seconds. They quickly sensed each other and looked for targets that seemed easy to attack, or a weakness of one side. When a stalemate reached the 5th second, the stone life form was the first to launch an attack, and it swung its fists toward a lithe and graceful woman to its left. However, The woman's reaction was extremely fast, and she dodged the stone life form's attack like a ghost. Moreover, she flashed behind the stone life form and kicked the back of its neck. However, the stone life form's defense was extremely frightening. Although the woman was fast, her attack power was relatively weak, and this kick didn't affect the stone life form in the slightest. The stone life form turned around and attacked with its fists, forcing the woman back step by step. With the stone life form and the stone life form taking the lead, the remaining 18 creatures tacitly found the nearest target, and it just so happened that 10 of them were fighting in pairs. For a time, the battle was in full swing. The smile on the Azura Demon Emperor's face became even wider as he saw this. He slightly swayed the empty cup in his hand, and a maid beside him instantly stepped forward and filled the cup with a crimson liquid. The Azura Demon Emperor took another sip of the liquid in his cup, and he was watching the 20 creatures kill each other with great interest. All of a sudden, his expression changed, and he sat up straight. On the other side, Zhou Jie sensed the Azura Demon Emperor's aura, and he charged directly into the palace's main hall aggressively. The defensive spell formations around the palace were practically non-existent. In the next second, Zhou Jie's figure appeared in the air above the Azura Demon Emperor's main hall, and his eyes swept over the 20 creatures that were fighting below him. A few bolts of lightning visible to the naked eye flashed past, and the bodies of the 20 creatures all exploded, instantly dying. The Azura Demon Emperor looked on coldly as Zhou Jie did all this, but he didn't move to stop him. Only when Zhou Jie finished doing all this and looked at him and met his eyes did the Azura Demon Emperor suppress the fury in his heart, and he asked, "Who are you, sir? You're so arrogant as to attack my people. Could it be that you're looking for trouble?" Chapter 352. Zhou Jie was non-committal when he heard this. Although he indeed wanted to kill the Azura Demon Emperor, he didn't have absolute confidence that he could kill the Azura Demon Emperor. Thus, he decided to act according to the established plan. Thus, Zhou Jie avoided the Azura Demon Emperor's question and asked first, "Do you know where the Mirror Sea Lake is?" The Azura Demon Emperor was stunned when he heard this. He was quite disgusted by Zhou Jie's random question. However, considering that the other party was on the same level as him, he continued to be patient and said, "I do know where the Mirror Sea Lake is, but the question is, why should I tell you?" Zhou Jie wasn't surprised by the Azura Demon Emperor's answer. He said indifferently, "If you don't tell me, I'll beat you until you do." The smile on the Azura Demon Emperor's face instantly froze when he heard this. Moreover, his expression became extremely cold and ugly in the next second. The Azura Demon Emperor was furious. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he wanted nothing more than to eat Zhou Jie in one bite. However, they were both at the initial stage of the monarch tier. Even if the Azura Demon Emperor could sense that Zhou Jie's aura was slightly weaker than his, the Azura Demon Emperor had lived for so long that he knew that it was best not to provoke elites at the same level as him. Thus, even if Zhou Jie was so rude to him, the Azura Demon Emperor was still furious. However, he gritted his teeth and said, "This emperor has roamed the 9th mainland for many years, and I've never seen a junior as arrogant as you. Very well, since you want to fight, how about this? Take 3 moves from this emperor. If you're still in the hall after 3 moves, this emperor will tell you the location of the Mirror Sea Lake. Otherwise, don't be ungrateful and scram." However, although the Azura Demon Emperor said this, he had already made up his mind. If he felt that Zhou Jie's strength was obviously inferior to his after probing, then he would continue to attack and kill Zhou Jie directly to prevent future troubles. Of course, if Zhou Jie really managed to block 3 of his moves without much difficulty, the Azura Demon Emperor would decide that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He would tell Zhou Jie the location of the Mirror Sea Lake and send him on his way. And in the face of such a suggestion from the Azura Demon Emperor, although Zhou Jie's expression did not change, he was actually very happy in his heart. After all, this was exactly what he wanted. If he felt that the Azura Demon Emperor's strength was far inferior to his own, then after 3 moves, he would naturally be able to continue his attack and kill the Azura Demon Emperor after obtaining the information he wanted. As for the possibility that he would be knocked out of the palace by the Azura Demon Emperor within 3 moves, Zhou Jie really did not consider this possibility at all. Therefore, Zhou Jie immediately agreed. All right, 3 moves. Come on. Seeing Zhou Jie agree, the corners of the Azura Demon Emperor's lips finally curled up into a sly smile, and he said, 3 moves. I won't hold back, so don't die just like that. In the face of such provocation from the Azura Demon Emperor, Zhou Jie's expression was still indifferent, and he said, You really talk a lot of nonsense. Zhou Jie's casual reply caused the Azura Demon Emperor's expression to darken again. This time, he did not say another word. His eyes were deep and cold as he stared at Zhou Jie for a few seconds. Suddenly, he launched an attack. Hoochie. At the same time that the Azura Demon Emperor disappeared from where he was standing, a light blue domain of fire descended upon the palace and engulfed Zhou Jie within. The temperature of the blue flames was as high as 10,000 degrees Celsius. If it had been before Zhou Jie had broken through to the monarch realm, he probably would not have been able to react in time and would have been turned into ashes within a few breaths' time. However, now that Zhou Jie had become a monarch realm, although the Azura Demon Emperor's manifestation and release of this nomological domain was very sudden, Zhou Jie had long since sensed the fluctuations of the nomological domain. Thus, in the instant that the blue domain of fire engulfed him, Zhou Jie also released the power of lightning to protect himself. At the same time, 2 lightning chains appeared in his hands and lashed out at the approaching Azura Demon Emperor. The Azura Demon Emperor was also quite surprised by Zhou Jie's swift reaction. Fortunately, he was the main attacker, and he had already used a big move at the beginning. Thus, when faced with Zhou Jie's twin lightning whips, the Azura Demon Emperor opened his mouth and spat out a blazing white bead. This bead was a monarch tool, and it was extremely powerful. It instantly broke through Zhou Jie's twin lightning whips and smashed toward his chest. Zhou Jie's twin lightning whips were broken, but he did not panic in the slightest. He instantly used the lightning haste, and his figures suddenly transformed into several hundred figures that retreated in unison. At the same time, he used the 6 Pulses divine sword and fiercely clashed with a blazing white bead. Dong! Even though the 2 of them had deliberately suppressed the fluctuations of their battle, this collision still caused the whole palace to rumble. It was as if it could collapse at any moment. Faced with the might of a monarch tool, the 6 Pulses divine bracelet was naturally no match for it. Even though Zhou Jie had used the essence of his flying sword, the result was still no match for the Azura Demon Emperor. The 6 divine swords were sent flying back, and they were all lifeless. Zhou Jie directly withdrew them back into a bracelet and wore it on his wrist. However, the blazing white bead was still blocked. Thus, the Azura Demon Emperor's first move could be considered to have passed. However, the Azura Demon Emperor followed closely behind the bead and immediately pushed the bead toward Zhou Jie. Under his full power, the surrounding flames all gathered toward Zhou Jie and gave Zhou Jie an immense pressure. Zhou Jie's expression became cold, and he used the star transformation. His body instantly enlarged by 2 times, and starlight swirled around his body. It was incredibly dazzling and naturally exuded a terrifying might. Then, under the astonished gaze of the Azura Demon Emperor, Zhou Jie's bare hands collided with the blazing white bead. At that time, the Azura Demon Emperor was beyond astonished. However, his astonishment stemmed from the fact that he thought Zhou Jie was seeking death. To face the might of the monarch tool he controlled head-on, unless his opponent's strength was overwhelmingly superior to his own. Otherwise, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, in the next second, the Azura Demon Emperor's astonishment was practically, under his perception, Zhou Jie had actually used his bare hands to shake the blazing white bead he controlled. Moreover, he had actually guided its might to one side. Then, Zhou Jie even acted as if nothing had happened, and his hand reached out toward the Azura Demon Emperor. The terrifying sharpness contained in his palm made the Azura Demon Emperor not dare to face it head-on. In a moment of desperation, the Azura Demon Emperor took out a long purple ruler and blocked Zhou Jie's palm strike. His whole person was sent flying back. Zhou Jie didn't chase after him. That was because he only needed to receive 3 attacks from the Azura Demon Emperor. There was no need for him to chase after him. However, at this time, Zhou Jie's initial worries had already vanished. That was because through the exchange of blows just now, he discovered that although his cultivation level was slightly lower than the Azura Demon Emperor's, in terms of actual battle prowess, he was much stronger than the Azura Demon Emperor. Don't forget that Zhou Jie still hadn't used his Monarch tool, yet the Azura Demon Emperor had already been forced to use his second weapon. On the other side, the Azura Demon Emperor was extremely shocked after being sent flying by Zhou Jie. However, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he only had a serious expression on his face. Then, the Azura Demon Emperor said, "Very good. This emperor has underestimated you. I thought your cultivation level was too low, so I only used half of my strength. However, with the strength you've displayed, it's really difficult for this emperor to send you flying out of the palace with my third attack unless I tear down my own palace. How about this? Even if you receive 3 attacks from this emperor will tell you the location of the Mirror Sea Lake, as I said." Then, the Azura Demon Emperor described the route to the Mirror Sea Lake to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie immediately took out the map he had obtained from the Crimson Demon King, a partial map of the 9th continent, and compared it with the map. He confirmed that the Azura Demon Emperor's words were correct. Although the location of the Mirror Sea Lake wasn't marked on the map, when the Azura Demon Emperor mentioned the Mirror Sea Lake, he also mentioned another location on the treasure map. With this, Zhou Jie finally confirmed the location of the entrance to the treasure trove indicated on the treasure map. Now, he didn't have to worry about killing the Azura Demon Emperor anymore. However, before he made his move, Zhou Jie thought for a moment and still asked, "Azura Demon Emperor, why do you want the living beings of the purgatory to kill each other?" The Azura Demon Emperor was stunned when he heard this. He only felt extremely puzzled by Zhou Jie's question. Asking him this? Baffling. You're asking this? Huh. After the Azura Demon Emperor came to his senses, he only felt that it was funny, but he still gave a simple answer. This emperor is merely bored, so I'm using this method to train a few subordinates. Why? Are you interested as well? When Zhou Jie heard this answer, the cold light in his eyes became even more piercingly cold. Then he spat out a sentence. "I'm interested in killing you." "What did you say?" The Azura Demon Emperor turned pale with fright when he heard this. He even suspected that he had misheard. However, in the next second, Zhou Jie's actions made the Azura Demon Emperor certain that he hadn't misheard. "Die." Zhou Jie directly shouted and directly used the Monarch tier, Azura Illusory Realm. The Azura Demon Emperor was instantly enraged. Zhou Jie really didn't take him seriously at all. He actually said that he would kill him, and those who didn't know would think that he was killing a chicken. This was really tolerable. What else can I tolerate? Thus, in the instant that Zhou Jie made his move, the Azura Demon Emperor also reacted and attacked. At a distance of 100 meters, the 2 Monarch tier weapons instantly collided, erupting with a terrifying power. As a result, both sides pushed their Monarch tier weapons upward at the same time, taking advantage of the momentum of the collision. However, Zhou Jie and the Azura Demon Emperor very tacitly didn't take advantage of the momentum to retreat. Instead, they chose to fight in close combat. The Azura Demon Emperor indeed didn't use his full strength just now, and now that he chose to fight in close combat with Zhou Jie, he used a strengthening secret technique. His whole body was like a melted metal body, dazzling and brilliant, and the power that erupted from him was obviously stronger than before. However, in the instant that Zhou Jie took out his main weapon, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Primordial 8 Slashes, Infinite 100 Slashes. The Primordial 8 Slashes was a top-grade Monarch tier weapon, and it contained a powerful heavenly flame, the primordial flames of the universe. Thus, it possessed unparalleled power, and even Zhou Jie could only barely activate a portion of it. However, even this portion was far from what the Azura Demon Emperor could block. Infinite 100 Slashes, First Slash. The Azura Demon Emperor's purple ruler weapon directly broke, causing the Azura Demon Emperor to be dumbfounded. Second Slash. In reality, the Azura Demon Emperor was already sent flying by the first slash, and he wanted to flee in panic. However, his movements weren't as fast as Zhou Jie's saber slash, and the Azura Demon Emperor had no choice but to block with his hands. His hands were instantly pulverized. No, the Azura Demon Emperor couldn't help but panic, and he screamed involuntarily. However, Zhou Jie's third slash mercilessly landed, directly severely wounding him, and even his body was torn into pieces. Fourth slash, the Azura Demon Emperor dead. Chapter 353. Seeing the remains of the Azura Demon Emperor's upper body being burned into nothingness by the Primordial 8 Slashes, Zhou Jie couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The might of the Primordial 8 Slashes was indeed terrifying. With it, Zhou Jie's battle prowess could almost double. Without the Primordial 8 Slashes, with the strength displayed by the Azura Demon Emperor, even if Zhou Jie could defeat him, he wouldn't be able to completely crush him. Killing him would be even more difficult. But once the Primordial 8 Slashes was used, just 4 attacks with superimposed might directly kill the Azura Demon Emperor. The difference between before and after was obvious. Of course, before Zhou Jie broke through to Monarch, the Infinite 100 Slashes could be superimposed to a dozen or so slashes. But now that he used the Primordial 8 Slashes to execute the Infinite 100 Slashes, Zhou Jie was aware that it was impossible for him to achieve 8 slashes. However, the superimposed might of each slash was also much stronger than before. Overall, the percentage increase in power of the ultimate slashes was still greatly increased. Zhou Jie didn't feel too much joy after killing the Azura Demon Emperor, nor did he continue to slaughter his subordinates. He only carved a line of words in the palace. Those who kill indiscriminately will be killed by Tian Heng. Zhou Jie used the Primordial 8 Slashes to write these few words, and each word exuded a terrifying might. For a short period of time, no one below Monarch level could get close. After doing all this, Zhou Jie headed to the Mirror Lake Ocean. That was precisely the vicinity of the entrance indicated on the treasure map. By the time Zhou Jie arrived at the Mirror Sea Lake, it was already more than 10 days later. He first spent a few hours to find the locations marked on the treasure map in reality. There were a total of 5 locations. They were the island in the center of the Mirror Sea Lake, the ancient blood tree in the Autumn Rin Mountain, the cave halfway up the cliff, the weeping river Demonestone, and a statue in the ancient earth plane. According to the instructions on the treasure map, Zhou Jie needed to activate these 5 locations with specific simple marks. Then, the entrance to the treasure would appear at the junction between the Mirror Sea Lake and the Autumn Rin Mountain. However, after inspecting all of this, Zhou Jie couldn't help but worry about a problem. The distance between these 5 places was even greater than what Zhou Jie had imagined. How big of a commotion would it cause when the entrances to these 5 places were activated? If this attracted some imperial monarchs, then the consequences... Zhou Jie didn't know what the consequences would be, so he decided to investigate the surroundings of the 5 places before opening the entrance to make sure that he knew what might happen when the entrance opened. After a few minutes of exploration, Zhou Jie discovered that this area was very desolate. There were absolutely no traces of people. With the Mirror Lake Sea as the center, there were no animals within a radius of 500 miles. The only plant life was at Mount Akiran. However, just as Zhou Jie planned to explore the surroundings for a while more, he discovered a mountain in the distance. Originally, there was nothing special about this mountain. Although there were plants and other animals, Zhou Jie didn't care about them at all. However, when Zhou Jie casually scanned the top of the mountain with his perception, Zhou Jie's heart suddenly thumped. Then, Zhou Jie sensed the top of the mountain again. As a result, his expression became a little ugly. There was an imperial monarch on the top of the mountain. Zhou Jie was simply speechless. In the outside world, one might not be able to find one or two imperial monarchs in an entire star field. However, in the imperial blood domain, just in the area that Zhou Jie passed by on the ninth continent, he had discovered 3. He had even sensed one on the way. Even if an imperial monarch is thousands of miles away, if the opening of the entrance causes a huge commotion, he will still be able to detect it easily. This is great. Zhou Jie sighed inwardly. For a moment, he was worried that he couldn't think of a good solution. But soon, Zhou Jie had an idea. He thought that he could set up a formation to isolate the fluctuations released when the entrance opened. With this idea, Zhou Jie quickly took action. He turned around and returned to the Mirror Lake Sea. After that, Zhou Jie began to study the formation to isolate fluctuations according to the characteristics of the 5 places. Fortunately, this formation wasn't particularly difficult. He didn't even need any formation materials to set it up successfully. Therefore, on the 9th day after he started studying, Zhou Jie finished setting up the formation and completed the test of the formation's effect. All right, I can open the entrance now. The formations test was correct. Zhou Jie could not help but excitedly mutter to himself. With a flash, he arrived at the weeping river that was closest to him. The weeping river's water was light yellow and rather calm. The Demonis stone protruded from the middle of a riverbed. It was named after its strange shape, resembling a Demonis. However, the Demonis stone clearly did not exist naturally. It had been engraved with laws, or it would not have existed in perfect condition until now. Zhou Jie arrived in the air above the Demonis stone. After carefully sensing it, he chose to engrave a mark in the middle of the Demonis stone. The power of laws on the Demonis stone immediately surged out and devoured the mark. In the next second, the Demonis stone turned completely red. The invisible power of laws extended in 2 specific directions: the transverse cliff and the ancient earth plane. Zhou Jie followed the planned sequence and went to the ancient earth plane. He activated the sculptures there, then the Mirror Lake Sea, the Autumn Rin Mountain, and finally the transverse cliff. After the 5 places were activated, the fluctuations in the 5 directions connected, completely activating the power of laws in the 5 places. Suddenly, 5 pillars of light shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they tore apart the isolation formation set up by Zhou Jie and gathered together to form a halo. Zhou Jie was speechless. He had spent so much time setting up the formation, but in the end, it was nothing. Zhou Jie was speechless. The halo that had gathered turned into a stream of light and directly blasted into the distance at the foot of the Autumn Rin Mountain and the Mirror Lake. The entrance is about to open. Zhou Jie saw this and immediately became excited again. He flew straight to the entrance. When Zhou Jie arrived near the entrance, the stream of light had already torn open a void doorway, which was the entrance to the treasure trove. Zhou Jie was worried that this entrance wouldn't last for long. So after a second of hesitation, he plunged into it, not caring whether the imperial monarch nearby would discover the fluctuations here. On the top of the mountain, 600 miles away from the Mirror Lake Sea, there was a small wooden house. Inside the house was the imperial monarch that Zhou Jie had sensed that day. Imperial Monarch Greenwood. Imperial Monarch Greenwood was also an initial stage Imperial Monarch. Moreover, he was a loose cultivator who didn't establish or rely on any force. However, his reputation in the Ninth Mainland was actually much greater than the Azura Demon Emperor. It wasn't for anything else, but because he had once lost his temper for a beauty and killed a foreign race cultivator who was also an initial stage Imperial Monarch. He abhorred evil, and coupled with his powerful strength, even an Imperial Monarch like the Azura Demon Emperor couldn't wait to avoid him. And, at this very moment, Imperial Monarch Green would opened his eyes in confusion. He flashed out of the house and looked in the direction of the Mirror Lake Sea. Not long later, Imperial Monarch Green would confirm the fluctuations and immediately set off for the Mirror Lake Sea. When Zhou Jie entered the void doorway and discovered that it was a passageway that was similar to the entrance to the myriad ancient sacred world, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He had some understanding of the myriad ancient sacred world, and he was basically sure that it was created by an Imperial Monarch realm expert. Since this entrance was similar to the myriad ancient sacred world, Zhou Jie couldn't help but suspect that this treasure trove was also created by an Imperial Monarch realm expert. Even if it wasn't, it was an existence that wasn't far away. After crossing the void doorway, Zhou Jie's eyes flashed. Closely after, a vast, bright, golden space appeared in front of him. However, before Zhou Jie had the time to take in the scenery in front of him, he discovered that a piece of light paper formed by the power of law had appeared in front of him. Zhou Jie subconsciously took the light paper. When he saw that there were various routes on it, he was instantly overjoyed. Without a doubt, this was the route map of the treasure trove. In this case, wouldn't Zhou Jie be like a fish in water? Immediately after, Zhou Jie scanned his current environment. He discovered that the space he was in was like a spherical nest. It had a diameter of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The space was extremely stable, causing Zhou Jie's speed to be less than 1% of the speed of the outside world. And above this spherical space, there was a sphere similar to the sun. It was because of its existence that the spherical space was covered in golden light and was quite bright. Then, Zhou Jie carefully looked at the route drawn on the light paper map and found that the spherical space he was in was a starting point. There were 4 entrances from it. Each entrance was connected to a similar spherical space, and these 4 spherical spaces were connected to 4 other spherical spaces. Each spherical space, plus the entrance had 5 entrances in total. After that, the 16 spherical spaces were connected to 4 other spherical spaces. After that, the 16 spherical spaces were connected to 4 other spherical spaces. In total, there were 341 spherical spaces. Also, the danger level of the other 340 spherical spaces was marked on the light paper, except for the initial spherical space where Zhou Jie was. The 340 spherical spaces were marked with 3 different bright symbols. Among them, the green symbol meant that there were treasures and low danger. The yellow symbol meant that there were treasures, but very dangerous. And the red symbol meant that there were no treasures, but very dangerous. On the light paper, almost half of the spherical spaces were marked with red symbols, and the remaining half were marked with green and yellow symbols. After understanding the situation, Zhou Jie carefully studied the route he should take. Although the red symbols took up almost half of the spherical spaces, there were still some routes that could be green from the beginning to the end. That was, from the starting point to the last spherical space, there would be green symbols on the light paper. Zhou Jie quickly chose a completely green route. Just as he was about to take action, he coincidentally sensed a fluctuation behind him at this moment. "Damn it!" Zhou Jie secretly exclaimed. He turned around and saw a man in a green robe floating not far away from him. His eyes were focused on Zhou Jie like spotlights. It was Emperor Greenwood. Chapter 354. In fact, as soon as Zhou Jie sensed the fluctuation behind him, he wanted to put away the paper of light in his hand. But when he did so, he was surprised to find that the paper of light had the power of law, so he couldn't put it in the space ring. When Zhou Jie wanted to hide it on his body, it was too late. Emperor Greenwood appeared behind him and saw the paper of light in Zhou Jie's hand. If Zhou Jie hurriedly put it away at this time, it would seem that he was guilty of possessing a treasure. Therefore, Zhou Jie just folded the paper of light and held it in his hand. He turned around with a calm expression and looked at Emperor Greenwood. Emperor Greenwood looked up and down at Zhou Jie and glanced at the paper of light in Zhou Jie's hand. Then he asked, "Did you open this secret realm?" "Yes, so what?" Zhou Jie heard the question and answered with a question. Emperor Greenwood saw Zhou Jie's calm answer and his uncontrollable arrogance. He felt that Zhou Jie was not a person to be trifled with, so he immediately changed the topic and said, "Nothing, just asking. Can I know what that is in your hand?" When Zhou Jie heard the question, he was a little surprised. Emperor Greenwood's attitude was extremely polite, which was really rare. At this point, Zhou Jie was less hostile to him. But the paper of light was so important that Zhou Jie was still worried that Emperor Greenwood would want to rob him after knowing the use of the paper of light. So Zhou Jie thought for a while and refused to answer. "It's not convenient for me to tell you. I have to look for treasures here. You can help yourself." After saying this, Zhou Jie no longer paid attention to Emperor Greenwood. He turned around and flew to one of the 4 passages in the spherical space. According to the paper of light, among the 4 passages in the initial spherical space, one was purely dangerous, one had treasures but was basically safe, and the last 2 were both dangerous and lucky. Although Zhou Jie was worried that Emperor Greenwood would follow him, Zhou Jie still chose the safe passage because of the temptation of treasures. However, to Zhou Jie's surprise, when Emperor Greenwood saw that Zhou Jie was about to enter the tunnel, he turned around and flew to another tunnel on the left side of Zhou Jie. He did not follow Zhou Jie. At this moment, Zhou Jie felt speechless. Fortunately, the passage chosen by Emperor Greenwood was one where danger and opportunity coexisted. It was not a bad choice. It was good news for Zhou Jie that Emperor Greenwood didn't follow him. After all, no one would be willing to be followed by a stranger who wanted to share the benefits. Zhou Jie followed the chosen passage and came to a spherical space on the 2nd floor without any obstacles. He found that although the shape of the space here was similar to the first one, the environment inside was completely different. There were countless light, cyan transparent creatures that looked like mosquito larvae, but these creatures were as big as an adult's fist. To be honest, when Zhou Jie saw these transparent creatures for the first time, he was inevitably shocked. But then he was a little confused. According to the paper of light, there should be treasures here. But when he first looked around and then scanned with his perception, he found that except for these transparent creatures, there seemed to be nothing else here. Zhou Jie was helpless. After thinking about it, he studied a transparent creature beside him. Zhou Jie grabbed a transparent creature. He first sensed it carefully and found that most of its body seemed to have no special features. The only thing that made Zhou Jie feel a little strange was that there was a small sac in the front of its head, which stored some dark cyan liquid. Zhou Jie found that his perception could not penetrate it because his perception was destroyed as soon as it touched the liquid. Curious, Zhou Jie squeezed the front of the transparent creature's head. The transparent creature was strongly stimulated and suddenly shrank its whole body. But its head suddenly expanded, and then the liquid in the sac on its head was fiercely spurted out. Zhou Jie was bold and did not feel that the liquid of the transparent creature was dangerous. He immediately reached out and grabbed the liquid with his left hand. However, something that shocked Zhou Jie happened. When his left hand touched the liquid, it was instantly corroded to the bone, and he felt nothing except a trace of coldness on his hand. Seeing how terrifying this corrosive liquid was, Zhou Jie subconsciously tried to use his soul force to dispel it. But then he realized that this corrosive liquid couldn't be sensed, and his soul force would be destroyed if it touched it. So he had no choice but to cut off his wrist and directly cut off his corroded left hand. What a terrible liquid! After cutting off his wrist, Zhou Jie saw that his cut-off left hand disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared in less than 3 seconds. He could not help but exclaim in amazement. Then Zhou Jie could not help but frown. Shouldn't there be no danger here? But these transparent creatures, fortunately, Zhou Jie's eyes lit up. These transparent creatures did not seem to be aggressive, but their liquid had such a terrible corrosive effect. If he could collect it and use it as a weapon, it could be regarded as a treasure. So the treasure here is the liquid of the transparent creature's head. Zhou Jie thought to himself and immediately began to think of a way to collect the liquid of these transparent creatures. But the corrosive liquid of these transparent creatures was too terrible. Zhou Jie could not find a simple material container to store it. So after a period of failed attempts, Zhou Jie took out a disk array and created a special sealing array to compress and store the liquid of the transparent creatures. However, this was not a simple matter. Zhou Jie's attainments in array formations were very high, and he had tried several times before creating such an array formation. Under the control of the disk array's energy, it could stably store the liquid of the transparent creatures and be used at any time. After the array formation was completed, Zhou Jie began to crazily collect the liquid of the transparent creatures' heads. However, because there were countless transparent creatures here, the amount of transparent liquid that could be obtained was inestimable. Moreover, Zhou Jie's sealing array formation had a limited storage capacity. After storing more than 1,000 tons, it reached its limit, so Zhou Jie stopped collecting. Even though Zhou Jie still had 5 formation discs in his possession, Zhou Jie felt that even though the effects of these liquids were shocking, they were still limited when used in actual combat, and they couldn't be utilized as trump cards. In his opinion, they were only icing on the cake, and they were even to the extent that they weren't essential. The amount he'd gathered from a single formation disc was already sufficient. Coupled with the fact that Zhou Jie didn't know when more Imperial monarchs would enter the secret realm, he didn't continue staying here and headed directly to the next level. When Zhou Jie and Imperial Emperor Greenwood were exploring the secret realm, they did not notice something. After Zhou Jie opened the entrance, a force field of laws was produced at the entrance. In the beginning, Imperial emperors did not take this force field seriously. It slowly and continuously absorbed the surrounding energy of heaven and earth. It seemed to be maintaining the opening of the entrance. It was very normal. However, the force field was ceaselessly strengthening. Moreover, the stronger it grew, the faster it grew, and the more terrifying the energy of heaven and earth it devoured became. Early on, when Imperial Emperor Green would enter the secret realm, he'd sensed that something was off about the force field at the entrance. However, how could he who was similarly anxious to search for treasures pay any attention to this? So, he directly disregarded it and entered the secret realm. In a short period of over 10 minutes after Imperial Emperor Green would enter the secret realm, the force field underwent a tremendous change. The energy of the laws of Devour it created directly absorbed all the energy of heaven and earth in an area of 500,000 kilometers, and it expanded its area of Devour at a speed of a few tens of thousands of kilometers per second. Even though such devouring didn't cause any direct harm to living beings, ordinary living beings would definitely be unable to survive for long when the energy of the heavens and the earth was taken away. Moreover, it was impossible for cultivators to choose to stay in such an area. The commotion caused by the devouring of such a large area naturally drew a few imperial monarchs to spectate in a single day. On the next day, it was even to the extent that many imperial monarchs in the Nine Heavens had noticed this situation as well. The Nine Heaven Star was the collective name given to the 9 gigantic celestial bodies above the imperial blood region. Just like the 10 Earths below, the 9 celestial bodies were simply named the first celestial body, the second celestial body, and so on. First celestial body, Inspector Heavenly Alliance, Inspector Heavenly Immortal Manor. This was the residence of the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's leader, Empyrean Lord Inspector. It was also the core of the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. And as the strongest faction on the first celestial body, the Inspector Heavenly Alliance mainly relied on Empyrean Lord Inspector. He was known as the strongest person in the Imperial Blood region, the strongest in the Imperial Blood domain. Even if it was an ordinary Imperial monarch, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this title. After all, the Imperial Blood domain was extremely large and chaotic, and there were countless experts within it. Moreover, most of them were wild, unruly, and liked to be supreme. In such an environment, the strength of an expert that was given such a title was obvious. So, how could it not cause the expressions of ordinary imperial monarchs to change? At this moment, In the inspector heavenly immortal manner, a white-robed, tall Empyrean Lord Inspector with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was receiving a report from his disciple, Empyrean Lord Ninesword. The content of the report was regarding the entrance to the mystic realm that Zhou Jie had opened. After hearing Empyrean Lord Ninesword's report, Empyrean Lord Inspector's sword-like eyebrows moved slightly, but his expression remained calm as he said, "From the looks of it, perhaps the legendary treasure mystic realm left behind by the ancient sacred emperor has opened. Since it's opened, it's mine." When Empyrean Lord Ninesword heard this, he pondered for a moment before reminding, "Master, you're right. However, you can't be careless. The heavenly emperor's concubine must have received the news as well. In addition, the divine light Empyrean Lord and the others are not easy to deal with. I advise you to go as soon as possible." Upon hearing Empyrean Lord Ninesword's words, the corners of Empyrean Lord Inspector's mouth curled up slightly as he said with a faint smile, "Oh, you. However, only you would dare to remind me like this. I'm inexplicably excited to see the Empress concubine again." Chapter 355. The Six-Star, Mysterious Heaven's Star Palace Island. This was the residence of the Xiantian princess. There was only one palace and 3 floating islands. Each island was hundreds of miles in diameter. They surrounded the palace in the center in a triangular shape. The palace was slightly smaller than the floating islands, which made it strange that the palace was in the middle of the 3. There were only a few people on each of the 3 floating islands. The weakest of them was a lord-level cultivator. However, there was only one emperor-level cultivator, Tianqi Emperor. He was the follower of the Xiantian princess. The Xiantian princess lived alone in the central mysterious Heaven Star Palace. She was usually the only one in the huge palace. This showed how cold and arrogant the Xiantian princess was. Even her follower, Tianqi Emperor, could not enter her palace at will. However, one day, Tianqi Emperor sent a message to the Xiantian princess outside the Star Palace, saying that he had something important to report. After getting a response from the Xiantian princess, he entered the Star Palace for the first time in hundreds of years and saw the Xiantian princess. The Xiantian princess, in a black and white robe, was sitting on the main seat of the Star Palace. She had a peerless face that seemed to be carved out of ice. Her eyebrows and hair were snow white. Her eyes were purple, deep and bright. It was as if she could make people fall in love with her at first glance. Her figure was graceful and her skin was as white as snow. However, the muscle lines under her skin were very clear and shining, showing the terrifying power of her body. "Tianqi, what's the matter?" The Xiantian princess leaned on the side of the armrest with her elbow. However, she did not give off the feeling of laziness. Her voice was also very cold, as if she was an emotionless machine. Although the Xiantian princess was cold, Tianqi Emperor could not hide the admiration in his eyes when he saw her. At this time, when he heard the Xiantian princess's question, his body trembled subtly, as if he was too excited. Then, he quickly adjusted his breathing and tried to make his voice sound magnetic as he replied, "Your Highness, the treasure-secret realm that you asked me to pay attention to seems to have appeared. It has caused a huge commotion. Now, almost all the Emperor-level cultivators in Zhouqian City know about it." Hearing this news, the Xiantian princess's originally expressionless face was slightly moved. There was even a trace of unconcealable joy in the depths of her eyes. However, it was only for a moment after hearing the news. The Xiantian princess's face became calm again, but there was a different look in her eyes. She then said, "Princess, very good. Where is it?" The Xiantian princess asked. Xiantian princess, where?" The Xiantian princess asked. Xiantian princess. Xiantian princess was happy. Xiantian princess was. Emperor Xiantian princess. Xiantian princess was happy. Xiantian princess. Emperor Tianqi replied quickly. He suppressed his excitement and requested to go with the Xiantian princess. The Xintian princess did not seem to think too much about it. She nodded and said, "Okay, let's go now." Emperor Tianqi's joy was about to swallow him like a tide. It was the first time in thousands of years that he was so happy. The last time he was so happy was when the Xintian princess agreed to follow him. While the 9 heavens and 10 earths were all shocked by the opening of the legendary treasure trove of the ancient divine emperor, Zhou Jie and Emperor Greenwood had already been exploring it for a long time. Emperor Greenwood did not have the paper of light. He chose a dangerous spherical space the second time. As a result, he was trapped in it. It took him more than 3 days to get out of the passage to the 3rd floor. However, what greeted him was another purely dangerous spherical space. On the other hand, Zhou Jie followed the instructions of the paper of light. He chose all the spaces that were not dangerous and had treasures. He made a lot of money. However, when Zhou Jie arrived at a spherical space on the 4th floor, he found that the pressure was so great that it made him feel like he was jogging. Therefore, he used Herculean strength and performed the 3,000 volts lightning many times before he reached the edge of the 4th floor on the 7th day and entered the safe passage to the 5th floor. When he arrived at a space on the 5th level, Zhou Jie noticed to his surprise that the pressure there was even greater. It was to the extent that even if he erupted forth with all his strength, he would only be able to travel 100 meters per second. This was simply unimaginable to Zhou Jie, who was at the Imperial Monarch realm now. Fortunately, Zhou Jie soon realized that the pressure was manifested through some kind of power of law. Only when one's moving speed reached a certain value would the pressure increase rapidly. If one stood still or just flew at a walking speed, they would not feel the pressure. After comprehending this point, Zhou Jie began to carefully sense his surroundings. However, his perception was also severely limited here. It was not as useful as the vision of his physical body. So Zhou Jie simply gave up on his perception and looked around to his left, right, and front. Behind him was the entrance of the passage. He found that this place could be said to be a mirror space. There were silver-white lumps everywhere that could reflect his image. These lumps were of different sizes and were scattered in the space without any pattern. They looked like mere decorations. Zhou Jie looked for a while and did not find anything special. Therefore, he continued to fly forward. Soon, he came to the nearest huge silver-white object. He first sensed it, then reached out to touch and push it. Zhou Jie sensed the silver-white object, but found nothing. However, when he tried to push it, he was surprised to find that although the silver-white object seemed to be floating, it could not be moved at all. So, these things are fixed in the air. Zhou Jie used 70% of his strength, but could not move the silver-white object at all. He could not help but choose to give up moving it and frowned. Zhou Jie stopped beside the silver-white object and thought for a while. Finally, he decided to ignore these silver-white objects everywhere. There should be treasures here. Let's find where the treasures are. Zhou Jie thought as he continued to fly around and observe the changes in the surrounding environment. However, Zhou Jie's moving speed in this space was pitiful. After flying for more than 10 hours, Zhou Jie saw a light spot in the distance. However, to be honest, the light spot was at least a few thousand miles away from Zhou Jie, and it was blocked by countless silver-white objects. The light spot that Zhou Jie saw was actually a strong scattering of white light. The real light source was still uncertain. However, such a change in light still surprised Zhou Jie. After all, this might be the light emitted by a treasure. Therefore, Zhou Jie did his best to speed up toward the light spot without saying a word. About a day later, Zhou Jie saw the light source. It was an extremely dazzling white light. Zhou Jie could not look directly at it for a long time, and he could not see what substance was in the center. However, intuition told Zhou Jie that it should be a treasure and not a pure luminous energy. At this time, the light source was only a few dozen miles away from Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie accelerated and was within a few dozen meters of the light source in 10 minutes. At this time, Zhou Jie endured the strong light and barely recognized that the core of the light source was a silver object that looked like a Rubik's Cube. Because Zhou Jie did not feel the threat of this object, He continued to approach it and reached out to take it. But just when Zhou Jie's hand was less than a meter away from the silver Rubik's Cube, the cube suddenly rotated slightly and burst into a strong, dazzling light. The next moment, Zhou Jie found that his consciousness was in a silver-white crystal space. Zhou Jie's consciousness could not help but be shocked. Then, a handsome man in a white ceremonial suit appeared in front of him and smiled directly at him. "Welcome, Challenger. First of all, congratulations on being able to come here. This has already shown your opportunity and ability. I am the device spirit of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, Magician. According to the instructions left by the master, you only need to pass a small test to obtain the Wanjie Rubik's Cube." Zhou Jie was a little surprised when he heard that. He did not expect that the treasure on the last floor would be so precious that the original master had set up a test. It seems that the Wanjie Rubik's Cube is at least an imperial artifact. It might even be an emperor artifact. Thinking of this, Zhou Jie could not help but be excited. Even for him, the more emperor artifacts, the better. Not to mention emperor artifacts, even Zhou Jie would fight over them. Even if Zhou Jie's strength reached the emperor realm, he would naturally be able to obtain at least one emperor artifact from the treasure pavilion. According to Zhou Jie's plan, when his cultivation reached the consummate imperial emperor realm, he would be able to use some emperor artifacts. Moreover, when he reached the emperor realm, he would definitely obtain the primal chaos demon sealing lock, an extraordinary artifact. The more emperor artifacts he had, the better. The sooner he obtained some, the better. Therefore, Zhou Jie immediately agreed with joy. "Senior Device Spirit, please give me the test." Then, the magician told him the content of the test. The Wanjie Rubik's Cube has the ability to change and create boundaries. The silver-white blocks you see outside are actually part of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Next, I will give you part of the control of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. What you need to do is to reassemble the Wanjie Rubik's Cube back to its original state. The time limit is 30 days. If you can reassemble the Wanjie Rubik's Cube within 30 days, I will recognize you as my master. If you fail, you will have no fate with the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Then, you can go to the next floor and find other opportunities. When Zhou Jie heard that, he thought of the countless silver-white blocks outside and could not help but feel a little speechless. To reassemble those blocks into the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, he could not help but wonder if he could do it within 30 days. Chapter 356. However, Zhou Jie always liked to accept such challenges. So, after a moment of hesitation, he nodded and agreed. Then, he asked the magician to start the test. The test began. As soon as Zhou Jie's consciousness returned to the real space, Zhou Jie saw that the silver-white Rubik's Cube in front of him shot out a misty white light and went straight into his body. Immediately, Zhou Jie was surprised to find that his soul seemed to have a wonderful connection with all the silver-white blocks in this spherical space. It seemed that he could control and move them at will as long as he wanted. In fact, this was indeed the case. From this moment on, Zhou Jie had the ability to move these countless silver-white blocks. It was no longer like before, where his perception couldn't penetrate and his strength couldn't shake them in the slightest. Therefore, Zhou Jie carefully sensed the arrangement of all the silver-white blocks in the spherical space and found that it was even more difficult than he thought to assemble these silver-white blocks into a Rubik's Cube. Putting aside the fact that he had to find a way to combine them, simply stacking these silver-white blocks together would be a very time-consuming task. This was because there were simply too many of these silver-white blocks. There were at least tens of millions of them. And Zhou Jie found that although he could control and move these blocks, their speed was almost fixed. It would take more than a minute for the blocks to touch each other when they were hundreds of meters apart. If I can't find the pattern or method of assembling the Rubik's Cube in advance, I'm afraid it's impossible to restore it. Blindly trying without any clue will only waste a lot of time. And it's only 30 days. It's impossible to move all the silver-white blocks very far away. There must be a special way. After a short moment of sensing, Zhou Jie told himself in his heart. Then, He had an idea and began to study according to his own method of studying formations at the same time. At the entrance of the ancient divine emperor's treasure realm, Emperor Sentry, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, was escorted by Emperor Ninesword, Emperor Tian Shun, and Emperor Beast God. The area within a radius of dozens of miles around the entrance was calm and tranquil. However, the area beyond that was shrouded by a powerful devouring force, which made it difficult for cultivators below the Imperial Emperor realm to enter, let alone to enter the entrance. Therefore, only cultivators above the Imperial Emperor realm could enter the secret realm of Ancient Divine Emperor. However, if Ancient Divine Emperor had set up another threshold to prevent cultivators of the Imperial Emperor realm from entering, then only cultivators of the Imperial Emperor realm could enter. Emperor Sentry and the others stopped at the entrance for a few seconds. Then, he said, "Several people have entered before us. Let's hurry up." After saying that, Emperor Sentry took the lead and stepped into the void doorway, followed by Emperor Ninesword and the other two. After arriving at the initial spherical space, Monarch Sentry's team of 4 immediately split into 2 teams. Monarch Sentry and Monarch Ninesword were in one team, while Monarch Tian Shun and Monarch Beast God were in the other team. They each chose a tunnel, and Monarch Tian Shun and Monarch Tian Shun chose the least dangerous tunnel. Not long after Emperor Sentry and the others arrived, 2 more Emperor Realm practitioners entered one after another. Then, Princess Xian Tian and Emperor Tian Shi also came to the initial spherical space. After Princess Xian Tian appeared in the spherical space, her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Her expression changed slightly again, as if she was about to smile. Emperor Tian Shi had been quietly observing Princess Xian Tian's every move and every change of expression on her face. He could not help but be surprised again. Again, he had never seen Princess Xian Tian so happy. He had always thought that Princess Xian Tian was otherworldly and had no desires. Therefore, he did not dare to have the slightest desire to pursue her. He could only hide his deep love deep in his heart and was willing to be her follower. So even the Emperor's concubine is happy. Is the treasure of the eternal Holy Emperor really that attractive? As Emperor Tianqi thought of this, his heart began to stir. He could not help but think of the idea of a hero saving the damsel in distress. However, when he thought of the huge gap between his strength and that of the Xiantian princess, he felt deeply helpless. "Sai, what am I thinking? Princess Xiantian, how can I be worthy of her?" Tianqi Emperor's eyes dimmed as he thought about this. However, Xiantian princess did not notice this. She was fully focused on exploring the mystic realm. "Tianqi, let's go." The Xiantian princess scanned the 4 entrances one by one. Then, she flew straight to the tunnel that was not dangerous. Soon, Princess Xiantian and Emperor Tianqi appeared in the spherical space full of transparent creatures. Were these creatures? Emperor Tianqi could not help but be surprised when he saw the entire space was occupied by transparent creatures. Emperor Tianqi was just subconsciously asking this question. Unexpectedly, Princess Xiantian answered, "This is a kind of cosmic creature called moyu. They only live in certain energy environments. They can produce a kind of venom in their heads that is extremely destructive. You can also understand it as corrosive." "Princess Xiantian, you are so knowledgeable. I admire you so much." Emperor Tianqi could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Princess Xiantian usually did not talk much. This time, she seemed to be very happy to be here. That was why she answered so many questions at once. However, Princess Xiantian's eyes suddenly looked away after hearing Emperor Tianqi's praise. She said, "When I was young, my hands were corroded by the venom of the moyu." Emperor Tianqi could not help but be shocked when he heard this. His face was filled with disbelief. Princess Xiantian realized that she had said something she should not have said. So, her expression became cold again. She said, "Don't worry about the moyu. Let's continue." Then, Princess Xiantian led Emperor Tianqi to choose a safe passage until they came to a passage that led to the 5th level. This was the passage that Zhou Jie had entered. However, Princess Xiantian and Emperor Tianqi could not enter this passage. This was because this passage was blocked by the power of the spatial laws the moment Zhou Jie began the magician test. Someone has already entered this passage. Let's change to another one. Princess Xiantian did not try to break through the passage. She did not doubt that she could not break through the power of the spatial laws. She knew very well what kind of existence the ancient divine emperor was. Therefore, Xiantian princess led Tianqi emperor to another passageway that led to the 5th level. This passageway was similarly safe. The reason why the Xiantian princess did not choose to wait at the entrance of the passageway that Zhou Jie had chosen was because she knew that someone was undergoing a test to obtain a treasure. She did not know how long it would take. Her most important goal was to find the legacy left behind by the ancient emperor. She desperately needed this legacy. Compared to it, all the other treasures in the mystery land were like floating clouds. Even if an emperor weapon was placed in front of her, she would not choose not to accept this legacy first. Emperor Tianqi always obeyed Princess Xiantian. Therefore, although he was puzzled as to why he did not try to break the space barrier at the passage, he did not hesitate to follow Princess Xiantian. Not long after Princess Xiantian and Emperor Tianqi explored the 5th level, Zhou Jie finally found a way to restore the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Yes, distance. Regardless of whether these blocks have the same shape, according to the preliminary results, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube should be a cube. Therefore, when it is restored, the length of each side should be the same, which means the distance is the same. Based on my sense, as long as I calculate the distance, I can find the pattern of restoration. At the moment when Zhou Jie thought of a solution, his excitement was beyond words, and he quickly began to try it. And in less than half a day, Zhou Jie found that his idea was indeed feasible. He had calculated all the distances, and after deduction, he found the best way for all the blocks to move when restoring the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. But even with such a perfect method, Zhou Jie had to move the blocks until the 25th day of the test. Only then did he succeed in restoring the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. At the moment when the Wanjie Rubik's Cube was restored, the huge silver-white cube burst into an incomparably bright white light. The terrifying energy fluctuation made Zhou Jie's expression change. But in the next second, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube quickly shrank into a white fluorescent cube the size of a human head, and the fluctuations it emitted completely disappeared. Then, the magician appeared next to the shrunken Wanjie Rubik's Cube out of thin air. He held the Wanjie Rubik's Cube with one hand, and in a flash, he came to Zhou Jie, who was thousands of miles away. "Master, please take out a drop of blood. I will let the Wanjie Rubik's Cube recognize you as its master." The magician came to Zhou Jie, bowed slightly, and said respectfully. Zhou Jie could not help but be surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a humanized device spirit. After a while, Zhou Jie completed the recognition of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. He suddenly found that he had a strong sense of control with the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. But Zhou Jie also found that this sense of control was very heavy. To put it bluntly, although Zhou Jie could control the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, the consumption was extremely terrifying, and he could not fully support it at the moment. But since he had just obtained the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, Zhou Jie was not in a hurry to study it. He thought of what the magician had said before and asked, "Magician, is your original master the creator of this secret space?" Chapter 357. Yes, Master. And the Wanjie Rubik's Cube was created by the original owner himself. The magician answered Zhou Jie's question. Zhou Jie couldn't help but exclaim in his heart when he heard the answer. Now that he was in control of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, he could roughly feel its quality. Although it was not a real Cosmic Emperor artifact, it was basically on the same level as the Chaos 8 strikes, and was about the same as the Divine Mirror. This was because the Divine Mirror could be classified as a cosmic emperor artifact because of its special function, and its power in battle was even more powerful than most imperial emperor artifacts. And it was this kind of treasure that was comparable to an emperor artifact that was actually made by the creator of this secret realm. Zhou Jie couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart, because Zhou Jie was very clear that only a small part of the emperor weapons were made by the masters of the emperor realm and the emperor realm who were good at forging. The rest were made by ordinary masters of the emperor realm and the emperor realm through simple refining of some precious materials in the universe. More than half of the emperor weapons were the natal divine weapons that the masters of the emperor realm had nurtured for a long time. Therefore, to be able to make a divine weapon that was close to an emperor weapon, the person who made it either had a very high achievement in forging or had a very high cultivation. Only then could he make an emperor weapon with world attribute, like the Wanjia Rubik's Cube. What's the name of your original owner? Do you know? Zhou Jie was amazed by the power of the creator of the Wanjia Rubik's Cube and could not help but ask. The magician seemed to think about it for a while and then replied, "The original owner was called the Ancient Divine Emperor. As for his name, I don't know." Hearing that, Zhou Jie nodded slightly and repeated, "Ancient Divine Emperor." At this moment, the magician suddenly said, "By the way, Master, the original owner said that he left 3 inheritances in the secret realm. If you can pass any one of them, you will be qualified to become the disciple of the original owner." Hearing that, Zhou Jie immediately asked, "Do you know which level the inheritance is in?" However, the magician shook his head and said, "Master, I don't know. The original owner only said that it was in the last level." The last floor? Zhou Jie's heart couldn't help but sink slightly when he heard this. After all, the last level had the most space, and it had a total of 256 spherical spaces. Even worse, the spaces on each level weren't connected to each other. This meant that if he wanted to go to some of the spaces on the 5th level, Zhou Jie would have to return to the initial space and choose a new passage. Although it was difficult to find the inheritance, Zhou Jie had come to the Emperor Blood Realm with great difficulty and opened the entrance to the secret realm. With his character, how could he not fight for the inheritance of the ancient divine emperor? Therefore, Zhou Jie made up his mind and decided to search for the inheritances one by one. A few days later, Zhou Jie left the last level through the passage that he came from. Unfortunately, as soon as he came out of the passage, he saw a black spot attached to the protrusion on the surface of a floating boulder. There was a pure white light shining on the top of its head. Zhou Jie immediately frowned slightly, because he realized that the entrance to the secret realm had definitely not closed since he entered the secret realm. Presently, there were probably numerous imperial monarchs that had entered the secret realm, and that black dot in the distance was the best proof. With a cautious mind, Zhou Jie didn't intend to provoke the black spot. Immediately, he flew in a straight line in the direction of another passage. However, because the position of the black spot was almost facing the passage that Zhou Jie came out of, Zhou Jie flew in a straight line to another passage. First, he had to get close to the black spot. When Zhou Jie got close to the black spot, to a certain distance, Zhou Jie's perception was far from being able to touch the black spot. However, the black spot keenly sensed Zhou Jie with the help of an imperial emperor weapon that he had just obtained. The dark devil monarch opened his scarlet eyes, his gaze unconsciously filled with bloodlust and killing intent as it landed on Zhou Jie. With the help of the imperial emperor weapon heaven-reflecting mirror that he had desperately snatched from the beast deity and Tian Chun not long ago, the Dark Demon Emperor's perception quickly checked Zhou Jie. He is actually just an initial stage emperor, but he has already come out of the passage of the last level. He might have some treasures on him. The Dark Demon Emperor's greedy desire to snatch the treasures and his fear that Zhou Jie would bump in Emperor Tian Chun and tell them that he had seen him, the Dark Demon Emperor decided to kill him and snatch the treasures. Therefore, when Zhou Jie was flying close to him, the Dark Demon Emperor suddenly chose to attack. The heaven-reflecting mirror above his head was activated and a terrifying white light directly flew towards Zhou Jie. Although it was far from the speed of light, it was still not something that Zhou Jie could dodge at this time. In fact, Zhou Jie had been vigilant against the Dark Demon Emperor. At this time, when the Dark Demon Emperor suddenly attacked, he felt that something was wrong. At the same time, he subconsciously took out the Wanjie Rubik's Cube that he had just obtained to block the attack. Boom! The white light attack was extremely terrifying. Although Zhou Jie used the Wanjie Rubik's Cube to block most of the power, he was still sent flying by the impact of the attack. His skin was burning. So strong. He should be a late-stage emperor. Zhou Jie immediately made such a judgment. He did not dare to think too much and suddenly accelerated with all his strength, flying towards the passage in the distance. The reason Zhou Jie determined that Dark Devil Imperial Monarch was a late-stage Imperial Monarch was very simple. Even though he was only at the initial stage of the Imperial Monarch realm, his actual combat strength was absolutely capable of going against most mid-stage Imperial Monarchs. Moreover, Dark Devil Imperial Monarch was in the 4th level of the Imperial Monarch realm, where the laws of the Imperial Monarch realm similarly suppressed their attacks and speed. Moreover, Dark Devil Imperial Monarch was able to launch a sudden attack from over 10,000 meters away, and it was even to the extent that Zhou Jie was unable to block it at all. Obviously, it was very difficult to determine that Dark Devil Imperial Monarch possessed the strength of a mid-stage Imperial Monarch. When facing a late-stage Emperor, Zhou Jie did not have the slightest confidence to deal with it. So, he immediately executed the 3,000 lightning haste to the limit and fled madly. The Dark Demon Emperor was very surprised by Zhou Jie's performance. He had not expected that not only was Zhou Jie not injured by his attack, but Zhou Jie was also able to flee so quickly. This instantly aroused his desire to win and slaughter. After all, killing an Imperial Emperor genius was something that made him extremely excited. You want to run? No way. The Dark Demon Emperor thought to himself. He could not help but grin, and then he quickly chased after Zhou Jie. If one were to say that the smallest gap between each stage of the Imperial Emperor realm was in terms of speed, because the speed of an Imperial Emperor had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Moreover, the higher one's speed was, the harder it was to improve. Unless there was a huge gap in the laws of space or cultivation, otherwise, the difference in speed between a late-stage Emperor and an early-stage Emperor was only 1%. The difference between a late-stage Emperor and an early-stage Emperor was only 10%. In this space of the 4th level, where the pressure was extremely great, such a difference in speed seemed even smaller. Therefore, the difference in speed between Zhou Jie and the Dark Demon Emperor was extremely small. So much so that the Dark Demon Emperor would need at least over 10 hours to close the gap between them. However, before the Dark Demon Emperor could catch up to him, Zhou Jie had flown to another passageway. But just when he was about to charge into the passageway, he was surprised to find that the passageway had been isolated by a powerful spatial energy. Zhou Jie was forced to use the 6-pulse divine sword in an attempt to break through the isolation of the passageway. However, he discovered that he was unable to move it at all. Oh no, this passageway is blocked. Zhou Jie immediately concluded that he was unable to break through the isolation of this passageway, so he could only turn around and flee. Seeing this, the Dark Demon Emperor was overjoyed. In another 2 or 3 hours, he would be able to catch up to Zhou Jie. Seeing that the Dark Demon Emperor was chasing after him, Zhou Jie calmed down. Based on the current situation, Zhou Jie was almost certain that the other party wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. However, with his speed, it was impossible for him to escape like this. Therefore, there would definitely be a great battle between the two sides. Zhou Jie estimated that the Dark Demon Emperor was a late-level Imperial Emperor. Although he might be able to fend off the Dark Demon Emperor with the Chaos 8 Slashes and Myriad Worlds Rubik's Cube, he was still no match for the Dark Demon Emperor. Therefore, Zhou Jie couldn't help but consider what he should do if he really couldn't win. Of course, for the sake of survival, Zhou Jie only needed to enter the 6 Paths world. However, If he did so, the Six Paths world would be taken away by the Dark Demon Emperor, and Zhou Jie would be imprisoned by the Dark Demon Emperor. Although the Dark Demon Emperor couldn't do anything to Zhou Jie, the Dark Demon Emperor would definitely place restrictions on the Six Paths world. Without sufficient strength, Zhou Jie wouldn't be able to escape, and even if he did, he would still have to face the Dark Demon Emperor. Unable to think of a way to escape, Zhou Jie had no choice but to continue running. Before the Dark Demon Emperor caught up to him, he wouldn't give up just because the chances of escaping were slim. Soon, the Dark Demon Emperor caught up to Zhou Jie, and they were less than 500 meters apart. Once again, the Dark Demon Emperor chose to attack. Once again, the Dark Demon Emperor activated the Heaven-Reflecting Mirror. This time, the Heaven-Reflecting Mirror emitted 4 rays of white light that carried a terrifying power that could even burn space apart. Like a giant hand, the light rays grabbed at Zhou Jie's back. In fact, Zhou Jie was already prepared for the Dark Demon Emperor's attack. Facing the 4 rays of white light behind him, he immediately activated the Myriad Worlds Rubik's Cube. In an instant, the Myriad Worlds Rubik's Cube bloomed like a lotus flower. After enlarging a few times, it turned into an icy blue cube and released an extremely powerful force field that instantly froze the 4 rays of white light. However, this freezing was only for a moment, because Zhou Jie's power of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube was not enough to completely suppress the white light. The white light quickly shattered, still bursting out with amazing destructive power. However, Zhou Jie had already taken the opportunity to retreat and relied on the Wanjie Rubik's Cube to block in front of him to effectively resist the power attack after the white light was shattered. Chapter 358. Zhou Jie was once again sent flying by the Dark Devil Emperor's attack. He was both anxious and helpless. He couldn't beat the Dark Devil Emperor, and he couldn't escape either. This was really something that made people feel despair. When the Dark Devil Emperor saw that Zhou Jie had once again blocked his attack with the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, he was pleasantly surprised. He thought to himself, that treasure is actually so powerful. It must be an Emperor weapon. It's even better than the Heaven-Reflecting Mirror that I just got. It was actually obtained by a little guy at the early stage of the Emperor realm. Now that I've encountered it, it's like an Emperor weapon delivered to my doorstep. The heavens are really helping me. The Dark Devil Emperor was wild with joy. He immediately continued to chase after Zhou Jie. At the same time, he activated the Heaven-Reflecting Mirror again to attack Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie was helpless. He knew that it was useless to escape, so he chose to fight head-on. The Wanjie Rubik's Cube was directly activated to the limit of what Zhou Jie could activate. In an instant, it shone brightly, bursting out with a terrifying power that radiated in all directions. The Dark Devil Emperor's attack was directly eliminated. The Dark Devil Emperor only felt that his vision was blurred, and his perception was rapidly suppressed and weakened by more than half. However, when he saw everything in front of him, he found that he had already arrived in a bright space full of silver white blocks. The Dark Devil Emperor was shocked by this, and then the greed in his eyes grew stronger. What a good treasure. Unfortunately, it's in the hands of an early-stage Emperor realm. It's still just something in my pocket. The Dark Devil Emperor thought and activated the power of the Heaven-Reflecting Mirror again. The Heaven-Reflecting Mirror was directly activated to the limit. The terrifying power of the law gathered energy and turned into a white divine dragon, roaring and crushing in all directions. Zhou Jie was in the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. At this time, he could sense the Dark Devil Emperor's every move, but the Dark Devil Emperor couldn't find him at all. However, when the Dark Devil Emperor used the Heaven's Reflection Mirror to attack, Zhou Jie still felt great pressure. That pressure came from his connection with the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Now, he was using the power of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube to trap the Dark Devil Emperor, but the interior of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube was severely damaged, and it couldn't be suppressed by its own power. Therefore, Zhou Jie had to share a large part of the pressure. Once he couldn't maintain the current state of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube would be destroyed and reformed, and he would directly face the merciless attacks of the Dark Devil Emperor. Zhou Jie thought, and took out the Shura illusion. The Shura illusion was also an emperor weapon with the power of the world. Its grade was not inferior to the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, but Zhou Jie found that it was very difficult to use. He studied it for a while, but he didn't understand how to use it. Moreover, the Shura illusion's weapon spirit was the kind that didn't have a consciousness. So Zhou Jie couldn't understand how to use the Shura illusion like how he understood the Wanjie Rubik's Cube from the magician. Previously, he had only used it as a weapon in his hand once. But now that it was a critical moment, Zhou Jie couldn't care so much. He took out the Shura illusion and tried to activate it. The Shura illusion's form was like a formation plate. After it was activated, it turned into a space vortex with the power to devour the target. The Dark Devil Emperor was controlling the white divine dragon to crazily hit the silver block inside the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Suddenly, he found a black vortex flying in the distance. The vortex had a strong suction force, so strong that he couldn't resist it. However, just because it was difficult to resist didn't mean that it was impossible to resist. With a thought, a black demonic whip slithered out like a snake. Suddenly, it lashed out in the air, and a pitch-black flame appeared. However, as soon as the black flame appeared, it was swallowed by the black vortex. But the black vortex trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. Seeing this, the Dark Devil Emperor sneered. Not only did he not feel the pressure, but he was even more excited. This initial realm, Imperial Monarch, really has a lot of treasures. The treasures that I've accumulated after cultivating for so long are probably about the same value as what he took out. However, it doesn't matter. The more treasures he has, the better. In any case, they will all be mine soon. The more the Dark Devil Emperor thought about it, the more excited he became. While controlling his natal magic whip to whip the black vortex, he also controlled the white divine dragon to attack the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Zhou Jie was already struggling to support two high-level emperor weapons at the same time. Soon, he felt that his strength was not enough, so he had to give up control of the Shura illusion. However, just as Zhou Jie was about to take back the Shura illusion, the experienced Dark Devil Emperor was the first to notice the change in the Shura illusion. Thus, he predicted that Zhou Jie would take it back. Thus, the Dark Devil Emperor instantly gave up on controlling the white dragon and used all his strength to activate his life-bound weapon. It transformed into countless black lines that entangled the Shura illusion. At this moment, the Shura illusion transformed back into its original form and was firmly entangled by the Dark Devil Emperor's life-bound weapon. Oh no! Zhou Jie did not expect the Dark Devil Emperor to react so quickly. In this case, he knew that he could not take back the Shura illusion, so he had to give it up. Therefore, although the value of an emperor weapon was amazing, Zhou Jie did not struggle too much. He directly gave up control of the Shura illusion and let it be taken by the Dark Devil Emperor. I got one. It really is an emperor weapon. On the other side, the Dark Devil Emperor got the Shura illusion and was so excited that his red eyes kept flashing. Zhou Jie did not have time to lament the loss of an emperor weapon. Instead, he was relieved. He had another way to escape from the Dark Devil Emperor's pursuit. That was to give up the Wanjie Rubik's Cube and let it be locked so that the Dark Devil Emperor would be trapped and he would have enough time to escape. Zhou Jie did not think this way before, because he did not want to lose the Wanjie Rubik's Cube that he had just got. In particular, it was created by the ancient divine emperor himself. Maybe there was something special about it. However, when he was truly at a critical juncture of life and death, coupled with the fact that he'd already lost an Imperial Monarch artifact, Zhou Jie suddenly realized that compared to his life, all other worldly possessions could really be abandoned. After all, once he died, he would have nothing left. Therefore, at that moment, Zhou Jie decided to give up the Wanjie Rubik's Cube in order to save his life. The next second, Zhou Jie summoned the magician and asked him to control the Wanjie Rubik's Cube and turn on the realm lock mode. The Wanjie Rubik's Cube had the ability to change. It could be pieced together and changed into a variety of worlds. It could also be changed simply by the structure of the Wanjia Rubik's Cube itself. In this way, it could change into 3 boundaries that could work miraculously without external support: the realm lock, the bewildering world, and the killing world. However, without external support, Zhou Jie did not need to activate and maintain the 3 boundaries. The power of the 3 boundaries was limited. For the strong at the level of the Dark Devil Emperor, the killing world was useless, and the bewildering world was not effective. Only the realm lock was the ultimate use of the Wanjia Rubik's Cube. Once the realm lock was formed, even the controller of the Wanjia Rubik's Cube could not break it, but it was extremely effective for trapping the enemy. When Zhou Jie ordered the magician, the Dark Devil Emperor once again controlled the White Dragon to attack. Zhou Jie knew that the current situation could not be maintained for long. After giving the order, he immediately controlled the Wanjia Rubik's Cube to release himself outside. Then Zhou Jie and the magician worked together and directly turned the Wanjia Rubik's Cube into the realm lock mode. The originally shining Wanjia Rubik's Cube suddenly dimmed and quickly collapsed and deformed. Finally, it turned into a black cube with a side length of 81 meters. Zhou Jie did not even dare to stay and look at the final appearance of the Wanjia Rubik's Cube. He had already flown away without stopping. However, Zhou Jie did not know what bad luck he had. He had just flown in the designated direction for less than 3 minutes. After bypassing a void boulder, he saw 2 people around the corner. To be precise, only one was a human cultivator, and the other was in human form. These 2 were not others, but Emperor Tian Shun and Emperor Beast God. Not long ago, they joined forces to seriously injure the Dark Devil Emperor and forced him to flee. Although Zhou Jie did not know Emperor Tian Shun and Emperor Beast God, he was afraid that they would attack him. He immediately fled in another direction. Emperor Tian Shun was a late-stage emperor, and Emperor Beast God was a middle-stage emperor. But their strength was not weaker than Emperor Tian Shun. Because he was a universe creature, it was harder for him to cultivate than the human race. But at the same cultivation level, his strength could crush the human race. Therefore, Emperor Tian Shun and Emperor Beast God had already sensed Zhou Jie. Although they were not interested in Zhou Jie ran away when he saw them. This made them think at the same time. He ran away when he saw us. Maybe he got some good treasure. Emperor Tian Shun said. When Emperor Beast God heard this, he sneered and spat out 2 words: kill him. As a result, Zhou Jie had only flown a few hundred meters when he subconsciously looked back and saw Emperor Tian Shun and the other 2 chasing after him. Zhou Jie couldn't help but be shocked, and he couldn't help but sigh at his bad luck. Not long after, Emperor Tian Shun and Emperor Beast God caught up with Zhou Jie. Emperor Tian Shun directly released the Emperor Weapon Tian Shun seal to suppress Zhou Jie. At this time, Zhou Jie did not have the Wanjia Rubik's Cube, and he was afraid that the other party would take a fancy to him if he took out the Chaos 8 strikes, so he resisted with his bare hands. As a result, he could not resist and was suppressed and trapped in a place on the spot. At this time, Xian Tian Princess and Tian Shi Emperor saw Zhou Jie from afar. Xian Tian Princess was powerful and bold. She directly flew over with Tian Shi Emperor, intending to join in the fun. Emperor Tian Shun and Emperor Beast God were about to attack Zhou Jie. When they saw Xian Tian Princess and Tian Shi Emperor, they were stunned. Then they struggled for a while and gave up the idea of continuing to attack Zhou Jie. Emperor Tian Shun put away the Tian Shun seal and left with Emperor Beast God. Chapter 359. When Zhou Jie saw this, he was stunned for a moment. He did not know what was going on, but he soon realized that Emperor Tian Shun and Emperor Tian Shun were scared away by the 2 people who came from the other side. Zhou Jie originally wanted to continue to escape, but when he thought that the man and woman who came were able to make Emperor Tian Shun and Emperor Tian Shun flee, he knew that it was useless to escape. It was better to stay and say thank you to them. Maybe he could survive because of this. It wasn't long before the two of them arrived near Zhou Jie. At this moment, even though Zhou Jie looked very calm on the surface, he was actually quite shaken in his heart, because the speed at which the two of them rushed over and the aura he sensed now allowed him to confirm that the Xiantian princess was absolutely the most terrifying Imperial Emperor realm expert he'd ever seen. "Thank you for saving me." Zhou Jie forced himself to calm down and said to the Xiantian princess and Emperor Tianxun. When the Xiantian princess heard this, she could not help but look at Zhou Jie. Her eyes were extremely cold and gave Zhou Jie a feeling of déjà vu. It was the same look he had when he was an assassin. "We just happened to pass by. We didn't want to save you. You don't have to thank us." The Xiantian princess looked at Zhou Jie and did not say anything. Instead, it was the Tianqi emperor who glanced at Zhou Jie and said lightly, with a disdainful expression, "Let's go." The Xiantian princess seemed to have come just to take a look at Zhou Jie. At this moment, she withdrew her gaze and said to the Tianqi emperor before she turned and flew away. However, at this moment, Zhou Jie had an idea. He stopped the Xiantian princess and Emperor Tianxun and said, "Wait a minute, seniors, What's the matter?" Hearing Zhou Jie's words, the Tianqi emperor frowned and turned to ask. The Xiantian princess stopped in front of him and did not look back. Zhou Jie hurriedly said, "Seniors, there's a high-level Imperial Lord artifact over there. There's a late-stage Imperial Lord trapped inside. If seniors can deal with that late-stage Imperial Lord, you can obtain that Imperial Lord artifact." Imperial Emperor Tianqi was puzzled when he heard this. He immediately asked, "How do you know that there's an Imperial Emperor realm artifact there and that there's a late-stage Imperial Emperor trapped inside?" When Zhou Jie heard this, he could only tell the truth. "To tell you the truth, that Imperial Monarch artifact belongs to me. However, that Imperial Monarch at the late realm wanted to kill me and seize my treasure. I had no choice but to abandon that Imperial Monarch artifact and trap him temporarily in order to escape. However, I never expected that I would be pursued by those two Imperial Monarchs. Fortunately, both of you passed by, and I was saved." Tianqi Emperor was enlightened. He turned to the Xiantian princess and asked tentatively, "Your Highness?" However, Xiantian princess did not know if what Zhou Jie said had piqued her interest. She suddenly turned around and looked at Zhou Jie. She asked, "Do you have that high-level Emperor weapon, or did you get in the secret realm?" When Zhou Jie heard this question, he thought for a moment and said honestly, "I got it in this secret realm. That treasure was personally created by the creator of this secret realm, the ancient divine emperor." Xiantian princess's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up when she heard Zhou Jie's last sentence. She immediately said to Zhou Jie, "Lead the way." When Zhou Jie heard this, he could not help but be overjoyed. He had long regarded the Wanjie Rubik's Cube as a sunken cost. Naturally, he did not want to get it back. If he could take this opportunity to avenge himself through Xiantian Princess and Tianqi Emperor, of course, he would be extremely happy. Not long after, Zhou Jie led Xiantian Princess and Tianqi Emperor to the location of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. At this time, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube was still in the locked realm mode, but it trembled from time to time. Obviously, the Dark Devil Emperor was constantly attacking it, trying to break out of the locked realm. "It really is the Wanjie Rubik's Cube," Xiantian Princess suddenly said, her eyes full of excitement. Zhou Jie could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He wondered where this woman came from and how she knew about the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Could it be that she was related to the ancient divine emperor? However, although Zhou Jie was shocked, he did not dare to show it at all. After all, Zhou Jie knew that Xiantian Princess could kill him as easily as she could kill an ant. The gap between them was too big. On the other side, Xiantian Princess did not care about Zhou Jie's reaction. She directly stretched out a hand, and countless purple silk-like energy burst out from her fingertips. Suddenly, the energy wrapped around the surface of the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. In a locked realm mode, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube could not be controlled by Zhou Jie, which meant that it only existed in a fixed form and could be manipulated by others to change its form. If the Dark Devil Emperor wanted to come out, he had to change the structure of the locked realm from the inside. At this time, Xiantian Princess was breaking the locked realm mode from the outside. Xiantian Princess was at the peak of the Emperor realm, and she was only 2 steps away from the full realm. When she made her move, the locked realm could not withstand her dismantling at all. Soon, the locked realm broke into pieces automatically, and the Dark Devil Emperor ran out without knowing what was going on. The Dark Demon Emperor was originally in the middle of attacking from the inside. Suddenly, the Wanjir Rubik's Cube was broken. He was naturally very surprised. But when he realized the situation of the people present, his face immediately changed. Xiantian Princess, no. The Dark Devil Emperor had once injured Tianqi Emperor. Although Tianqi Emperor was not a follower of Xiantian Princess at that time, now that Tianqi Emperor had become her follower, Tianqi Emperor was afraid that Xiantian Princess would attack him. Therefore, when he saw Xiantian Princess, Tianqi Emperor cried in his heart and hurriedly flew in a direction. However, before Tianqi Emperor could react, Xiantian Princess had already made her move, her slender fingers linked together, and suddenly, countless purple light beams caught up with Tianqi Emperor and entangled him in it. Tianqi Emperor struggled wildly, trying to break through the purple light's restraint. However, he was injured and had consumed some of his energy in the Wanjir Rubik's Cube. At this time, he was far from his peak state. His strength was very close to that of a late-stage emperor. The gap between him and Xiantian Princess was too big. He could not resist at all. Soon, he was bound by the purple light and turned into a purple light cocoon. He could not break free at all. When Zhou Jie saw this scene, he could not help but feel a little frightened. The strength of Xiantian Princess was more terrible than he had imagined. At this moment, Tianqi Emperor said to Xiantian Emperor's concubine, "Emperor's concubine, he is Dark Demon Emperor. Please eliminate him." In response to Tianqi Emperor's request, Xiantian Princess nodded slightly and coldly said, Then, she flicked her finger and a purple-black light arc flew out, directly cutting through the light cocoon. The light cocoon was directly broken into countless light spots, but Tianqi Emperor's figure was nowhere to be seen. When Zhou Jie saw this, he felt a chill on his back. He only felt that Xiantian Princess's attack was ruthless and straightforward. Tianqi Emperor was directly smashed into pieces, and there was not even a trace left. It could be said that he had vented his anger. After killing Tianqi Emperor, Xiantian Princess acted as if she had done the most trivial thing. Her face was as calm as an ancient well. Then, she stretched out her hand, and the Wanjir Rubik's Cube quickly shrank and finally flew to the center of her palm. Zhou Jie glanced at the Wanjir Rubik's Cube and thought that it was something he had just obtained not long ago. Now, it was about to change its owner. He was somewhat emotional and reluctant, but he immediately said, "Your Excellency, I will remove the Master's connection with the Wanjir Rubik's Cube. This treasure will be given to Your Excellency." Hearing this, Xiantian Princess faintly glanced at Zhou Jie, and then directly cut off the connection between Zhou Jie and the Wanjir Rubik's Cube in front of Zhou Jie. When Zhou Jie sensed that he had lost control of the Wanjir Rubik's Cube, he was stunned and could not help but feel very embarrassed. At this time, Xiantian Princess faintly said, "I'll take it. You can go. Of course, your talent is not bad. Being able to obtain the Wanjir Rubik's Cube is enough to prove Zhou Jie's talent. If you're interested, you can be my follower, and the Wanjir Rubik's Cube will still be controlled by you." Xiantian Emperor's concubine thought that Zhou Jie would choose to follow her, but who would have thought that Zhou Jie would say, "Thank you for your kindness, Emperor's concubine, but I prefer to be free, so I will take my leave." After that, Zhou Jie turned and flew away, as if he was afraid that Xiantian Princess would change her mind. Xiantian Princess did not know why, but she suddenly felt a little unacceptable. Then she realized that it might be because she had not been rejected for too long. So she frowned but still did not say anything. After saying goodbye to Xiantian Princess, Zhou Jie went all the way back to the third floor. Originally, he planned to explore the other three fifth floors, but because of the threat of Emperor Tianshun and Emperor Beast God, Zhou Jie decided to give up. After all, there were three inheritances, and it was impossible for all of them to be in this space. It was more likely to be found in other places. However, when Zhou Jie came to the end of the passage from the fourth floor to the third floor, Emperor Tianshun and Emperor Beast God, who had been waiting there for a long time, appeared and blocked the passage. What? Zhou Jie was shocked, and he regretted his recklessness. But when he thought about it carefully, he realized that there was only one passage to the third floor. If Emperor Tianshun and Emperor Beast God were determined to block him, there was nothing he could do. The distance between the two sides was only more than 1,000 meters. Even if Zhou Jie turned around and ran, it was estimated that he would be caught in less than an hour. But Emperor Tianshun and Zhou Jie were no match for either of them. What else could he do but run? As a result, Zhou Jie turned around and ran away. Emperor Tianshun and the other two snorted coldly and chased after him. If I run back and meet Xiantian Princess and the others again, I will be saved. But if I don't, I can only hide in the Six Paths world. Zhou Jie thought as he ran, and he prepared for the worst. 3,000 Thunders Illusion. In order to increase the chances of meeting Xiantian Princess, Zhou Jie was determined to maximize his speed. So he unleashed the 3,000 Thunders Haste with all his strength. He did not hope to escape, but to run as far as possible before being caught. Suddenly, Chapter 360. Even Emperor Tianshun and Emperor Tianjie were shocked by Zhou Jie's extreme speed. This was because his speed was comparable to the top middle stage emperors. It was not much worse than their extreme speed. For a moment, their speed was slightly inferior to Zhou Jie's. This brat is so fast, seems like he has a lot of secret techniques. We must take him down. Imperial Emperor Tianshun suddenly transmitted his voice to Imperial Emperor Beast God. In fact, both of them had the same idea, which was why Imperial Emperor Beast God agreed, and they both sped up to pursue Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, didn't care about anything else. He cast the 3,000 Thunders illusion body, leaving behind afterimages as he fled in a straight line. Zhou Jie didn't use the illusion to deceive Imperial Emperor Tianshun and Imperial Emperor Tianshun. It wasn't that he didn't want to, or rather, the illusion couldn't deceive them at all. It was just that in the fourth level, he couldn't maintain his speed and create illusions at the same time. Forcing himself to create illusions would only slow him down, which would only lead to his death. And so, Zhou Jie continued to flee while Imperial Emperor Tianshun and Imperial Emperor Tianshun were still catching up to him. But because of Zhou Jie's extreme speed, the time taken for them to catch up to him was longer than expected. But as Imperial Emperor Tianshun and Imperial Emperor Tianshun got closer and closer to him, Zhou Jie's heart turned cold. The possibility of meeting Xiantian Princess again was very slim to begin with, and now he had completely given up on this fantasy and was ready to hide in the Six Paths world. However, just as Zhou Jie was about to give up, a huge rock a few kilometers in front of him suddenly exploded. Xiantian Princess, who was dressed in an icy white brocade robe, appeared there with Tianqi Emperor and flew towards Zhou Jie. Xiantian Princess's eyes flashed with a breathtaking light as if she was extremely excited. But when she looked at Zhou Jie, the light in her eyes suddenly flashed fiercely. That is, Xiantian Princess saw Zhou Jie's illusions as he moved, and she felt her heart stop beating for a moment. But in the next second, Xiantian Princess shook her head in her heart. Impossible. Maybe it's just similar. Although she told herself so, Xiantian Princess still wanted to figure something out. But when she saw Imperial Emperor Tianshun and Imperial Emperor chasing Zhou Jie, she knew what she had to do first. On the other side, Imperial Emperor Tianshun and Imperial Emperor Tianshun also saw Xiantian Princess. They slowed down their speed, but they didn't give up immediately. Why do we meet the Xian Tian princess again? This brat shouldn't be with her, right? Or did he just become a follower of Xian Tian princess? Emperor Tian Chun asked Emperor Beast God in surprise. Are we still chasing? When the Beast God Emperor heard this, he didn't have time to care about Emperor Tian Shen's doubts. Instead, he simply asked, "Let's see," Emperor Tian Chun said helplessly. Then, he and Emperor Beast God both stopped chasing. They planned to take a detour and observe the situation. But Imperial Emperor Tian Chun and Imperial Emperor Tian Chun didn't expect that Xian Tian Princess would send them a message directly. "This person is mine. You two can get out of here." Imperial Emperor Tian Chun and Imperial Emperor Tian Chun were stunned. They were asked to leave by Xian Tian Princess because of Zhou Jie, which was beyond their imagination. Damn it! It seems that Xian Tian Princess wants to take this brat as her follower. Let's go and report this to the Celestial Sentinel. Heavenly Emperor Tian Chun had no choice but to greet Heavenly Emperor Beast God. Then the two of them turned around and left. Zhou Jie didn't know about this. When he saw Xian Tian Princess, he felt like he had found a life-saving straw. He immediately shouted, "Senior Princess, help me." Xian Tian Princess and Zhou Jie flew opposite each other. They covered thousands of meters in just a few breaths. Finally, they stopped dozens of meters away from each other. Zhou Jie looked back and saw that Emperor Tian Chun and Imperial Emperor Tian Chun had escaped. He was relieved and wanted to thank Xian Tian Princess. However, Xian Tian Princess asked, "What's the name of the movement skill you just used?" Zhou Jie heard the question and was shocked. He was confused and vigilant about Xian Tian Princess's question. Could it be that Xian Tian Princess knew that the movement skill he used was the 3,000 Thunder Haste? Could it be that this movement skill had something to do with her? At that moment, many thoughts flashed through Zhou Jie's mind. However, although the 3,000 Thunder Haste was a movement skill of the Zhou Holy Ground, it was not unique to the Zhou Holy Ground. Moreover, it was a very basic movement skill for the Zhou Holy Ground. Therefore, Zhou Jie was not afraid of exposing himself. He answered honestly, "Senior, this movement skill is called the 3,000 Thunder Haste." Hearing Zhou Jie's answer, Xian Tian Princess's eyes flashed. At the same time, she was overjoyed. She then asked Zhou Jie, "Where did you learn this secret skill?" When Zhou Jie heard this question, his heart couldn't help but tighten. He thought to himself that the other party had indeed seen through his movement technique. However, Zhou Jie thought that he couldn't let the other party know that he had the inheritance of the Zhou Holy Land. So he ambiguously said, "It was taught to me by a senior." A senior. Xian Tian Princess frowned slightly when she heard the answer. Obviously, this was not the answer she wanted. Yes. Facing Xian Tian Princess's question, Zhou Jie forced himself to confirm. At this point, Xian Tian Princess pondered for a moment, and then she gazed deeply at Zhou Jie before she spoke to Emperor Tian Qi. "Tian Qi, spar with him and suppress your cultivation to the initial stage of the Imperial Monarch realm." When Zhou Jie heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He thought to himself, "What's going on? Why is she sending someone to spar with me for no reason?" "Senior Xian Tian Princess, this?" Zhou Jie could not help but ask helplessly. However, Xian Tian Princess did not look at Zhou Jie. Instead, she looked straight ahead and said coldly, "Although it's a spar, you'd better use your full strength. Otherwise, you can't blame anyone if Tian Qi kills you." Hearing this, Zhou Jie knew that he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Emperor Tian Qi was very excited. After all, it was a rare opportunity to show off in front of Xian Tian Princess. He had to perform well. Therefore, Emperor Tian Qi came to Zhou Jie and followed Xian Tian Princess's words to provoke Zhou Jie. "Boy, although I'll suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours, my level is higher than yours. You'd better use all your strength. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." In response, Zhou Jie calmed down and calmed down. He looked at Emperor Tian Qi calmly. Previously, Zhou Jie was nervous because he was afraid of Xian Tian Princess. If it was just Emperor Tian Qi, Zhou Jie was confident that he could get rid of him even if he could not defeat him. Naturally, he was not afraid of him. Come on. Zhou Jie looked at Emperor Tian Qi calmly and said lightly. At the same time, his body shone with starlight. That was the manifestation of the star power when he performed the star form. When Xian Tian Princess saw the change in Zhou Jie's body, she was surprised again. Emperor Tian Qi saw that Zhou Jie did not take out his weapon. Thinking that Xian Tian Princess had taken away the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, he said, "If you don't use your weapon, I won't either. Take this." After saying that, Emperor Tian Qi instantly dashed toward Zhou Jie. His entire body shone with a yellow light, and the gravity within a few miles changed drastically. Zhou Jie instantly felt a huge pressure coming from all directions. He quickly responded by releasing his law domain and performing the 9 changes of stars. His body shone with endless light as he rushed toward Emperor Tian Qi and faced him head-on. Emperor Tian Qi was surprised that Zhou Jie dared to face him head-on. However, he felt that Zhou Jie was overestimating himself. He immediately raised his hands above his head and released a yellow law seal to suppress Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie directly performed the final move of Wuji Divine Hand, Wuji Dao. Zhou Jie also struck out with both hands, but this time it was in the form of lifting. Endless law of thunder gathered in his hands and finally came into contact with Emperor Tian Qi's law seal. Then, with a roar, the power of thunder and lightning from Zhou Jie's hands wrapped around the law seal and swept it aside. Then it exploded. Zhou Jie had already dodged to the side and was not hurt at all. Emperor Tianqi was quite surprised by this. He immediately put away his underestimation of Zhou Jie, and in the next second, he began a close combat with Zhou Jie. However, the two of them did not notice that when the Xiantian princess saw Zhou Jie neutralize the Law Seal's attack, her eyes lit up with excitement again. Even her red lips were slightly opened, and she looked quite surprised. Emperor Tian Qi chose to fight Zhou Jie in close combat, which was exactly what Zhou Jie wanted. One had to know that compared to long-range attacks, such as flying swords, Zhou Jie was best at close combat. Especially after he had mastered the stained clothes 18 falls. Zhou Jie's close combat was invincible. Therefore, after Emperor Tian Qi and Zhou Jie exchanged blows, he suddenly felt the pressure. This was because he realized that Zhou Jie's power was actually a little stronger than his. Moreover, his every attack was easily neutralized by his opponent. He felt as if he could not hit Zhou Jie, even though his hand was clearly in contact with Zhou Jie. In just a few seconds, Zhou Jie and Emperor Tian Qi had exchanged hundreds of blows. Zhou Jie became braver as he fought, but Emperor Tian Qi felt even more pressure. It turned out that Zhou Jie was constantly converting Emperor Tian Qi's attacks and accumulating his own power, causing his every attack to become stronger. This principle was the same as his infinite 100 slashes, which was the ultimate application of the infinite Saint Hand. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about Zhou Jie's every attack was not the increase in power. The most terrifying thing was that he was accumulating power at the same time, and when he reached the limit, he would unleash it. That attack was the most terrifying and could be considered a fatal attack. However, Heavenly Cavalry Emperor was a veteran mid-stage imperial monarch. His control over the laws was far superior to Zhou Jie's. Left with no other choice, Heavenly Cavalry Emperor decided to stop at nothing. He used all his might to control the laws of space in an attempt to stop Zhou Jie's attacks and win with a counterattack. However, after Emperor Tian Qi unleashed his power, his palm broke through Zhou Jie's defense and unexpectedly landed on Zhou Jie's chest. Bang! Tian Qi Heavenly Emperor was sent flying without warning. The wrist of the hand that hit Zhou Jie's chest was twisted and broken. Chapter 361. Staining 18 Falls. Her exclamation made Zhou Jie and the Celestial Emperor stop moving at the same time. Tianqi Emperor had just steadied himself when he heard Xin Tian Princess's exclamation. He was stunned because he did not know what was going on. Zhou Jie, on the other hand, was completely shocked. This kind of shock was like walking on the street and suddenly seeing an ugly alien creature appear in front of you. Xin Tian Princess. How does she know about staining 18 falls? Zhou Jie was stunned. Staining 18 falls was the top secret technique of the Zhou Holy Ground. Even in the Holy Ground, few people could learn it. How did Xin Tian Princess know about it? And Xin Tian Princess recognized it when she saw Zhou Jie use it. Obviously, she did not just know about staining 18 falls. Just as Zhou Jie was thinking, his vision blurred. The Xin Tian Princess had already appeared in front of him, less than a meter away from him. Before Zhou Jie could react, Tianqi Emperor behind him was stunned. He had been following Xin Tian Princess for so long, but this was the first time he saw Xin Tian Princess so close to someone else. Even he had never been so close to the Xin Tian Princess. How did Xin Tian Princess? Celestial Knight Emperor couldn't figure out why this was happening. He felt like his heart was about to break, and he felt like he was suffocating. Zhou Jie saw Xin Tian Princess in front of him, and his body trembled subconsciously. In fact, he subconsciously wanted to resist, but he realized that if Xin Tian Princess attacked him, he would not be able to resist at all. So he suppressed his body's instinctive reaction. You got the inheritance of the Zhou Holy Ground? Xin Tian Princess suddenly asked Zhou Jie. When Zhou Jie heard the question, he couldn't help but be surprised again. This time, Xin Tian Princess directly said the words Zhou's Holy Land. In addition, she also knew the 18 falls of clothes, which obviously showed that she knew a lot about it. Yes, at that time, Zhou Jie was extremely nervous when he answered this one word. The moment he said it, he felt that he had never been so nervous in his life. This was because he still didn't know whether the Xin Tian Princess was an enemy or a friend to the Zhou Holy Land. Hearing Zhou Jie's confirmation, the Xin Tian Princess trembled slightly. Her face was full of disbelief. Then she stabilized her breath and asked, "Are you the current son of Saint?" When the Xin Tian Princess asked this question, Zhou Jie immediately relaxed. If the Xin Tian Princess was an enemy of the Zhou Holy Land, then she wouldn't be so agitated. Therefore, Zhou Jie calmed down and nodded. "Yes, may I ask if Senior Xin Tian Princess is also from the Zhou Holy Land?" Zhou Jie thought that the Xin Tian Princess would answer, but she suddenly knelt on one knee in front of Zhou Jie and said solemnly, "Zhou Qing Xian, disciple of the Zhou Sacred Ground, greets your highness." When the Xin Tian Princess knelt, Zhou Jie almost jumped in fright. He was stunned on the spot. However, Zhou Jie was still fine. On the other side, Tianqi Emperor saw this scene and was completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where am I going? These questions seemed to have floated through Tianqi Emperor's mind. He didn't even realize that his jaw was wide open and his face was extremely dull. After a moment of blankness, Emperor Tianqi felt as if the sky had collapsed. The goddess he worshipped and admired the most in his life, the most arrogant and unapproachable goddess, had actually knelt before an early-stage Emperor realm brat who came out of nowhere. To be honest, Tianqi Emperor wished that he was dead at that moment so that he wouldn't be able to see this scene. However, the reality was that he had seen it and even heard the Xin Tian Princess call, "Zhou Jie, your highness." At this moment, his emotions were extremely complicated. In the end, he could only mutter 4 words in a trembling voice. "Your highness," on the other side. Zhou Jie quickly said after a moment of shock, "Senior Xin Tian Princess, you don't have to do this." However, despite Zhou Jie's words, the Xin Tian Princess, or Zhou Qing Xian, did not immediately stand up. Instead, she looked up at Zhou Jie, her eyes filled with excitement. She said, "Your Highness, you may not understand my feelings right now. I was once an abandoned baby. Thanks to a senior from the Zhou Sacred Ground who took me in, I was able to live until today. That senior who took me in was the ancient divine emperor. He was a consecrator of the Zhou Sacred Ground. He was the one who created this mystic realm in his early years. Senior Ancient Divine Emperor is like a second parent to me. When the sacred ground was attacked, I happened to be with Senior Ancient One. He was the one who sent me and a group of elite disciples away through the array formation. That was how I was able to survive that battle and survive until today. Later on, I heard that the Zhou sacred ground was destroyed and Senior Ancient One's whereabouts were unknown. It was very likely that he had fallen. At that time, I felt as if the sky had collapsed. Since then, I have been looking for my companions from a sacred ground. However, we were all separated when we were teleported. Until now, I have not been able to find a single one of us. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that I would be able to meet your Highness Holy Son today? Hearing this, Zhou Jie could not help but sigh inwardly. According to what the Xiantian princess said, it was indeed an incredible thing for him to meet her. In a word, it was fate is really wonderful. However, Zhou Jie was still curious about Zhou Qingxuan's words. He could not help but ask, how did you know that the ancient divine emperor left this mystic realm of heritage here? I accidentally got a treasure map about this place. That's how I found this place. In response to Zhou Jie's question, Zhou Qingxian replied, Senior Ancient Divine Emperor told me. At that time, he said that when I reached the Imperial Emperor realm, he would let me go out to gain experience, and then come to the Emperor Blood Field to find his inheritance. He also told me that there was a map somewhere in the Emperor Blood Field. However, when I came to the Emperor Blood Field thousands of years ago, the map was no longer there. Now it seems that all of this was fate. If the map had not been snatched outside the Emperor Blood Field, perhaps I would not have met your Highness here. Zhou Jie couldn't help but nod in realization when he heard this, and then he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The destruction of the Zhou Holy Land back then was much more tragic than he had imagined. The ancient divine emperor and many other universe emperor realm and transcendent realm masters had all died. Only a part of the Holy Land disciples below the imperial emperor realm were scattered all over the place. Even now, it was difficult for them to find each other. So that's how it is. Zhou Jie did not know what to say, so he could only say so. Zhou Qingxian did not care about Zhou Jie's embarrassment. She continued to ask, Your Highness, how did you learn the sacred ground's secret arts? Does the sacred ground still have inheritances? Zhou Qingxian asked if Zhou Jie was the sacred ground's sacred ground, because back then, the Zhou sacred ground only taught those who had fallen to the sacred ground's sacred ground. She did not know that the Zhou sacred ground still had inheritances, so she asked this question. There are inheritances. In response, Zhou Jie answered straightforwardly. Then, he glanced at Emperor Tianqi, who was not far behind Zhou Qingxian, and asked, Do you know about the Six Paths world? Zhou Qingxian also realized the influence of Emperor Tianqi's presence, so she casually created an ice wall, enclosing her and Zhou Jie in it. Then, she replied with some surprise, Yes, Your Highness, did you obtain the inheritances in the Six Paths world? Zhou Jie thought for a moment and replied, You can say that, but to be precise, it's because of this space ring. It's a long story, but if Senior wants to know, I can tell you briefly. Your Highness, just call me Qingxian. Zhou Qingxian immediately said when she heard that. Zhou Jie could not help but feel awkward when he heard that. So he replied, All right, you don't have to call me Your Highness. My name is Zhou Jie. Just call me by my name. Who knew that when Zhou Jie said that, Zhou Qingxian sternly rejected. How can I do that? I'm just an elite disciple of the sacred ground, and you're the sacred ground's sacred ground. It's too rude to call you by your name. I'll just call you Your Highness. Since Zhou Qingxian had already said that, Zhou Jie was no match for her anyway. So what else could he say? Thus, he had no choice but to agree. Then, he suddenly asked, By the way, do you know where Senior Ancient One's inheritances are in this secret realm? When I came in, I obtained a light paper map, but it didn't indicate the location of the inheritances. As Zhou Jie spoke, he took out the light paper and passed it to Zhou Qingxian. Zhou Qingxian received the light paper, took a look at it, and said, This light paper only indicates the danger level of each space. but Senior Ancient One once told me that this secret realm was designed according to a kind of array formation, so I know where the dangers are and where there aren't. As for the location of the inheritances, I don't know. Senior Ancient One told me to come in and look for the inheritances myself, and there are 3 sets of inheritances. He said that they would be given to 3 people, and those who passed the inheritances would become his ordinary disciples. Zhou Qingxuan's answer was also within Zhou Jie's expectations. Therefore, he only nodded and did not express any regret. Then let's go look for the Ancient One's legacy together. We can take some treasures when we get there, Zhou Jie said after thinking for a while. He had nothing else to do in the secret territory other than searching for treasures. In response, Zhou Qingxian agreed. Then, she said, I don't think there are any treasures that Senior Ancient One left in the first 4 levels that I'm interested in. However, it's easy for me to take them. If Your Highness needs any treasures in the first 4 levels, just let me know and I'll help Your Highness collect them. That way it'll be faster. Zhou Jie could not help but feel happy when he heard that. At the same time, he felt a little embarrassed. He nodded and expressed his gratitude. After that, Zhou Jie, Zhou Qingxian, and the Celestial Knight Emperor began to head to the 3rd level. Chapter 362. Under the lead of Xiantian Princess, Zhou Jie's speed was not as fast as Xiantian Princess, and Xiantian Princess knew the danger of each space in the Mystery Land. Zhou Jie arrived at the 3rd level. Through the 3rd level, they went to the 4th level, and then to the 5th level. According to Xiantian Princess's idea, the 3 inheritances were most likely placed in the 5th level. If they were on the 4th level, it would be much easier to find them. Moreover, the 4th level was not dangerous enough, not to mention the first 3 levels. In this way, Zhou Jie and the other 2 spent a full 2 months. They went to a 3rd floor space and 16 5th floor spaces one after another. In the end, they still didn't find a single inheritance. However, they did obtain a lot of treasures and materials similar to the Moyu's venom. This made Zhou Jie very happy. In fact, for Zhou Jie, treasures and materials like the Moyu venom were nothing. However, Zhou Jie cultivated the way of divine tactics, which involved formations, refining weapons, refining elixirs, inscriptions, and so on. All of them required a variety of materials. Zhou Jie could not find the most suitable ones. However, as long as the quality was not too different, many materials with similar properties could be used instead. This was the most valuable treasure and materials obtained in the Mystery Land for Zhou Jie. While Zhou Jie continued to look for inheritances, Emperor Sentry and Emperor Ninesword met Emperor Tianshun and Emperor Beast God for the first time after a long exploration of the Mystery Land. Lord Sentry, Emperor Tianshun, and Emperor Ninesword flew to Emperor Sentry and saluted at the same time. Emperor Sentry was used to this situation, so he replied indifferently, "Well, what did you find?" Emperor Tianshun replied, "My lord, we found 2 Emperor weapons, but the first one was accidentally taken away by Emperor Dark Demon. Although we tried our best to get it back, he still escaped. The second Emperor weapon was much better than the first one, but you need to go through a test to get it. Emperor Beast God and I both tried the test, but unfortunately, we did not pass. We are really ashamed. Why don't you give it a try? It should be easy for you to get the Emperor weapon." The Inspector Celestial Emperor's interest was piqued when he heard Emperor Tianshun's words. He smiled and said, "Both of you failed. It seems that this Emperor weapon is special. 9 swords, and I also found 2 Emperor weapons, but they were very ordinary. I took them casually. Take me to see the Emperor weapon you found." "Yes." When Emperor Tianshun heard this, he immediately replied. However, he suddenly thought of something and hesitated for a moment. Then he continued, "By the way, Your Excellency, we met the Xiantian Crown Princess about 2 months ago twice." "Oh, what's wrong? Tell me." Emperor Sentry was even more interested when he heard it was about Princess Xiantian. He looked directly at Emperor Tianshun and asked, "As one of Emperor Sentinel's confidants, Emperor Tian Chen certainly knew how much Emperor Sentinel loved Princess Xiantian. Unfortunately, Princess Xiantian had clearly rejected Emperor Sentinel several times. However, this only made Emperor Sentinel miss her even more. That was why Emperor Tian Chen deliberately mentioned his encounter with Princess Xiantian. "It's like this," Emperor Tian Chen began. "Emperor Beast God and I followed Emperor Dark Demon to the 4th level. We did not find Emperor Dark Demon, but we met an initial realm Emperor boy. This boy ran away when he saw us. About a minute later, Emperor Tianshun told Emperor Sentry in detail about the 2 encounters with Princess Xiantian. Emperor Sentry's face turned ugly when he heard the last part. He even said with slight anger, "What? She told you two to get lost because of an initial realm emperor? Why would she not give me any face because of an initial realm emperor?" The reason why the Emperor Sentry said so was that, in his opinion, Xiantian Princess knew that Emperor Tianshun and Emperor Tianshan were his men. Normally speaking, even if she wanted to recruit an emperor of initial realm as a follower, she shouldn't have asked his men to get lost. It was a bit strange, and the Emperor Sentry couldn't understand it. So he was angry. Seeing Emperor Sentry's reaction, Emperor Tianshan hesitated for a moment and boldly said, "My lord, since Princess Xiantian is not sensible, why don't you take this opportunity to take her down?" Emperor Sentry's eyes flashed when he heard this. He asked carefully, "What do you mean by opportunity? Tell me your idea." In response, Emperor Tian Chun immediately replied, "There are a large number of cultivators in the Imperial Emperor realm in this secret land. With your deterrence, you can lure or coerce them to work for you temporarily. With the help of so many cultivators in the Imperial Emperor realm and the 3 of us, you can make some arrangements. Are you afraid that Xiantian Crown Princess can't catch her?" Emperor Sentinel let out a sigh of relief when he heard that. He did not immediately express his opinion like Emperor Tianshan had expected. This made Emperor Tianqin's smile disappear. He lowered his head and waited for Emperor Sentinel's opinion. Emperor Sentry pondered for more than 10 seconds before he suddenly nodded slightly and said, "Princess Xiantian is only slightly weaker than me. She is even better at escaping. Even if we follow your plan, it will be difficult to catch her. However, I happen to obtain an Emperor weapon in the secret realm that can bind her. I can give it a try." Although the Emperor Sentinel said so, he did not consider the difficulty of capturing the Xiantian princess. Instead, he considered whether to capture her or not. This was because the Emperor Sentinel had always wanted the Xiantian princess to be his cultivation partner. He had expressed his admiration for the Xiantian princess many times before. He had even asked to be her cultivation partner. Unfortunately, the Xiantian princess did not hesitate to reject him. Even so, the Emperor Sentinel did not give up. However, Emperor Tianshun had mentioned the idea of capturing the Xiantian princess. Perhaps he could make the Xiantian princess submit to him and become his Dao companion. However, doing so would inevitably have consequences. Moreover, the probability of success was uncertain. Therefore, the Emperor Sentinel thought about it for a few seconds. In the end, he could not resist the idea of capturing the Xiantian princess. Emperor Tianshun was overjoyed when he heard Emperor Sentry's affirmative answer. He took the initiative to look for other Emperor Realm cultivators and recruit them for his own use. Emperor Sentry nodded and asked Emperor Nine Sword, Emperor God Beast, and Emperor Tianshun to go with him while he went alone to recruit them. While Emperor Sentry and the others were taking action, Princess Xiantian and the others were still looking for the inheritances. Fortunately, they were not too unlucky. On the 9th day, they finally found one of the inheritances on the 5th level after passing through many obstacles. The Land of Inheritance was a fiery red platform about 500 meters in diameter. There were a total of 18 human-shaped statues on the edge. However, they could not tell whether they were male or female and had no faces. The Xiantian princess and the other 2 entered the platform without any hindrance. Then, they heard a deep and majestic male voice. "First of all, congratulations on reaching this land of inheritance. Next, those who want to take the inheritance test can enter the red dot in the center of the platform. The test will start automatically. Only one person can participate in each test. Everyone can retreat to the edge of the statue area. Those who violate the rules will be sent out of the platform and will not be able to enter for 100 years. Those who fail the test will also be sent out of the platform for 1,000 years. The test is very simple. If you push all 18 statues back to the white line at the edge of the platform within 1 minute, you will pass the test and receive the only inheritance here. If you exceed the time limit, leave the platform, or land in the center of the red dot area, you will fail once. Everyone who enters the platform has 3 chances. If you fail 3 times, you will be sent out of the platform. After knowing the rules of the test, Zhou Jie and Princess Xiantian looked at each other. They both wanted to ask, who will go first? However, Princess Xiantian was the most powerful person present. She thought for a while and said, "This inheritance must be given to your highness. However, you only have 3 chances. If you blindly accept the test, you may waste at least 1 chance. So, I will accept the test first and help your highness find out the difficulty of the test. Your highness, don't worry. Even if I can pass the test, I will not." Of course, Zhou Jie was not worried that the Xiantian crown princess would snatch the inheritance. In fact, Zhou Jie did not even mind giving it to the Xiantian crown princess. However, since the Xiantian crown princess said so, Zhou Jie nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Sister Qingxian." Hearing Zhou Jie call her Sister Qingxian, Emperor Tianqi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He thought to himself, "Zhou Jie, that's enough. How dare you call my goddess sister? This." Of course, Tianqi Emperor could only ridicule Zhou Jie in his heart. On the surface, other than being shocked, he did not show any other expression. However, his heart was indeed on the verge of collapse. Seeing that Zhou Jie had agreed, Princess Xiantian said something and then flew to the red dot in the center of the platform. Zhou Jie and Princess Xiantian quickly retreated behind a white line at the edge of the platform. Princess Xiantian flew to the red dot and landed on the ground. The originally calm Taoist hall suddenly fluctuated violently with the power of law. Zhou Jie and Princess Xiantian simultaneously felt a huge surge of energy not far behind them. It came from a statue. While Zhou Jie and Princess Xiantian were still in shock, the 18 statues at the edge of the Taoist hall, which were more than 10 meters tall, all shot out red light and then came to life. They quickly flew toward Princess Xiantian, who was above the red dot in the center. After the test began, a power of law would lift the testi off the ground. After that, once the testi landed on the red dot, they would be considered to have admitted defeat. Chapter 363. Facing the simultaneous attack of the 18 statues, the Xiantian princess released a circle of energy waves. The energy waves rippled through the 18 statues in the blink of an eye, but did not stop them at all. It did not even slow them down. The Xiantian princess realized this, and her expression changed slightly. She became more serious and took out her natal divine weapon, Purple Abyss, for the first time in the secret realm. It was a purple long sword with a sharp triangular blade. It looked very delicate, and in the hands of the Xiantian princess, it looked even more graceful and luxurious. With a slash of the sword, the Purple Abyss released a misty light purple smoke. The 18 statues plunged into the smoke at the same time and were immediately strangled. They all tried to resist. When the 18 statues resisted, the Xiantian princess immediately realized that they all had the strength of the peak of the Emperor realm. Although there was a huge difference in strength between the same realm, the Xiantian princess could definitely defeat one statue by herself. However, when there were 18 of them, it was a completely different concept. Especially when the 18 statues were almost acting as one, it meant that they were very cooperative in battle. Relying on her absolute strength, the Xiantian princess successfully broke through the encirclement of the 18 statues. She turned around and struck one of the statues to the ground with her sword. However, it did not suffer any substantial damage at all. Once it touched the ground, it flew back unharmed. Seeing this, the Xiantian princess exerted her swordsmanship to the extreme. Together with the law field, she directly shrouded the 17 statues. She tried her best to break out and throw the 17 statues out of the white line. However, the Xiantian princess overestimated her own strength or underestimated the combined strength of the 17 statues. The 17 statues burst out a circle of dark red light at the same time and broke the traction force that the Xiantian princess exerted on them. Then, they all rushed towards the Xiantian princess. Fortunately, the 18 statues did not have weapons. They all attacked at close range. The Xiantian princess relied on the advantage of her weapon and was not at a disadvantage. She even knocked a few statues away from time to time. However, this was almost her limit. It was impossible for her to push the 18 statues out of the white line at the same time. Of course, with Xiantian princess's personality, she would not give up so easily. She fought until the last second of the 1-minute time limit. In just 1 minute, all 18 statues froze in the air. Then, they were quickly pulled back to their original positions by the power of laws of the dojo and returned to silence. When the Xiantian princess saw this, she knew that the test was over. However, she was still unwilling to give up, so she sent a message to Zhou Jie and Xiantian princess. "I will try again." Of course, Zhou Jie and Tianqi tacitly agreed. However, Tianqi Emperor's face was filled with worry, while Zhou Jie's brows were tightly furrowed. He seemed to be deep in thought. On the other side, the Xiantian princess did not immediately accept the test again. Instead, she carefully thought about the battle just now and tried to find a way to pass the test as much as possible. However, after thinking for a long time, the Xiantian princess still couldn't come up with a good solution. In the end, she could only shake her head and land on the red dot area again. In an instant, the 18 statues were activated again and surrounded the Xiantian princess. This time, the Xiantian princess did not stay in the center position. Instead, she took the opportunity to soar into the sky. She flew until she could no longer fly due to the power of laws of the dojo. Then, she turned around and dived toward the ground of the dojo. This time, the Xiantian princess planned to defeat the enemy with one move. When the Xiantian princess rose into the sky, the 18 statues gathered together and chased after her. When the Xiantian princess turned around, she directly unleashed her power of laws and gathered the 18 statues together. Then, she used her profound sword to destroy them. Taking advantage of the moment when they lost their ability to move, she further unleashed her power of laws and sent them to the white line area, including the corresponding area above, at the same time. However, the Xiantian princess still miscalculated this time. After the 18 statues were gathered together, they took the initiative to hold hands and formed a field similar to an array formation. Their power was no longer scattered but stacked. Moreover, it was not as simple as 18 1 plus 1. The total power was increased by at least 30%. The result of the final collision was that the Xiantian princess was defeated. She even vomited blood and was sent flying. The 18 statues did not know how to show mercy to women. They quickly chased after the Xiantian princess and wanted to surround her again. The Xiantian princess felt her injury and knew that it was useless to continue fighting. So, she chose to escape from the dojo. The second test was over. After this test, the Xiantian princess did not want to do it a third time because she was deeply aware that she was not strong enough to complete the test. So, she flew back to the area where Zhou Jie and the Celestial Knight were. "Sister Qingxian, are you okay?" "Princess, how are you?" As soon as the Xiantian princess came over, Zhou Jie and the Celestial Knight Emperor asked almost at the same time. For this situation, Zhou Jie was fine, but the Celestial Knight Emperor felt a little embarrassed and even a little inferior. Compared with Zhou Jie, the Celestial Knight Emperor felt that he was more insignificant in the eyes of the Xintian princess. He had followed the Xintian princess for thousands of years, and Zhou Jie had just appeared. And the fact was that the Xintian princess cared more about Zhou Jie's question. She did not even look at the Celestial Knight Emperor. She looked at Zhou Jie and replied, "It's just a small injury. Your Highness, you don't have to worry about me. It's just that the test is too difficult. Are you sure you can pass it? It's good that you're fine," Zhou Jie first said, and then answered the Xintian princess's question. "If the 18 statues adjust their strength according to the testee's cultivation, I think it's not a big problem. But if I take the test, and they're still as strong as when you tested me, then I definitely have no chance at all." Hearing Zhou Jie's words, the Xintian princess was slightly surprised because she heard Zhou Jie say, "It's not a big problem." So she immediately said, "This test should change according to the testee's cultivation. Your Highness, it shouldn't be a big problem, right?" In response to the Xintian princess's doubts, Zhou Jie nodded calmly and said, "This test can be said to be tailor-made for me. I'll know when I try it." After that, Zhou Jie flew directly to the red dot area and landed smoothly on the ground. The test immediately began. The 18 statues besieged Zhou Jie just like before, but their speed was obviously reduced by a level. Zhou Jie could tell at a glance that the strength of these statues had been reduced. However, just to be safe, Zhou Jie still used the 6-pulse legendary sword to attack one of the statues. As a result, the statue easily defeated the attack of the 6-pulse legendary sword, but its speed was obviously affected. From this, Zhou Jie was sure that these statues were only at the same cultivation level as him. He was immediately relieved, and, at the same time, he flew into the sky like the Xintian princess. The 18 statues followed closely behind and soon formed a circle with each other. Zhou Jie did not fly very high. His body glowed, and he stopped flying. Then, the 18 statues quickly surrounded Zhou Jie and attacked at the same time. Bang! In the next second, an incredible scene happened. After the attacks of the 18 statues landed on Zhou Jie's body, they flew backward and finally hit the edge of the training hall. Because the edge of the training hall blocked the statues, the 18 statues all fell on the edge of the training hall. Tianqi Emperor was dumbfounded by this shocking scene. Even Xintian Princess, who knew what was going on, could not hide her surprise. As for why this scene happened, it was very simple. It was because of Zhou Jie's stained clothes 18 falls. The moment the 18 statues attacked Zhou Jie, they were all sent flying by Zhou Jie before he could react. In the end, this shocking scene happened. This was also why Zhou Jie said, "It's not a big problem." Now it seemed that Zhou Jie was being modest. However, before the Xintian princess and Emperor Tianqi could communicate with Zhou Jie, a huge change happened in the training hall. Red energy like tassels suddenly covered the entire training hall and isolated the area where the Xintian princess and Emperor Tianqi were from Zhou Jie. Then, an old man in red energy form appeared in front of Zhou Jie. Just as Zhou Jie was surprised by this, the energy elder said, "Greetings, inheritor. I am the Tao spirit of this Taoist sanctum. You have passed the test left behind by my master, so I will give you the inheritance information left behind by my master. In addition, I will obey your orders. If there is anything in this Taoist sanctum that is a threat to you, I can eliminate it." Hearing this, Zhou Jie quickly said, "The other 2 people in the training hall are my friends. You can give me the inheritance information directly." In this regard, the spirit nodded and said, "Okay." At the same time, he took out a drop of liquid with a golden red energy luster and then said to Zhou Jie, "This is the immortal blood. My master obtained it after refining the entire immortal river. This is 1 drop. Its function is very simple. You only need to integrate a drop of essence blood into it and copy your memory in it. After you die, it will be reborn as you. In addition, my master also left the inheritance information in it. You only need to activate this drop of immortal blood with your essence blood, and you can get everything that my master wants to tell you. Speaking of this, Zhou Jie could not help but stare at the drop of golden red liquid in shock. Then he carefully took it. What a terrifying power! After taking the drop of immortal blood, Zhou Jie found that the energy it carried was extremely terrifying. He could not help but exclaim. Chapter 364. Following Dao Ling's instructions, Zhou Jie took out a drop of his blood essence and merged it with the immortal blood. The moment the blood essence merged with it, the immortal blood shone brightly. At the same time, Zhou Jie's consciousness was dragged into a blood-red area. When Zhou Jie's consciousness woke up, he noticed that he was in a dark red void, and a red-robed man was sitting cross-legged not too far away from him. This man looked to be in his 20s or 30s, and he had a resolute appearance, but his gaze was extremely calm and deep. Zhou Jie glanced at him, and then he had a feeling of falling into a river of eternity that he couldn't extricate himself from. When Zhou Jie came to himself and forced his consciousness out of that feeling, the man in the red robe had already spoken. "Hello, inheritor of the Zhou Holy Ground. I'm glad to meet you." Zhou Jie was shocked. He asked, "How do you know I'm the inheritor of the Zhou Holy Ground?" In response, the red-robed man continued, "This is just a consciousness I left behind to tell you some things. I think you're wondering how I know you're from the Zhou Holy Land. First of all, the inheritance test I set up here is the most difficult one. If you're not a genius at the level of a holy son, or if you've cultivated the Zhou Holy Land's secret technique, it's almost impossible to pass the test. Secondly, and most importantly, when fusing with the indestructible blood, if the essence blood you use doesn't contain the direct bloodline of the Zhou Holy Land, you won't have the chance to see me." Hearing this, Zhou Jie suddenly understood. At the same time, he was shocked by the means of the ancient divine emperor. Although he had set up the inheritance here, those who passed the test had to have the bloodline of the Zhou Holy Ground. Otherwise, they would be digging their own graves. If they merged with the immortal blood, they would die. Zhou Jie knew that this was just a sliver of consciousness left by the ancient divine emperor, and that the ancient divine emperor would not communicate with him. So, he did not say anything and just listened quietly. Let's get back to business. I am known as the ancient divine emperor, and I have done a lot of research on the path of life and death. When I was traveling in the central universe, I passed by an interstellar ruin and stumbled upon a void river. The river was very miraculous. Its water could heal wounds and even revive some creatures that had just died. I later named it the Undying River. The existence of the Undying River is far more profound than I imagined. I spent tens of thousands of years, but was still unable to fully comprehend the profundities of the laws within. Later on, I studied an ancient technique and decided to refine the Undying River. The Undying Blood is the result of refining the Undying River. There are 7 drops of immortal blood in total. I used 1 drop as the reward for passing the inheritance here. As for the other 6 drops, I used 1 drop. Because of the restriction of the Supreme Law, I can't use 2 drops at the same time. Before you leave the dojo, remember to ask Dao Ling for a token. It will guide you to a place where you can find me. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. When the time comes, I'll officially accept you as my disciple. Of course, it's up to you whether you want to accept it or not. That's all I have to say. We'll meet again if fate wills it. At this point, the red-robed man smiled slightly, appearing rather amiable. Then, he vanished into thin air. Following that, the scene in front of Zhou Jie began to blur. When Zhou Jie saw the things in front of him again, his consciousness had already returned to reality. Zhou Jie looked at Dao Ling and remembered what the ancient divine emperor had said. He asked, "Senior Dao Ling, do you have a token?" Hearing this, Dao Ling waved his hand, and a palm-sized dark red token appeared in his hand. After that, he tossed the token to Zhou Jie and said, "Take it." Zhou Jie was overjoyed and said gratefully, "Thank you, Senior Dao Ling. Well, you should go. My mission is over." Dao Ling said expressionlessly. In fact, he didn't have a face, so he should have no expression. Zhou Jie wanted to say something, but Dao Ling suddenly disappeared. The red energy that had shrouded the dojo also disappeared, and the dojo returned to normal. Not far away, Xin Tian Princess saw that Zhou Jie was safe and sound and immediately flew over happily. Tian Qi Emperor's face was tense as he followed closely behind. "Your Highness, are you okay?" Xin Tian Princess asked with concern. Zhou Jie smiled faintly and shook his head. He said, "I'm fine. Sister Qing Xian, what about your injury?" "I said it's nothing serious." "Your Highness, don't worry. If there's nothing else here, let's leave," Xin Tian Princess said. Zhou Jie was slightly surprised and puzzled when he heard this, so he asked puzzledly, "You're leaving? But there are still 2 inheritances left. Sister Qing Xian, don't you want them?" Zhou Jie thought that Xin Tian Princess might be worried about something, so he quickly said, "If you are worried about the difficulty of the test, don't worry. The test here is the most difficult. The other 2 places are relatively easier. Sister Qing Xian, with your strength, you should have no problem passing. This is what I learned when I just received the inheritance." Hearing Zhou Jie's words, Xin Tian Princess was indeed moved. She had the thought of looking for the second inheritance, but this thought only flashed in her mind for a split second before she dismissed it. "No, Your Highness. Although I also want the inheritance, there are still many dangers in this secret realm. I'm worried that Your Highness will be in danger, so I've decided not to take the risk. Let's send Your Highness away first, and I can come back to look for the inheritance later," Xin Tian Princess said. She really valued Zhou Jie's life because Zhou Jie represented the hope of the Zhou clan's revival. He was the only hope for the Zhou clan's revival. Zhou Jie heard her and realized that his strength was indeed weak in the secret realm. He could only be a burden to Xin Tian Princess. So, he was in a dilemma. But after thinking for a short while, Zhou Jie had a solution. So, he suggested, "How about this? I have the 6 Paths world. If there is any danger, I can enter it. This way, I won't be in any danger. But I'll need Sister Qing Xian to deal with it." Xin Tian Princess, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. "That's right, Your Highness has the 6 Paths world. If you encounter any danger, Your Highness can just enter it, and I will bring you in the 6 Paths world out of danger. In this secret realm, there aren't many things that can threaten me. If there is, it would be Imperial Emperor Sentry." "Emperor Vigilant?" Zhou Jie asked curiously when he heard that. He had never heard of the name of Emperor Vigilant before. In response, the Xin Tian Princess replied, "The Celestial Emperor is a peak Imperial Emperor like me, but his strength is extremely terrifying. Even I can't defeat him. He deserves to be called the strongest person in the Imperial blood domain." Oh, Zhou Jie was enlightened. At the same time, he had a better understanding of Xin Tian Princess's strength. In Imperial blood realm, her strength was only second to Imperial Emperor Sentry. So, she could definitely be ranked in the top 3. Then let's continue to look for the next inheritance. If the inheritance isn't too difficult, we can still look for the 3rd one. Senior Heavenly Knight can also give a try. When Zhou Jie said the last sentence, he looked at Heavenly Knight Emperor. Tianqi Emperor's face was gloomy. He was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Zhou Jie and then at Xin Tian Princess. He was at a loss. Xin Tian Princess said, "Your Highness's idea is good, but with Tianqi's strength, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to pass the test. But we can still give it a try. Let's look for the second inheritance first." Tianqi Emperor's face darkened when he heard Xin Tian Princess's words. Then, when he thought of Zhou Jie's talent, he felt like a piece of trash. Zhou Jie saw the change in Tianqi Emperor's expression. His eyes turned serious. After a while, Xin Tian Princess and the other 2 went on their way again. When they reached the 4th level, Zhou Jie suddenly felt a burning sensation between his eyebrows. "What?" Zhou Jie was shocked. He exclaimed, "There's another warning from Tianji Mirror." This time, the sudden warning from the heavenly secret mirror shocked Zhou Jie, because the previous warning from the heavenly secret mirror was indeed very dangerous. However, he was alone at that time. This time, not only was Zhou Jie already an imperial emperor, but he also had the Xiantian Empress and Xiantian Empress by his side. Under such circumstances, how could the heavenly secret mirror think that he was in danger? Out of absolute trust in Xiantian Princess, Zhou Jie immediately stopped her and Tianqi Emperor. "Wait, Sister Qing Xian, what's wrong, Your Highness?" Xiantian Princess and Tianqi Emperor stopped. Xiantian Princess asked. Zhou Jie said, "Sister Qing Xian, I have an imperial weapon with me. Although it doesn't have any attack power, it can avoid danger and predict danger. I can't use it yet, but when there's great danger, it will sometimes warn me. It warned me just now. This means that we may be in danger, and it's not an ordinary danger." Xiantian Princess and Tianqi Emperor were shocked. Then, Xiantian Princess quickly used her senses to check the surroundings carefully. Xiantian Princess's pupils suddenly shrank. She said in a low voice, "Oh no, we're being watched by Poisonous Bug Emperor. Monarch Venomous Bug?" Zhou Jie asked again. In response, the Xiantian Princess quickly explained, "The Poisonous Bug Emperor is very mysterious. It is said that he is a Middle Realm Emperor. He is not very strong, but he has many unorthodox methods to raise poisonous bugs. Even later realm emperors can't do anything to him. I checked the surroundings carefully just now and found a few extremely tiny bugs observing us from afar. So, I'm sure that these bugs were sent by the Poisonous Bug Emperor. However, the problem is that no matter how many methods the Poisonous Bug Emperor has, he is no match for me. He definitely won't dare to provoke me if he is alone. If these bugs were randomly placed here by him, it would be fine. If not, then the situation is a little bad." Chapter 365. Zhou Jie's expression changed slightly upon hearing her words. Just as the Tianji mirror warned, Xiantian Princess discovered Imperial Emperor poisonous insect surveillance insects. Zhou Jie would never believe that there was no connection between the two of them. "I've dealt with the insects. Your Highness, quickly hide in the Six Paths world. It'll be faster with the Six Paths world." While Zhou Jie was still thinking, Xiantian Princess said. Hearing this, Zhou Jie felt that it was reasonable, so he nodded, took out the Six Paths world, and entered it. Xiantian Princess kept the Six Paths world in her sleeves and called for Tianqi Imperial Emperor. The two of them then flew towards a tunnel leading to the third level. Along the way, Xiantian Princess found a few more Imperial Emperor poisonous insects. As she killed them one by one, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Not long after, Xiantian Princess brought Tianqi Emperor to a tunnel that led to the third level. Suddenly, her expression changed. She pulled Tianqi Emperor, and wanted to retreat, but the space around her exploded with golden light. Immediately, the golden light turned into countless golden strands of energy that entangled her from all directions. Xiantian Empress concubine's body emitted countless purple light rays that shot out like arrows, instantly shattering the countless golden strands of energy. At the same time, she did not injure Tianqi Emperor, but because of this, her speed was greatly affected. While the Xiantian Princess was busy dealing with the golden, silk-like energy, the Celestial Monarch Sentinel appeared from a corner with a total of 8 Celestial Monarchs. They joined forces to activate another array formation and trapped the Xiantian Princess and the Celestial Monarch inside. As soon as the Xiantian Princess dealt with the golden energy, she was trapped within a radius of tens of meters by countless white energy chains. Xiantian Princess was enraged. She took out her divine weapon, Purple Abyss, and under the power of her sword, the white energy chains crumbled into energy shards and disappeared into nothingness. Lady Xiantian Princess, its Imperial Emperor's sentry. Tianqi Imperial Emperor didn't need to do anything as he already noticed Imperial Emperor sentry and the others. Xintian Princess was not surprised because she had expected it to be the Emperor's sentinel. After all, no one in the entire Imperial blood domain dared to attack her. Tianqi, I'll open a path for you later. You go first. Xintian Princess suddenly sent a telepathic message to Tianqi Emperor in an unquestionable tone. Hearing this, Emperor Tianqi was quite touched. His goddess had considered him at such a critical moment. Emperor Tianqi felt that his death was worth it. So Empress Concubine still cares about me. I'm not insignificant in her eyes. Tianqi Emperor was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Tianqi Emperor did not respond immediately, Xintian Princess frowned and transmitted her voice again. Tianqi, what are you thinking? They are here. Get ready to leave. As Xintian Princess transmitted her voice, Emperor Sentry led the other 8 Imperial Emperors to surround her. With himself as the center, they formed a powerful force field, intending to trap Xintian Princess. Xintian Princess saw through Emperor Sentry and the others' intention and immediately attacked. Her purple abyss turned into a purple rainbow and directly hit Emperor Beast God, who was facing Emperor Sentry. Emperor Beast God panicked and tried to block it. He thought he would be sent flying, but he did not expect Emperor Sentry's formation to gather the power of the other 8 Imperial Emperors, including him. It was extremely powerful. Emperor Beast God blocked Xintian Princess's attack with just a lift of his hand. He only felt a little numb. The beast deity was pleasantly surprised. Just as he was thinking that he did not need to be afraid of the Xintian Princess, the purple sword radiance slashed toward him. He was so scared that his expression changed drastically. He was terrified subconsciously. Chi, 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 chi. Under the countless sword-light attacks of Xintian Princess, Emperor Beast God was still sent flying despite the formation support. He could not stop Xintian Princess's footsteps. She stepped on his face and sent him flying. Emperor Sentry was not too surprised by this. After all, he was quite familiar with Xintian Princess's strength. Therefore, he was already prepared. As soon as Xintian Princess broke out of the encirclement, Emperor Sentry behind her threw out a pure white light chain. At the same time, he gathered the power of the formation of 9 people and directly infused it into the white light chain. The white light chain suddenly shone brightly. It was originally as thick as a finger, but after absorbing the energy from the Emperor's Sentry during the flight, it suddenly became as thick as a python's body. Then, it quickly divided into 6 strands as thick as an adult's arm. Under the pressure of the 4th level, it still caught up with the Xintian Princess at a terrifying speed and blocked her way in the blink of an eye. Xintian Princess reacted very quickly. When she broke out of the encirclement, she did not forget to bring Emperor Tianqi with her. At this time, when she saw that the white light chain was about to bind her, she quickly pushed Emperor Tianqi to one side and transmitted a voice message to him to escape. Then, she slashed at the white light chain in front of her. Xintian Princess's sword was very powerful. She thought that she could easily break the white light chain's blockade. However, she found that her sword could not move it at all. She then realized that the white light chain was an emperor weapon. It was pushed to the limit by Emperor Sentry and the power of 8 emperors. No wonder she could not move it. Xintian Princess could not move it, so she could only retreat. However, if the white light chain could run in front of her, how could it not be blocked behind her? Therefore, Xintian Princess only retreated a few meters before she touched the white light chain behind her. The white light chain pinched her from all sides and was about to bind her. At this critical moment, Xintian Princess finally chose to use her forbidden skill. She fully exploded. Amethyst Battle Body. In an instant, Xintian Princess's robe was completely shattered. Her snow-white skin instantly turned into a pure amethyst color, including her face and hair. It was very dreamy. Along with the transformation of the amethyst battle body, a terrifying nomological field was released with the princess of Xintian at the center, causing the expressions of the Emperor Sentry and the others to change. A terrifying power was released from Xian Tian Princess, delaying the white chains from binding her for a short while. Xian Tian Princess took this opportunity to slash at the white chains with her sword. Boom! Like a muffled thunderclap, the white chain of light was actually shaken apart. The white light energy condensed by the chain itself scattered, instantly releasing a powerful shockwave. Its power was enough to sweep across the surface of a planet. Tianqi Emperor had just flown away when he saw that Xian Tian Emperor's concubine was about to be tied up. He gritted his teeth and chose to fly back. Seeing that the situation had reversed, he was hit by the shockwave and flew away again. However, the Xian Tian Princess knew very well that even if she used the amethyst battle body, she would not be able to fight against the Emperor's Sentinel and the other 8 Imperial Emperors. Therefore, she dispersed the white chain of light with her sword and escaped. Emperor Sentry seemed to have predicted Xian Tian Princess's move. When Xian Tian Princess released her sword, he seriously attacked and flew above Xian Tian Princess's head. Once Xian Tian Princess escaped, Emperor Sentry attacked at lightning speed. There was no energy light from his palm, but the space in its path was violently distorted. Empress concubine Xian Tian sensed Emperor Sentry's palm attack and immediately stabbed her sword to defend herself. When the palm and sword collided, Emperor Sentry quickly withdrew his hand and deflected the force, while Empress concubine Xian Tian's body froze for a moment. As soon as Xian Tian Princess regained her mobility, she quickly shot out and tried to escape the battlefield. However, Emperor Sentry was determined to capture Xian Tian Princess. He immediately chased after her and transmitted his voice to her. Xian Tian, you can't escape today. Why don't you stop resisting and be my woman? Not only will you not be hurt, but you can also enjoy everything you want in the Emperor Bloodfield. Isn't that great? Xian Tian Princess heard Emperor Sentry's voice transmission, but did not reply. She continued to escape with all her might. Imperial Lord Sentry was enraged when he saw this. He immediately took out his intrinsic weapon, Heaven Light Ruler. It was a silver-white broadsword, but the sword's tip was flat. The entire blade looked like a ruler. I said, you can't escape. Emperor Sentry angrily transmitted his voice. At the same time, he chased after Xian Tian Princess with all his might. He waved the Heaven Light Ruler and released a terrifying white light. Seeing that the white light was about to swallow Xian Tian Princess, Xian Tian Princess turned around and blocked the white light with her sword. She used the force to retreat and turned around to escape again. However, the Emperor Sentry had already seen through it. After swinging his sword, he flew up and swung his sword at the path behind the Emperor's concubine. Xian Tian Princess turned around in a hurry and was caught off guard by the unexpected attack. She was immediately sent flying by the white light, and her body tumbled in the void. The Emperor Sentry took the opportunity to throw out a white light chain. Together with the other 8 Emperors' golden, thread-like energy, they wanted to take down the Xian Tian Princess. However, Xian Tian Princess was still in the state of amethyst battle body. Although she had consumed a lot of energy to break through the white light chains, she still had the powerful combat power of Emperor Sentry. Facing the 2 seals, she chose to burst out again and tore apart all the entanglements. However, Emperor Sentry took advantage of the situation and also used a secret technique to strengthen himself. His entire body was shrouded in a terrifying white light as he charged toward Xian Tian Princess. Xian Tian Princess had no choice but to fight with Emperor Sentry. Both sides were evenly matched. As they waved their weapons, they constantly released terrifying energy that tore apart space. The 8 emperors not far away were shocked and did not dare to get close. The fierce battle lasted for more than 2 minutes. Finally, Xian Tian Princess's amethyst battle body disappeared first, and the outcome was decided. Puff! Xian Tian Princess spat out blood. Her entire body bent like a bow and flew backward. The surface of her amethyst battle body was covered with cracks. Obviously, she was severely injured. Xian, you have nowhere to go. You can only choose to surrender to me. Emperor Sentry's voice resounded in this space. He sounded quite righteous. Chapter 366. In the Sixth Daos Pagoda, Zhou Jie saw the scene of the Xian princess being severely injured through the screen created by Zhou Tianwu. He was shocked and asked Zhou Tianwu anxiously, Senior Tianwu, she is an elite disciple of the Zhou sacred ground. Do you have any way to save her? Oh, an elite disciple of the Zhou sacred ground? Zhou Tianwu heard this and was slightly surprised. He looked at the screen and then said, the amethyst battle body is indeed a secret skill of the sacred ground. It was created by the ancient divine emperor. However, the requirements to cultivate it are very strict and it is difficult to master. Zhou Jie heard this and was speechless. The most important thing now was to save her. There was no need to explain the amethyst battle body to him. So Zhou Jie asked, Senior, do you have any way to save her? Hearing Zhou Jie's urging, Zhou Tianwu said, Your Highness, don't worry. Let me see the situation clearly. Zhou Jie had no choice but to wait. After a few seconds, Zhou Jie saw a man in a white robe holding a long sword and attacking the Xian princess. The Xian princess resisted with all her might, but in less than a breath, she was injured again. Even the purple abyss in her hand was knocked away. Zhou Jie saw this and knew that the Xian princess could not hold on for much longer. He could not help but urge, Senior Tianwu. Seeing Zhou Jie like this, Zhou Tianwu sighed and said, Your Highness, you know that we can't do anything. In this situation, if Your Highness insists on saving her, we can only ask Your Highness to use that thing in advance. What thing? Zhou Jie heard this and could not help but ask in surprise. Your Highness inheritance ring. There should be something similar to a disc array. Your Highness, please take it out. Zhou Tianwu asked, but did not answer directly. Instead, he said so. Zhou Jie did as he was told and quickly found the thing that Zhou Tianwu described in the space ring. When Zhou Jie took it out, he realized that he could not see through this thing that he had forgotten. However, the difference was that Zhou Jie could not feel anything when he looked at this thing. Now, he felt that it was mysterious. This kind of mysterious feeling was very magical. Zhou Jie couldn't explain it clearly, but he could really feel its existence. Senior, what is this thing? Zhou Jie was more and more curious about this thing that he could not see through, so he asked urgently. There's a drop of transcendent power sealed in it. Zhou Tianwu answered Zhou Jie's question with a serious look. Transcendent power? Zhou Jie heard this and was still puzzled, but there was more shock in it. Although Zhou Jie did not know what transcendent power was, he knew that the transcendent was an existence above the universe emperor realm. The thing that was named after it should be very precious. Even a universe emperor weapon's value could not be compared to it. Zhou Tianwu's following explanation confirmed Zhou Jie's thoughts. Transcendent power, as the name suggests, is the power of a transcendent expert. Transcendent power is a power that goes against the operation of the universe's laws. It is extremely difficult for a transcendent expert to condense a drop of transcendent power and preserve it for cultivators below the transcendent level to use. This treasure that looks like a formation plate was personally refined by the Lord Holy Master. It has the Lord Holy Master's laws on it, so it can seal transcendent power. The price for a transcendent expert to condense a drop of transcendent power is not small. Therefore, the value of the drop of transcendent power inside it is immeasurable. Even Universe Emperor Realm experts would fight over it. After Zhou Tianwu explained what transcendent power was, Zhou Jie's shock could not be any greater. He had never thought that he would actually have such a heaven-defying item. Fortunately, he had never taken it out to show it to others. Otherwise, just thinking about it would be enough to make him feel scared. At this time, Zhou Tianwu continued, I originally planned to wait until Your Highness approached the Universe Emperor Realm before telling Your Highness about transcendent power. However, If your highness must save that holy land disciple outside, you can only use it now. When Zhou Jie heard this, he was about to speak, but Zhou Tianwu reminded him again. Your highness must think clearly. This transcendent power is extremely precious. If you use it now, I'm afraid your highness won't even be able to display 1/10,000th of its effect. Once you reach the Universe Emperor realm, you'll be able to use 70 to 80% of it. In response to Zhou Tianwu's advice, Zhou Jie said almost without hesitation, I've thought it through. No matter how precious transcendent power is, it's not as precious as friends. Seeing Zhou Jie like this, Zhou Tianwu nodded and did not try to dissuade Zhou Jie. He waved his hand and removed the laws on the surface of the artifact that contained transcendent power. As soon as the sealing laws were removed, a primordial power immediately spread out, causing Zhou Jie to feel as if he was facing an abyss of fear. At the same time, he trembled from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of oppressive feeling that said, in the heavens and under the earth, only I am supreme. No matter how vainly Zhou Jie tried to resist, he could only feel breathless. He could not move his body, and even his soul and consciousness seemed to be frozen. Apart from feeling fear, he could not think of anything else. Zhou Tianwu obviously knew how terrifying transcendent power was. At once, with a flick of his finger, he took out a drop of pure white, glowing liquid from the sealed artifact and instantly injected it into Zhou Jie's body. Go, your highness. You can't control transcendent power. It will soon be corroded. Remember to finish the battle quickly, Zhou Tianwu said. When Zhou Jie regained his senses, he was also transported out of the Six Paths Pagoda. After Xiantian Princess was injured by Imperial Emperor Sentry again, and her weapon was knocked away, she completely lost the ability to fight against Imperial Emperor Sentry. Thus, Imperial Emperor Sentry was no longer in a hurry to attack. He looked down at Xiantian Princess from above and said, Are you still not going to submit to me? Xiantian Princess hovered in the void. Her body was still like a purple crystal, but her surface was filled with broken patterns. She looked like she was in a mess. Facing Imperial Emperor Sentry's question, if it was in the past, she would have rejected without a second thought. But this time was different. She still had this Six Paths world in her dimensional bracelet, which meant that she still had Zhou Jie with her. If she insisted on resisting and was killed, everything in her dimensional bracelet would be taken away by Imperial Emperor Sentry. By then, Zhou Jie would be captured by Imperial Emperor Sentry, which was something she did not want to see. Instead, Xiantian Princess thought that it would be better for her to pretend to submit to Imperial Emperor Sentry. That way, she might have a chance to send Zhou Jie away secretly, and she would have a chance to turn the tables in the future. With that thought in mind, Xiantian Princess kept silent for a few seconds. Just when she was about to say yes, she suddenly heard Imperial Emperor Tianqi's voice. Princess, run. I'll hold them back. Upon hearing him, Xiantian Princess looked up and saw Imperial Emperor Tianqi behind Imperial Emperor Sentry. His body lit up, and he charged towards Imperial Emperor Sentry like a meteor. At the same time, he shouted, Sentry, die! Imperial Emperor Sentry sensed the commotion behind him, and he turned around before Imperial Emperor Tianqi's voice reached him. When he saw Imperial Emperor Tianqi's body lit up like the sun, his face changed, and he shouted in shock, Self-detonation? Although Emperor Sentry and Emperor Tianqi were two whole levels apart in terms of cultivation base, the self-detonation of an expert of the same level was extraordinary. Even Emperor Sentry did not dare to get close to it and immediately retreated. The other 8 emperors on Emperor Sentry's side also hurriedly retreated, fearing that they would not be able to avoid it in time. When Xiantian Princess saw that Imperial Emperor Tianqi was going to self-detonate to give her a chance to escape, she was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she immediately sent a voice transmission to Imperial Emperor Tianqi. Imperial Emperor Tianqi, no, stop. However, Imperial Emperor Tianqi's self-detonation was extremely fast. He was only a few seconds away from uncontrollable self-detonation. Xiantian Princess's voice transmission could not reach Imperial Emperor Tian Qi in time. Imperial Emperor Sentry fled into the sky while Imperial Emperor Tian Qi pursued him relentlessly. They were less than 2,000 meters apart, so no matter how fast Imperial Emperor Sentry fled, he would only be able to create a distance of over 2,000 meters between them when Imperial Emperor Sentry detonated himself. Moreover, the amount of force that could be reduced by the detonation of an Imperial Emperor Realm Expert was simply too little. In less than 2 seconds, Tianqi Emperor was about to self-destruct, and Xiantian Princess was about to run away with tears in her eyes. Suddenly, Xiantian Princess's dimensional bracelet exploded, and a blinding white light appeared. It flashed to a position about 1,000 meters above Xiantian Princess at an incredible speed. The cluster of dazzling white light was naturally Zhou Jie, who had used extraordinary powers. At this very moment, his feelings were truly indescribable. At this moment, Zhou Jie felt that he had endless power. Everything was so simple or weak in his eyes. He was the ruler of this world, the ruler of this universe. It was as if he could see through everything, destroy everything, and create everything with just a thought. At this moment, the laws were like countless lines in Zhou Qiji's eyes, incomparably clear and tangible. Moreover, he only needed a single thought to move them, change them, and transform them. This omnipotent feeling of control was a wondrous feeling that no one could imagine. As soon as Zhou Jie appeared, he immediately changed the flow of time in this space. Everyone's movements were as slow as still in his eyes, but he was not affected at all. Zhou Jie soon noticed Imperial Emperor Tian Qi, who was self-detonating. He was slightly surprised. With a thought, he made all the uncontrollable energy in his body return to a stable state. Then, Zhou Jie looked at Imperial Emperor Sentry. Imperial Emperor Sentry, who was originally unfathomable to him, was instantly like a transparent person. Zhou Jie completely saw through him. But in the next second, Zhou Jie felt the feeling of having everything under his control begin to weaken. He realized that his transcendent power was rapidly dispersing, and he no longer dared to be careless. With a thought, he smashed the Emperor's Sentinel into smithereens, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 367. Immediately after, Zhou Jie's consciousness touched the Imperial Emperor Beast God and the others. The Imperial Emperor Beast God and the others still had the same expression on their faces a few seconds ago. Then, all of them turned into dust in an instant and disappeared into nothingness. The depths of Zhou Jie's heart wasn't calm at all when he'd practically instantly annihilated 9 Imperial monarchs. At this moment, he finally had a deeper understanding of extraordinary strength. At the same time, his desire towards strength, or to be more precise, the energy of the laws had become unprecedentedly strong. Then, with a thought, Zhou Jie picked up the treasures left behind by the 9 emperors and put them into his spatial ring. Since Zhou Jie could not control his extraordinary power well, the spatial devices and treasures of the 9 emperors were all pulverized by his thought, including their armors and other treasures. The few treasures that remained were the possessions of some of the emperors, and they were lucky enough to survive. After doing all that, Zhou Jie looked around with mixed feelings. Although his mind could clearly see everything, it was exactly because of that he felt that what his eyes saw was completely different from what he had seen before. Sensing that the transcendent power in his body was rapidly draining away as if it had been devoured by a mysterious power, Zhou Jie reluctantly tasted the power that controlled everything. Then, with a thought, the flow of time around him returned to normal. Instantly, the Xiantian Princess and Emperor Celestial Knight regained their mobility and flew forward in their original state. However, with their cultivation, they could sense the changes in time and space, even though they could not resist the influence of extraordinary power. Therefore, both of them paled and subconsciously stopped flying. After Emperor Tianqi stopped, he recalled that he had chosen to self-destruct so he could no longer control the energy in his body. But now, the energy in his body was very stable. Emperor Tianqi couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he scanned the area with his perception and fixed his gaze on Zhou Qijie, who was not far away. Almost at the same time, Xiantian Princess's eyes also fell on Zhou Jie's position. However, she was too far away and could only rely on her perception. Because of this, Xiantian Princess's expression became quite shocked. In her perception, the space where Zhou Jie was seemed to bear countless black holes with incredible power. Her perception instantly disappeared as if it had fallen into a sea of mud. Emperor Celestial Knight was relatively close to Zhou Jie and could see Zhou Jie with the naked eye. However, he was also shocked because his senses encountered the same situation as the Xiantian princess. He could not believe that the person in that position was Zhou Jie. After unfreezing the space-time, Zhou Jie sighed inwardly. The transcendent power was leaving him at an even faster speed. It was not until now that he truly felt that using this drop of transcendent power with his current strength was truly a reckless waste of God's gift and a great wastrel. Then, Zhou Jie put away his reluctance to use the extraordinary power. Sensing that the Xiantian princess and Emperor Celestial Knight were looking at him strangely, he couldn't help but use the extraordinary power to cover Emperor Celestial Knight and teleport in front of the Xiantian princess. Both the Xiantian princess and Emperor Celestial Knight were shocked almost at the same time. The former saw Zhou Jie suddenly appear less than 3 meters away from her, while the latter found that he had been teleported by a terrifying force. When the Xiantian princess and Emperor Celestial Knight saw Zhou Jie clearly, they exclaimed at the same time, "Your Highness, Zhou Jie! Your Highness! Is that you?" The Xiantian princess sensed the terrifying power around Zhou Jie and couldn't help but ask. She suspected that Zhou Jie had been inexplicably possessed by something. Seeing this, Zhou Jie also realized how shocked the Xiantian princess and Emperor Celestial Knight were. So he immediately explained, "It's me. Don't be afraid. I've used a drop of extraordinary power, so I temporarily have a trace of the power of a transcendent." After hearing Zhou Jie's explanation, Emperor Celestial Knight was confused. Obviously, he had never heard of the extraordinary power, nor did he know about the existence of the transcendent realm. However, the Xiantian princess's reaction was huge. She immediately exclaimed, "Extraordinary power! It's the extraordinary power! No wonder! Extraordinary power! What is that?" Emperor Celestial Knight finally asked after seeing the Xiantian princess's reaction. Zhou Jie glanced at Emperor Celestial Knight and then at the Xiantian princess. His meaning was obvious. He didn't know if he should say this, so it was up to the Xiantian princess to decide. The Xiantian princess saw Zhou Jie's reaction and seemed to know what Zhou Jie was thinking. She said to Emperor Celestial Knight, "Remember I told you that the realm above the Emperor realm is the Emperor realm? The transcendent is the realm above the Emperor realm. The extraordinary power is the power of a transcendent. Let's not talk about anything else." After explaining to Emperor Celestial Knight, the Xiantian princess looked at Zhou Jie and frowned slightly. "Your Highness, the extraordinary power is extremely precious. It's a waste to use it to save us." Just now, hearing Xiantian princess's words, Zhou Jie interrupted her and said, "All right, I've used it. I won't regret it." The Xiantian princess was speechless after hearing Zhou Jie's words. However, she also sighed. Obviously, she still felt sorry for Zhou Jie. A drop of extraordinary power was too precious. Even the Emperor weapon couldn't compare. Zhou Jie didn't care about this. To him, no matter how precious the extraordinary power was, it wasn't as precious as his family. The Xiantian princess had saved him before and was willing to follow him as the Holy Son. He was very grateful to her and had long regarded her as his family. I've killed Emperor Celestial and the others. In this mystery realm, there shouldn't be anyone else who can threaten you, Sister Qingxian. Let's continue to look for the next inheritance. Zhou Jie suggested after thinking for a while. The Xintian princess thought so too. She was overjoyed and nodded in agreement with Zhou Jie's idea. Then, she led Zhou Jie and the Xintian princess to look for the second inheritance in the mystery realm. It had to be said that Zhou Jie and the others were very lucky to have found the first heritage land. This was because they had spent more than 20 years to find the second heritage land. Moreover, it was completely under the condition that the Xintian princess was rushing. The second inheritance was completely different from the first one. It was a dark red palace floating in the void. When the Xintian princess and the others arrived, there were already two people inside. The Xintian princess knew one of them was a late-stage Emperor Celestial, but she didn't know the early-stage Emperor Celestial. The late-stage Emperor Celestial she knew was also very famous. He was called Emperor Jie and was very powerful. Previously, apart from Emperor Celestial and the Xintian princess, he could do whatever he wanted in the Imperial Blood Field. He was almost the third most powerful person in the Imperial Blood Field. The reason why Monarch Jie and the other unknown monarch were safe in a legacy palace was naturally not because Monarch Jie was kind enough to allow the other monarch to search for him. Instead, after entering the palace, Monarch Jie was informed that he was going to take the inheritance trial. As a result, he was trapped as soon as the trial began. The other Monarch Jie had arrived before Monarch Jie and was similarly trapped. Zhou Jie and the others saw Emperor Jie and the other two sitting cross-legged in the air at the entrance of the palace. They were surrounded by a light blue halo and seemed to be deducing something. They were very confused. After that, the Xintian princess asked Zhou Jie and the other two to wait at the entrance while she went to take the inheritance test alone. She didn't want Zhou Jie and the others to be trapped inside like Emperor Jie and the other two. After Zhou Jie and the other two agreed, the Xintian princess flew into the palace. Immediately, a divine thought entered her mind. First of all, congratulations on coming to the inheritance palace. If you want to take the test, enter the halo under your feet. Break the halo and you will pass the test. The time limit is 100 years. If you fail to break the time limit, you will be teleported and will never be able to enter the inheritance palace again. Hearing this, the Xintian princess's heart skipped a beat. She only had one chance. She doubted if she could pass the test in one try. After all, in the inheritance palace, there was more than one chance to pass the test, but she still failed. However, before the test began, the Xintian princess didn't know how difficult it was to break the halo. She didn't have time to prepare. Therefore, after thinking about it, she resolutely descended and floated into the light blue halo that had just appeared below her. Chapter 368. As soon as Zhou Qingxian entered the light circle, she felt a cool sensation all over her body. She could not help but shiver. Only then did she realize that the cool sensation had penetrated into her soul. Then, Zhou Qingxian received some information and understood the specific content of the test. She was pleasantly surprised. It turned out that the barrier of light was filled with restriction laws. Only by breaking these restriction laws could the barrier of light be removed. There were two methods to remove these restriction laws. One was to break them with force. That was to rely on absolute strength to crush the restriction laws. That way, the barrier of light would be broken. The other method was to understand the laws of the restriction laws and use a specific method to remove them. That way, it would be much easier. Obviously, it was impossible for an imperial emperor to break the restrictive spells in the test left by ancient divine emperor. Therefore, for Xintian princess and the others, the only way was to understand these restrictive spells and break them with a specific method. The reason why Zhou Qingxian was so surprised was that she had learned some of these restrictive spells before. Ancient divine emperor had taught her personally. However, With Zhou Qingxuan's cultivation at that time, she could only understand most of these restrictive spells. Due to her limited strength, she could not understand some of them. But now, it was no longer a problem. But some restrictive spells are unfamiliar to me. But if they are of similar difficulty, it is only a matter of time before I break them. Zhou Qingxian thought excitedly. Soon, she began to break the restrictive spells in the light circle. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. During these 50 years, Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor had been waiting at the gate of the Hall of Inheritance. They did not move at all. Even Zhou Jie did not open his eyes. However, Tianqi Emperor opened his eyes from time to time to look at the light circle where Tian Princess was. The worry in his eyes was always there. During these 50 years, Zhou Jie had been cultivating. However, he was not absorbing the energy of the universe. Instead, he was concentrating on comprehending the laws. After using the transcendent power, Zhou Jie found that his comprehension of the laws had suddenly skyrocketed. He had gained so much that he needed to digest and absorb it bit by bit. He also needed to comprehend and use it at a deeper level. The reason why Zhou Jie suddenly gained so much comprehension of the laws was very simple. When he used the transcendent power, he could see through all the laws second only to the transcendent level. This allowed him to gain a lot of comprehension of the laws effortlessly. However, Zhou Jie felt that he would need a very, very long time to digest and absorb these comprehensions. This was because not only were there a lot of comprehensions, but they also included all the laws from the Imperial Emperor realm to the Cosmos Emperor realm. Although Zhou Jie had used and sensed part of them, when he used extraordinary power, it was naturally impossible for him to completely memorize, comprehend, and use all of these comprehensions with his current cultivation base after the extraordinary power disappeared. The only thing he could do was to make the best use of his time to digest and absorb as much of these comprehensions as possible before integrating and using them in order to make them completely suitable for his current strength to be used. This was also the reason why Zhou Jie did not open his eyes for 50 years. There were so many laws that he needed to comprehend that 50 years was not enough for him to absorb and integrate 1/1000th of them. However, at some point in the 50th year, there was a muffled sound in the hall. Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor were startled at the same time. The two of them opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that the light circle where Tian Princess had shattered, and Tian Princess appeared there in a dazzling purple light. Tian Princess, did you succeed? Tianqi Emperor was overjoyed when he saw this. He looked even happier than Tian Princess herself. Seeing that Zhou Qingxian had broken the light circle, Zhou Jie was also very happy. However, he did not know the content of the inheritance test, so he did not know if Zhou Qingxian had passed the test. Therefore, he responded to Tianqi Emperor's words and said, "Yes, but I don't know if the test is over." However, as soon as Zhou Jie's voice fell, he caught a glimpse of the other two halos suddenly shrinking. Then, they instantly rushed toward him and the Celestial Cavalry Emperor. Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor hurriedly dodged, but the two light circles were too fast. In an instant, they flew over their heads and out of the hall, disappearing into the distance. Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor were stunned. Then, Zhou Jie realized that Tian Princess had passed the inheritance test and obtained the inheritance of this place. Therefore, Tianqi Emperor and Tianqi Emperor, who were still undergoing the test, were sent away. Looks like it's a success. Zhou Jie understood this point and immediately added. At the same time, the light around Zhou Qingxian dissipated. Her beautiful eyes immediately fell on the door of the hall. However, just as she was about to fly toward Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor, her mind was attacked by the inheritance information. Her consciousness fell into an illusion. Then, her body in the real world was suddenly enveloped by countless light circles. In an instant, Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor could not sense her. Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor were shocked when they saw this. Emperor's concubine, Tianqi Emperor exclaimed, and was about to rush into the palace. Zhou Jie reacted quickly and pulled Tianqi Emperor back. He said, "Don't worry. Sister Qingxian should have completed the inheritance test and is probably accepting the inheritance now." Tianqi Emperor heard Zhou Jie's words and suddenly realized something. He patted his head and could not help but laugh. "Yes, am I stupid?" Zhou Jie saw this and could not help but laugh. Then his eyes flashed and he fell in a deep thought. Not long after, the countless light circles around the Xiantian princess suddenly trembled. Then, as if they were being compressed by a force, they rapidly shrank toward the center. This situation lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, the countless light circles gathered together and revealed Zhou Qingxian in the center. At this moment, Zhou Qingxuan's entire body was wrapped in a dazzling blue-gray light. Her face could not be seen clearly. Countless silk-like streams of light circled around her body and kept going in and out of her body. As the streams of light kept going in and out of her body, the blue-gray light gradually shrank and finally disappeared from Zhou Qingxuan's naked body. Then, the streams of light quickly entered her body and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor retracted their gaze and perception at the same time. Their faces were slightly embarrassed. The light that surrounded Zhou Qingxian disappeared without a trace. She was floating there naked. However, this was only for a moment. Less than half a second after the light dissipated, the Xiantian princess opened her eyes. At the same time, the energy on her body transformed into her original clothes. When Zhou Qingxian looked at Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor, she saw that both of them had lowered their heads. She knew what had just happened. Her expression changed slightly, but she quickly returned to normal. After all, she was an imperial emperor. There was no need for her to be embarrassed. Zhou Jie and Tianqi Emperor felt that it was about time. They raised their heads again and saw Zhou Qingxuan's body move. Like a shadow, she flashed close to them. "Your Highness!" Tianqi Emperor saw this and was the first to exclaim excitedly, "Sister Qingxian, congratulations." Zhou Jie was also happy for Zhou Qingxian. He immediately congratulated her with a smile. Zhou Qingxian could not help but smile. Then she said, "I was lucky. I happen to know the test of this inheritance. That's why I passed it. The Sacred Emperor gave me a unique skill of the sacred ground, the starlight body, as a reward. However, I don't have His Highness token. The Sacred Emperor only gave me some information and asked me to go to a place. He said that he would consider accepting me as his disciple." Zhou Jie frowned slightly. He immediately understood that the 3 inheritances left by the Sacred Emperor were different. First, the test that Zhou Jie passed should be the most difficult one. Therefore, those who passed the test will be accepted as the Sacred Emperor's personal disciple. They would also receive a token that could lead them to the location of the ancient emperor. The other 2 tests were probably less difficult. Those who passed would not receive a token and would only be told to go to a certain place. They might even have to be inspected by the ancient emperor before they could be accepted as a disciple. However, since Zhou Jie understood this, so did Zhou Qingxian. Therefore, Zhou Jie did not voice out his thoughts. Instead, he nodded and said, "That's not a problem. I'm sure Sister Qingxian and I will go to the same place. We can go together then." Zhou Qingxian nodded. Then, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Tianqi Emperor. Tianqi Emperor was puzzled. However, Zhou Jie understood what Zhou Qingxian meant. He immediately said, "There's one more inheritance left. Why don't you give it a try?" Chapter 369. Me, Emperor Tianqi was taken aback by Zhou Jie's words. Before this, he had never thought that he would obtain the ancient divine emperor's inheritance. In fact, with Emperor Tianqi's strength, he could compete for many things in the land of inheritance. However, He had followed Zhou Qingxian for so long that he no longer thought of himself as a high and mighty mid-stage emperor. Not only that, he often lamented his own weakness and felt that he was not good enough for Zhou Qingxian. This was also the fundamental reason why he had always admired Zhou Qingxian, but did not dare to express his feelings. The Xian Tian princess's brilliance was too dazzling for Emperor Tianqi. Therefore, Emperor Tianqi came with the attitude of following Zhou Qingxian from the beginning and did not think that he could obtain anything in the land of inheritance. For example, the followers of the Emperor's Sentinel followed the Emperor's Sentinel for the sake of his protection and the thought that they could drink the meat soup while the Emperor's Sentinel ate the meat soup. However, Emperor Tianqi followed Zhou Qingxian purely because of his admiration for her. Seeing Emperor Tianqi's surprised expression, Zhou Qingxian immediately said, "Yes, that's what I thought too. Emperor Tianqi, His Highness the Holy Sun, and I have each obtained an inheritance. It's not appropriate to leave the last inheritance to an outsider. If you can obtain the last inheritance, you can leave the imperial blood field with us." Emperor Tianqi's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhou Qingxuan's words. Then, he became determined to obtain the last inheritance, for no other reason than to be able to leave the imperial blood field with Zhou Qingxian and continue to follow her. That was all. Emperor Tianqi suddenly became excited and agreed. "Okay, since the Holy Princess says so, I'll give it a try. Okay, then let's continue to look for the next inheritance." Zhou Qingxian nodded her head in satisfaction, and then she brought Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian with her and vanished on the spot. Only after searching for the third inheritance did Zhou Qingxian and the others realize that they were truly lucky to have been able to find the first two inheritances so quickly, because Zhou Qingxian had spent over 80 years to find the last inheritance in a space on the 4th level. The location of the third inheritance was also a floating island, but there was a circular lake glowing with blue light on it, occupying more than 99% of the island's area. There was only a circle of empty space at the edge of the island that was a few meters long, and the diameter of the lake was thousands of meters long. After Zhou Jie's group of 3 landed on the empty space at the edge of the island, Zhou Qingxian first sensed the lake before her. In the end, she discovered that there was a layer of invisible restriction on the surface of the lake, preventing her from probing. Of course, this result did not surprise Zhou Qingxian and the others in the slightest. After all, since this was the final inheritance ground, it was definitely not simple. "There's only this lake here, so the test must be in this lake," Zhou Jie said. His meaning was very clear. Once they entered the range of the lake, they would probably be able to take the test. "Okay, then I'll go," Tianqi Emperor immediately said. His tone was full of confidence, as if he was not afraid of the inheritance test at all. "Go, do your best," Zhou Qingxian said at this time. Zhou Jie also encouraged him. After all, according to the previous 2 experiences, this inheritance test was not life-threatening. It was only a matter of success or failure. When Tianqi Emperor heard the Xian Tian princess say, "Do your best" to him, he was instantly overjoyed. He trembled with excitement and could not help but reply in an even more determined tone. "Yes, Your Highness, I will do my best to obtain this inheritance." After saying that, Tianqi Emperor strode toward the lake, his eyes flashing with an extremely sharp light. When he was less than half a meter away from the lake, Tianqi Emperor stopped. After pausing for a moment, he walked forward again and missed a step. Initially, Tianqi Emperor wanted to fly away, but he did not expect that there was a no-fly law above the lake, causing his expression to change instantly. With a plop sound, he stepped into the lake. When Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian saw this, they could not help but be stunned. They looked at each other and could not help but laugh. When Tianqi Emperor fell into the lake and tried to struggle, he found that an extremely terrifying chill instantly spread throughout his body, causing his body and energy to freeze. Even his soul power was frozen in his soul realm after a brief resistance. At this time, from an outsider's point of view, Tianqi Emperor maintained a strange, struggling posture. His entire body was motionless like an ice sculpture as he sank to the bottom of the lake. However, when he reached a certain depth in the lake, he stopped and floated there. At the same time, Tianqi Emperor was also informed of the contents of the test. Those who enter the extreme desolate stream will have to accept the test unconditionally. The time limit is 100 years. Those who remain conscious within 100 years will pass the test and obtain this inheritance. If you lose your consciousness, you will be teleported and will never be able to enter this place again. Now, the test has begun. Good luck to you, test taker. After knowing the contents of the test, Tianqi Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he realized how difficult this test was. At this moment, he felt that his soul origin was gradually freezing. If this were to continue, he estimated that he would not be able to last a day before he lost his consciousness and failed the test. However, when Tianqi Emperor thought of the importance of this test to him, he immediately became spirited. No matter what, I have to get through it, Tianqi Emperor quickly told himself. Suddenly, he felt that the coldness in the depths of his soul seemed to have lessened a little. Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian saw that Tianqi Emperor did not move for a long time after entering the lake, but they were not worried. The two of them went to the edge of the lake and looked at the bottom. However, because the lake was covered by a layer of blue light, they could not see even a millimeter below the surface of the lake. So, Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian had no choice but to step back and sit cross-legged on the spot to begin their own cultivation. Zhou Jie continued to absorb and comprehend the laws, but Zhou Qingxian was different. With her current cultivation level, cultivating for a few decades or 100 years would have almost no effect on her. Thus, if she were to suddenly enter secluded cultivation, not only would it take a long time, she would also definitely gain some insights, cultivate, or improve some sort of combat mystic technique or other means to assist in combat. Thus, Zhou Qingxian was currently sitting cross-legged in cultivation, her main focus on the mystic technique she had just inherited, the Star Glory body. Time passed by. In the blink of an eye, it was the 100th year since Tianqi Emperor entered the extreme desolate cold current. There was only half a month left until the 100th year. In the depths of the extreme desolate cold current, Tianqi Emperor still maintained his frozen posture. His face was expressionless, as if he was already dead. However, in the depths of Tianqi Emperor's soul realm, there was still a trace of consciousness in his soul origin. This trace of consciousness was extremely weak. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. However, in such a situation, Tianqi Emperor's soul origin had persisted for more than 30 years. In the beginning, Tianqi Emperor tried his best to resist the frost energy that invaded his soul realm. In the 60th year, Tianqi Emperor's soul origin was forced to turtle up and was frozen bit by bit. Tianqi Emperor's consciousness became more and more blurred and was on the verge of being extinguished. But in the end, for some reason, Tianqi Heavenly Emperor regained his consciousness. Just like that, he maintained a weak consciousness for more than 30 years. For a trace of consciousness that couldn't think, 30 years of resistance was unbelievable and unimaginable. It was also because of these 30 years of freezing that Tianqi Emperor's soul origin underwent a qualitative change. The most direct result of this qualitative change was that Tianqi Emperor produced a trace of heart force. Heart force. That's right, it was the heart force mentioned in the Divine Soul Path's heart force secret technique. It was also the foundation of the heart force secret technique cultivation. Zhou Jie still couldn't grasp even a trace of it. On this day, Tianqi Emperor's soul origin produced a trace of heart force. Not long after the heart force appeared, Tianqi Emperor heard something in his daze. Following that, he felt an incomparably blazing energy awaken from the depths of his soul. It helped him gradually repel the frost energy that invaded his soul realm. Not long after, Tianqi Emperor regained consciousness and opened his eyes. That's right, there was still half a month before the 100th-year deadline. Tianqi Emperor had awakened ahead of time. Chapter 370. On this day, Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxian were cultivating as usual. Suddenly, they sensed something and opened their eyes at the same time. They looked up at the lake not far away. That was where Emperor Tianqi had fallen into the lake. At this time, the lake rippled slightly and a head broke out of the lake. In the blink of an eye, it flew 2 to 3 meters above the lake and stopped there. This person was none other than Tianqi Emperor. At this moment, his entire body was shrouded in azure light. An extremely cold aura spread out along with his appearance, causing Zhou Jie and Zhou Qingxuan's expressions to change. As Emperor Tianqi opened his white eyes instantly returned to their usual clarity. At the same time, the blue light on his body dissipated and a new set of clothes appeared on his body. Emperor Tianqi saw Zhou Qingxian and Zhou Qingxian looking at him not far away, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He immediately flew to the two of them and shouted at the same time, "Lord Empress, I succeeded." Zhou Jie frowned slightly when he saw this. He was more or less helpless about being ignored, but of course he did not take it to heart. "You succeeded? That's great. What kind of inheritance did you get?" Zhou Qingxian was also very happy that Emperor Tianqi could pass the inheritance test and immediately asked. Emperor Tianqi quickly replied, "I obtained a secret technique that can cultivate the ultimate realm. However, it is directly imprinted in my mind. There is no specific name, so I don't know what it is called. It's the cultivation method of the ultimate realm." Zhou Qingxian frowned when she heard this. Zhou Jie did not know what the ultimate realm was. Seeing Zhou Qingxian frown, he could not help but ask, "Sister Qingxian, what is the ultimate realm? Why are you frowning?" When she heard Zhou Jie's question, Zhou Qingxian explained, "Actually, the paramount domain is a cultivation method that specializes in the path of a single law, and it allows one to utilize the law domain to its limits. Cultivating this technique can be said to be extremely difficult. Since one's able to possess the laws of paramount domain, one definitely possesses extraordinary control and utilization of laws. Thus, the users of the paramount domain are usually invincible amongst those at the same realm of cultivation. For example, in the Imperial Monarch realm, a cultivator of the paramount domain who has just attained the initial stage of the Imperial Monarch realm possesses the strength to fight a few moves against a mid-stage Imperial Monarch. Even 3 or 4 ordinary initial stage Imperial Monarchs wouldn't be a match for that cultivator. However, there is a huge drawback to cultivating the ultimate realm. The further one goes, the harder it is to cultivate. I have never heard of anyone who has broken through to the Universe Emperor realm." After Zhou Qingxian finished explaining to Zhou Jie, she turned to look at the Celestial Cavalry Emperor. Emperor Tianqi immediately said, "Lady Empress, you are right. However, in my inherited memories, the ancient divine emperor was a cultivator of the ultimate realm. Moreover, he cultivated more than one of the ultimate realms. He also told me about the flaw of the ultimate realm. He said that one needs to comprehend heart force in order to have a chance to break through to the emperor realm. By luck, I have already comprehended heart force." "You have comprehended heart force." This time, before Zhou Qingxian could say anything, Zhou Jie exclaimed in shock, "Yes, Your Highness, do you know about heart force?" Emperor Tianqi replied with another question. As for Zhou Qingxian, she could not interject because she did not know what heart force was. In response to Emperor Tianqi's question, Zhou Jie nodded and said, "Yes, but I have only heard of it. I have yet to comprehend heart force." Emperor Tianqi nodded in response to Zhou Jie's answer and said, "Indeed, heart force is very mysterious. I have only comprehended a trace of it and do not know how to use it. Otherwise, I could tell Your Highness how to comprehend heart force." Zhou Jie could not help but laugh when he heard this. According to my understanding, heart force cannot be imparted to outsiders. It can only be comprehended by others through guidance. You have only comprehended it at the beginning, so it is normal that you cannot tell me. I've never heard of heart force. At this moment, Zhou Qingxian spoke up to avoid the awkwardness. Heart force can be said to be illusory. Anyone can comprehend it if they are fated. Even universe emperor realm powerhouses cannot comprehend it if they are not fated. Zhou Jie said. His meaning was clear. There is no need to care about heart force because it could only be obtained by fate. Zhou Qingxian could not help but nod slightly. She clearly understood the meaning behind Zhou Jie's words and did not ask any more questions about heart force. It is time for us to return. Along the way, let's take some treasures back, Zhou Jie said. Zhou Qingxian and Emperor Tianqi nodded in agreement. Most of the treasures left here by Senior Ancient One are useless to me. However, Your Highness and Tianqi, if you like anything, I will take it for you. Zhou Qingxian nodded and said. With her cultivation, ordinary monarch-level treasures were dispensable to her. Only late-stage monarch-level treasures could arouse her interest. For example, the Wanjie Rubik's Cube. Zhou Qingxian had already returned it to Zhou Jie along with the Azure Dreamland. Such treasures were rare even in this secret realm. It would be very difficult to find one on the way back. Zhou Jie and Emperor Tianqi were grateful to Zhou Qingxian for her words. Zhou Qingxian then led the two of them back. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. On this day, Zhou Qingxian led Zhou Jie and Emperor Tianqi back to the first level of the secret realm. Obviously, they had decided to leave the secret realm. During these 50 years, Zhou Qingxian and the other two had obtained 11 treasures. 9 of them were monarch-level treasures. Although the other two could not be considered monarch-level treasures individually, they could be used together and were disposable weapons of mass destruction. These 2 treasures were naturally given to Zhou Jie. Zhou Jie named them the Yin-Yang Kill. As for the other 9 monarch-level treasures, Zhou Qingxian was forced by Zhou Jie and Emperor Tianqi to choose one. Zhou Jie chose 4 of the remaining 8 treasures and gave the other 4 to Emperor Tianqi. In fact, Zhou Jie had many treasures, so he did not need many treasures. However, 4 of the 8 treasures happened to have auxiliary, defensive, and life-saving effects, so Zhou Jie chose them all. After all, Zhou Jie had the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, the primordial 8 slashes, and the Azure Dreamland. It could be said that he did not lack offensive treasures. As for life-saving treasures, the more the better. When Zhou Jie and company left the mystic realm, it could be said that they had returned from a fruitful journey. Every one of them had benefited greatly. Ignoring everything else, just the fact that the 3 of them had obtained a heritage was more valuable than taking away all the treasures in the mystic realm. After leaving the heritage mystic realm, Zhou Qingxian did not choose to return to the mysterious Heaven Star Palace with Zhou Jie and Emperor Tianqi. Instead, they headed straight for the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. Their target was the Inspector Heavenly Manor. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. With Empyrean Lord Inspector dead, the entire Inspector Heavenly Alliance was without a leader. There was bound to be a power struggle, but now, Zhou Qingxian planned on plundering most of the resources that the Inspector Heavenly Alliance had accumulated over a long period of time. With her strength, she could even control the entire Inspector Heavenly Alliance, but that would require quite a bit of effort. After all, the Inspector Heavenly Alliance had numerous experts and many trump cards. Now, Zhou Qingxian was in a rush to plunder the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's resources because she was certain that many of the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's experts had yet to return from the Mystic Realm. Furthermore, Zhou Qingxian considered the fact that the 3 of them were about to leave the Imperial Blood region to find Sacred Emperor Ancient. They would not have the time to manage the Inspector Heavenly Alliance, so it was worth it to plunder the Inspector Heavenly Alliance's resources before leaving. Just as Zhou Qingxian expected, Not only was the Inspector Heavenly Alliance without Empyrean Lore Inspector, many of the other Empyrean Lord experts were not present. Some had left, while most of them had entered the Heritage Mystic Realm. Under such circumstances, the Inspector Heavenly Alliance naturally had no way to stop Zhou Qingxian and company. Zhou Qingxian barged straight to the core, which was the Inspector Heavenly Immortal Manor. After plundering it, she left. Following that, Zhou Qingxian and company returned to the mystical Heaven Star Palace. They planned on tidying up what they had obtained from the Mystic Realm and taking away some of the mystical Heaven Star Palace's resources before disbanding. Zhou Qingxuan's plundering had definitely offended the Inspector Heavenly Alliance. If she were to leave, the mystical Heaven Star Palace would naturally be in danger. It was better to disband it. Zhou Qingxian originally planned on setting off after tidying up, but Zhou Jie was in a rush to digest the nomological insights he had obtained from using Beyonder powers. He wished to enter seclusion in the mystical Heaven Star Palace for a period of time. Zhou Qingxian naturally agreed to Zhou Jie's request. Therefore, Zhou Jie began his seclusion in a cultivation mystic ground in the mystical Heaven Star Palace. This seclusion lasted for a very long time. This chapter, Imperial Blood Region, came to an end. The next chapter, Void Origin Realm. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.